The Machineries of Joy. 21 stories by Ray Bradbury. Copyright 1949, 1952, 1953, 1957, 1960, 1962, 63, and 64 by Ray Bradbury. Read by Robert Donley. About the author. Ray Bradbury is best known to science fiction lovers as the author of such widely acclaimed books as The Martian Chronicles, The Illustrated Man, and Fahrenheit 451. His last book was the classic novel of fantasy, Something Wicked This Way Comes. The Machineries of Joy. Father Brian delayed going below to breakfast because he thought he heard Father Vittorini down there laughing. Vittorini, as usual, was dining alone. So who was there to laugh with, or at? Us, thought Father Brian. That's who. He listened again. Across the hall, Father Kelly, too, was hiding, or meditating, rather, in his room. They never let Vittorini finish breakfast. No, they always managed to join him as he chewed his last bit of toast. Otherwise, they could not have borne their guilt through the day. Still, that was laughter, was it not, below stairs? Father Vittorini had ferreted out something in the Morning Times. Or worse, had he stayed up half the night with the unholy ghost, that television set which stood in the entry like an unwelcome guest, one foot in whimsy, the other in the doldrums? And, his mind bleached by the electronic beast, was Vittorini now planning some bright, fine, new devilment? The cogs wheeling in his soundless mind, seated and deliberately fasting, hoping to lure them down, curious at the sound of his Italian humors? Ah, God, Father Brian sighed and fingered the envelope he had prepared the previous night. He had tucked it in his coat as a protective measure, should he decide to hand it to Pastor Sheldon. Would Father Vittorini detect it through the cloth, with his quick, dark X-ray vision? Father Brian pressed his hand firmly along his lapel to squash any merest outline of his request for transferal to another parish. Here goes. And breathing a prayer, Father Brian went downstairs. Ah, Father Brian! Vittorini looked up from his still full cereal bowl. The brute had not even so much as sugared his cornflakes yet. Father Brian felt as if he had stepped into an empty elevator shaft. Impulsively, he put out a hand to save himself. He touched the top of the television set. The set was warm. He could not help saying, "Did you have a séance here last night?" "I sat up at the set, yes." "Sat up is right," snorted Father Brian. "One does sit up, doesn't one, with the sick or the dead? I used to be handy with the Ouija board myself. There was more brains in that." He turned from the electrical moron to survey Vittorini. "And did you hear far cries and banshee wails from, what is it, Canavaro?" "They called off the shot at 3 a.m. "And you here now looking daisy fresh?" Father Brian advanced, shaking his head. "What's true is not always what's fair." Vittorini now vigorously doused his flakes with milk. "But you, Father Brian, you look as if you made the grand tour of hell during the night." Fortunately, at this point, Father Kelly entered. He froze when he, too, saw how little along Vittorini was with his fortifiers. He muttered to both priests, seated himself, and glanced over at the perturbed Father Brian. "True, William, you look half gone. Insomnia?" "A touch." Father Kelly eyed both men, his head to one side. "What goes on here? Did something happen while I was out last night?" "We had a small discussion," said Father Brian, toying with the dread flakes of corn. "Small discussion," said Father Vittorini. He might have laughed, but caught himself and said simply, "The Irish priest is worried by the Italian Pope." "Oh, Father Vittorini," said Kelly. "Let him run on," Father Brian. "Thank you for your permission," said Vittorini very politely and with a friendly nod. Il Papa is a constant source of reverent irritation to at least some if not all of the Irish clergy. Why not a pope named Nolan? Why not a green instead of a red hat? Why not, for that matter, move St. Peter's Cathedral to Cork or Dublin come the 25th century? I hope nobody said that, Father Kelly. I'm an angry man, said Father Brian. In my anger I might have inferred it. Angry? Why? And inferred for what reason? Did you hear what he just said about the 25th century? Asked Father Brian. Well, it's when Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers fly in through the baptistry transom that yours truly hunts for the exits. Father Kelly sighed. Ah, God, is it that joke again? Father Brian felt the blood burn in his cheeks, but fought to send it back to cooler regions of his body. Joke? It's often beyond that. For a month now it's Canaveral this and trajectories and astronauts that. You'd think it was 4th of July. He's up half each night with the rockets. I mean now, what kind of life is it from midnight on, carousing about the entryway with that Medusa machine, which freezes your intellect if ever you stare at it? I cannot sleep for feeling the whole rectory will blast off any minute. Yes, yes, said Father Kelly. But what's all this about the Pope? Nothing new in the one before the last, said Brian wearily. Show him the clipping, Father Vittorini. Vittorini hesitated. Show it, insisted Brian firmly. Father Vittorini brought forth a small press clipping and put it on the table. Upside down, even, Father Brian could read the bad news. Pope blesses assault on space. Father Kelly reached one finger out to touch the cutting gingerly. He intoned the news story half aloud, underlining each word with his fingernail. Castel Gandolfo, Italy, September 20th. Pope Pius XII gave his blessing today to mankind's efforts to conquer space. The pontiff told delegates to the International Astronautical Congress, God has no intention of setting a limit to the efforts of man to conquer space. The 400 delegates to the 22-nation Congress were received by the Pope at his summer residence here. This astronautic Congress has become one of great importance at this time of man's exploration of outer space, the Pope said. It should concern all humanity. Man has to make the effort to put himself in new orientation with God and his universe. Father Kelly's voice trailed off. When did this story appear? In 1956. That long back? Father Kelly laid the thing down. I didn't read it. It seems, said Father Brian, you and I, Father, don't read much of anything. Anyone could overlook it, said Kelly. It's a teeny-weeny article. With a very large idea in it, added Father Vittorini, his good humor prevailing. The point is, said Vittorini, when first I spoke of this piece, grave doubts were cast on my veracity. Now, we see, I have cleaved close by the truth. Sure, said Father Brian quickly. But as our poet William Blake put it, a truth that's told with bad intent beats all the lies you can invent. Yes. Vittorini relaxed further into his amiability. And didn't Blake also write, he who doubts from what he sees will ne'er believe, do what you please. If the sun and moon should doubt, they'd immediately go out. Most appropriate, added the Italian priest, for the space age. Father Brian stared at the outrageous man. I'll thank you not to quote our Blake at us. Your Blake? Said the slender, pale man with the softly glowing dark hair. Strange. I'd always thought him English. The poetry of Blake, said Father Brian, was always a great comfort to my mother. It was she told me there was Irish blood on his maternal side. I will graciously accept that, said Father Vittorini. But back to the newspaper story. Now that we've found it, it seems a good time to do some research on Pius XII's encyclical. Father Brian's wariness, which was a second set of nerves under his skin, prickled alert. What encyclical is that? Why, the one on space travel. He didn't do that. He did. On space travel, a special encyclical? A special one. Both Irish priests were near onto being flung back in their chairs with a blast. Father Vittorini made the picky motions of a man cleaning up after a detonation, finding lint on his coat sleeve, a crumb or two of toast on the tablecloth. Wasn't it enough? Said Brian in a dying voice. He shook hands with the astronaut bunch and told them well done and all that. But he had to go on and write at length about it. It was not enough, said Father Vittorini. He wished, I hear, to comment further on the problems of life on other worlds, and its effect on Christian thinking. Each of these words, precisely spoken, drove the two other men farther back in their chairs. You hear? Said Father Brian. You haven't read it yourself yet? No, but I intend... You intend everything and mean worse. Sometimes, Father Vittorini, you do not talk, and I hate to say this, like a priest of the Mother Church at all. I talk, replied Vittorini, like an Italian priest, somehow caught in trying to preserve surface tension, treading an ecclesiastical bog, where I'm outnumbered by a great herd of clerics named Shaughnessy and Multy and Flannery, that mill and stampede like caribou or bison every time I so much as whisper papal bull. There is no doubt in my mind, here Father Brian squinted off in the general direction of the Vatican itself, that it was you, if you could have been there, might have put the Holy Father up to this whole space travel monkeyshine. I? You? It's you, is it not? Certainly not us, that lugs in the magazines by the carload, with the rocket ships and the shiny covers, and the filthy green monsters with 6 eyes and 17 gadgets, chasing after half-draped females on some moon or other. You, I hear, late nights doing the countdowns from 10, 9, 8 on down to 1, in tandem with the Beast TV. So we lie aching for the dread concussions to knock the fillings from our teeth. Between one Italian here and another at Castel Gandolfo, may God forgive me, you've managed to depress the entire Irish clergy. Peace, said Father Kelly at last, both of you. And peace it is, one way or another, I'll have it, said Father Brian, taking the envelope from his pocket. Put that away, said Father Kelly, sensing what must be in the envelope. Please give this to Pastor Sheldon for me. Father Brian rose heavily and peered about to find the door and some way out of the room. He was suddenly gone. Now see what you've done, said Father Kelly. Father Vittorini, truly shocked, had stopped eating. But Father, all along I thought it was an amiable squabble, with him putting on and me putting on, him playing it loud and me soft. Well, you've played it too long, and the blasted fun turned serious, said Kelly. You don't know William like I do. You've really torn him. I'll do my best to mend. You'll mend the seat of your pants. Get out of the way. This is my job now. Father Kelly grabbed the envelope off the table and held it up to the light. The X-ray of a poor man's soul. Ah, God. He hurried upstairs. Father Brian, he called. He slowed. Father, he tapped at the door. William? In the breakfast room, alone once more, Father Vittorini remembered the last few flakes in his mouth. They now had no taste. It took him a long, slow while to get them down. It was only after lunch that Father Kelly cornered Father Brian in the dreary little garden behind the rectory and handed back the envelope. Willie, I want you to tear this up. I won't have you quitting in the middle of the game. How long has all this gone on between you two? Father Brian sighed and held but did not rip the envelope. It sort of crept upon us. It was me at first, spelling the Irish writers and him pronouncing the Italian operas. Then me describing the Book of Kells in Dublin, and him touring me through the Renaissance. Thank God for small favours, he didn't discover the papal encyclical on the blasted space travelling sooner, or I'd have transferred myself to a monkery where the fathers keep silence as a vow. Even there, I fear, he'd follow and count down the Canaveral blast-offs in sign language. What a devil's advocate that man would make. Father, I'll do penance for that later. It's just this dark otter, this seal. He frolics with church dogma as if it was a candy-striped bouncy ball. It's all very well to have seals cavorting, but I say don't mix them with the true fanatics such as you and me. Excuse the pride, Father, but there does seem to be a variation on the true theme every time you get them piccolo players in amongst us harpers. And don't you agree? What an enigma, Will. We of the church should be examples for others in how to get along. Has anyone told Father Vitorini that? Let's face it, the Italians are the rotary of the church. We couldn't have trusted one of them to stay sober during the Last Supper. I wonder if the Irish could, mused Father Kelly. We'd wait until it was over, at least. Well, now, are we priests or barbers? Do we stand here splitting hairs, or do we shave Vitorini close with his own razor? William, have you no plan? Perhaps to call in a Baptist to mediate. Be off with the Baptist. Have you researched the encyclical? The encyclical? Have you let grass grow since breakfast between your toes? You have. Let's read that space travel edict. Memorize it. Get it pat. Then counterattack the rocket man in his own territory. This way to the library. What is it the youngsters try these days? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off. Or the rough equivalent. Okay, the rough equivalent then, man, and follow me. They met Pastor Sheldon going into the library as he was coming out. It's no use, said the pastor, smiling, as he examined the fever in their faces. You won't find it in there. Won't find what in there? Father Brian saw the pastor looking at the letter, which was still glued to his fingers, and hid it away fast. Won't find what, sir? A rocket ship is a trifle too large for our small quarters, said the pastor in a poor try at the enigmatic. Has the Italian bent your ear, then? Cried Father Kelly in dismay. No, but echoes have a way of ricocheting about the place. I came to do some checking myself. Then, asked Brian with relief, you're on our side. Pastor Sheldon's eyes became somewhat sad. Is there a side to this, fathers? They all moved into the little library room where Father Brian and Father Kelly sat uncomfortably on the edges of the hard chairs. Pastor Sheldon remained standing, watchful of their discomfort. Now, why are you afraid of Father Vitorini? Afraid? Father Brian seemed surprised at the word and cried softly, more like angry. One leads to the other, Mrs. Kelly. He continued, you see, Pastor, it's mostly a small town in Tuscany, shunting stones at Maynooth, which is, as you know, a few miles out from Dublin. I'm Irish, said the pastor patiently. So you are, Pastor, and all the more reason we can't figure your great calm in this disaster, Father Brian. I'm California Irish, the pastor. He let this sink in. When it had gone to the bottom, Father Brian groaned miserably. Ah, we forgot. He looked at the pastor and saw there the recent, dark, the tan complexion of one who walked with his face like a sunflower to the sky. Even here in Chicago, taking what little light and heat it could to sustain his color and being. Here stood a man with the figure still of a badminton and tennis player under his tunic, and with the firm, lean hands of a handball expert. In the pulpit, with the look of his arms moving in the air, you could see him swimming under warm California skies. Father Kelly let forth one sound of laughter. Oh, the gentle ironies, the simple fates. Father Brian, here is our Baptist. Baptist? Asked Pastor Sheldon. No offense, Pastor, but we were off to find a mediator. And here you are, an Irishman from California, who has known the wintry blows of Illinois so short a time. You still the look of rolled lawns and January sunburn. We were born and raised as lumps in Cork and Kilcock, Pastor. 20 years in Hollywood will not draw us out. Now Well, they do say, don't they, that California is much, here he paused, like Italy. I see where you're driving, mumbled Father Brian. Pastor Sheldon nodded, his face both warm and gently sad. My blood is like your own, but the climate I was shaped in is like Rome. For you see, Father Brian, when I asked, are there any sides, I spoke from my heart. Irish, yet not Irish, warned Father Brian. Almost, but not quite Italian. Oh, the world's playing tricks with our flesh. Only if we let it, William. Patrick. Both men started a bit at the sound of their Christian names. You still haven't answered. Why are you afraid? Father Brian watched his hands fumble like two bewildered wrestlers for a moment. It's because just when we get things settled on earth, just when it looks like victory's in sight, the church in a good footing, along comes Father Vittorini. Forgive me, Father, said the pastor. Along comes reality. Along comes space, time, entropy, progress. Along come a million things, always. Father Vittorini didn't invent space travel. Oh, but he makes a good thing of it. With him, everything begins in mysticism and ends in politics. No matter. I'll stash my shillelagh if he'll put away his rockets. Oh, let's leave them out in the open, replied the pastor. Best not to hide violence or special forms of travel. Best to work with them. Why don't we climb in that rocket, Father, and learn from it? Learn what? That most of the things we've taught in the past on Earth don't fit out there on Mars or Venus, or wherever in hell Vittorini would push us? Drive Adam and Eve out of some new garden on Jupiter with our very own rocket fires? Or worse, find there's no Eden, no Adam, no Eve, no damned apple, nor serpent, nor fall, no original sin, no annunciation, no birth, no son. You go on with the list. No, nothing at all. One blasted world tailing another. Is that what we must learn, Pastor? If need be, yes, Pastor Sheldon. It's the Lord's space, and the Lord's world's in space, Father. We must not try to take our cathedrals with us, and all we need is an overnight key. The church can be packed in a box no larger than is needed for the articles of the Mass, as much as these hands can carry. Allow Father Vittorini this. The people of the southern climes learned long ago to build in wax, melt, takes its shape in harmony with the motion and need of man. William, if you insist on building in hard ice, it will shatter when we break the sound barrier, or melt and leave you nothing in the fire of the rocket blast. That, said Father Brian, is a hard thing to learn at 50 years, Pastor. But learn I know you will, said the pastor, touching his shoulder. I set you a task, to make peace with the Italian priest. Find some way tonight, a meeting of minds. Whet at it, Father. And first off, since our library is meager, hunt for and find the space encyclical, so we'll know what we're yelling about. A moment later, the pastor was gone. Father Brian listened to the dying sound of those swift feet, as if a white ball were flying high in the sweet blue air, and the pastor were hurrying in for a fine volley. Irish, but not Irish, he said. Almost, but not quite Italian. And now what are we, Patrick? I begin to wonder, he replied. And they went away to a larger library wherein might be hid the grander thoughts of the Pope on a bigger space. A long while after supper that night, in fact almost at bedtime, Father Kelly, sent on his mission, moved about the rectory, tapping on doors and whispering. Shortly before 10 o'clock, Father Vittorini came down the stairs and gasped with surprise. Father Brian, at the unused fireplace, warming himself at the small gas heater which stood in the hearth, did not turn for a moment. A space had been cleared, and the brute television set moved forward into a circle of 4 chairs, amongst which stood 2 small tabourets, on which stood 2 bottles and 4 glasses. Father Brian had done it all, allowing Kelly to do nothing. Now he turned for Kelly and Pastor Sheldon were arriving. The pastor stood in the entryway and surveyed the room. Splendid. He paused and added, I think. Let me see now. He read the label on one bottle. Father Vittorini is to sit here. By the Irish moss? Asked Vittorini. The same, said Father Brian. Vittorini, much pleased, sat. And the rest of us will sit by the Lacrimae Christi, I take it, said the pastor. An Italian drink, pastor. I think I've heard of it, said the pastor, and sat. Here. Father Brian hurried over, and without looking at Vittorini, poured his glass a good way up with the moss. An Irish transfusion. Allow me. Vittorini nodded his thanks and arose in turn before the others drank. The tears of Christ in the sunlight of Italy, he said. Now, before we drink, I have something to say. The others waited, looking at him. The papal encyclical on space travel, he said at last, does not exist. We discovered that, Kelly, a few hours ago. Forgive me, Father, said Vittorini. I'm like the fisherman on the bank who, seeing fish, throws out more bait. I suspected all along there was no encyclical, but every time it was brought up about town, I heard so many priests from Dublin deny it existed, I came to think it must. They would not go check the item, for they feared it existed. I would not, in my pride, do research, for I feared it did not exist. So Roman pride or cork pride, it's all the same. I shall go and retreat soon, and be silent for a week, Pastor, and do penance. Good, Father, good. Pastor Sheldon rose. Now, I've a small announcement. The new priest arrives here next month. I've thought long on it. The man is Italian, born and raised in Montreal. Vittorini closed one eye and tried to picture this man to himself. If the church must be all things to all people, said the pastor, I am intrigued with the thought of hot blood raised in a cold climate, as this new Italian was, even as I find it fascinating to consider myself cold blood raised in California. We've needed another Italian here to shake things up. And this Latin looks to be the sort that will shake even Father Vittorini. Now, will someone offer a toast? May I, Pastor? Father Vittorini rose again, smiling gently, his eyes darkly aglow, looking at this one and now that of the three. He raised his glass. Somewhere, did Blake not speak of the machineries of joy? That is, did not God promote environments, then intimidate those natures by provoking the existence of flesh, toy men and women, such as are we all, and thus happily sent forth at our best with good grace and fine wit on calm noons in fair climes? Are we not God's machineries of joy? If Blake said that, said Father Brian, I take it all back. He never lived in Dublin. All laughed together. Vittorini drank the Irish moss and was duly speechless. The others drank the Italian wine and grew mellow. And in his mellowness, Father Brian cried softly, Vittorini, now will you, unholy as it is, tune on the ghost? Channel 9? 9 it is. And while Vittorini dialed the knob, Father Brian mused over his drink. Did Blake really say that? The fact is, Father, said Vittorini, bent to the phantoms coming and going on the screen, he might have, if he'd lived today. I wrote it down myself tonight. All watched the Italian with some awe. Then the TV gave a hum and came clear, showing a rocket a long way off, getting ready. The machineries of joy, said Father Brian. Is that one of them you're tuning in? And is that another sitting there, the rocket on its stand? It could be tonight, murmured Vittorini. If the thing goes up, and the man in it all around the world, and him still alive, and us with him, or we just sit here, that would be joyful indeed. The rocket was getting ready, and Father Brian shut his eyes for a moment. Forgive me, Jesus, he thought. Forgive an old man his prides, and forgive Vitorini his spites, and help me to understand what I see here tonight, and let me stay awake, if need be, in good humor until dawn, and let the thing go well, going up and coming down. And think of the man in that contraption, Jesus. Think of and be with him. And help me, God, when the summer is young. For sure as fate on 4th of July evening, there'll be Vitorini and the kids from around the block on the rectory lawn lighting skyrockets. All them there watching the sky like the morn of the redemption. And help me, O Lord, to be as those children before the great night of time and void where you abide. And help me to walk forward, Lord, to light the next rocket Independence Night, and stand with the Latin Father, my face suffused with that same look of a delighted child in the face of the burning glories you put near our hand and bid us savor. He opened his eyes. Voices from far Canaveral were crying in a wind of time. Strange phantom powers loomed upon the screen. He was drinking the last of the wine when someone touched his elbow gently. Father, said Vitorini, near, fasten your seat belt. I will, said Father Brian, I will, and many times. He sat back in his chair. He closed his eyes. He waited for the thunder. He waited for the fire. He waited for the concussion and the voice that would teach a silly, a strange, a wild, and miraculous thing. How to count back, ever backward, to zero. The one who waits. I live in a well. I live like smoke in a well, like vapor in a stone throat. I don't move. I don't do anything but wait. Overhead I see the cold stars at night and morning, and I see the sun. And sometimes I sing old songs of this world when it was young. How can I tell you what I am when I don't know? I cannot. I'm simply waiting. I'm mist and moonlight and memory. I'm sad and I'm old. Sometimes I fall like rain into the well. Spider webs are startled into forming where my rain falls fast on the water surface. I wait in cool silence. There will be a day when I no longer wait. Now it is morning. I hear a great thunder. I smell fire from a distance. I hear a metal crashing. I wait. I listen. Voices far away. All right. One voice. Alien voice. Alien tongue I cannot know. No word is familiar. I listen. Send the men out. They're crunching in crystal sand. Mars. So this is it. Where's the flag? Here, sir. Good, good. The sun is high in the blue sky, and its golden rays fill the well, and I hang like a flower pot, invisible and misting in the warm light. Voices. In the name of the government of Earth, I proclaim this to be the Martian territory, to be equally divided among the member nations. What are they saying? I turn in the sun like a wheel, invisible and lazy, golden, tired. What's over there? Well. No. Come on, yes. They approach at once. 3 objects bend over the well mouth, and my coolness rises to the objects. Great. Think it's good water? We'll see. Someone get a lab test bottle and a drop line. I will. Sound of running. Return. Here we are. I wait. Let it down, easy. Glass shines above, coming down on a slow line. The water ripples softly as the glass touches and fills. I rise in the warm air toward the well mouth. Here we are. Want to take this water, Regent? Let's have it. What a beautiful well. Look at that construction. How old do you think it is? God knows. When we landed in that other town yesterday, Smith said there hasn't been life on Mars in 10,000 years. Adjective. How is it, Regent? The water. Pure as silver. Have a glass. Sound of water in the hot sun. Now I hover like a dust of cinnamon on the soft wind. What's the matter, Jones? I don't know. Got a terrible headache all of a sudden. Did you drink the water yet? No, I haven't. Not that. I was just bending over the well, and all of a sudden my head split. I feel better now. Now I know who I am. My name is Stephen Leonard Jones, and I'm 25 years old, and I've just come in a rocket from a planet called Earth, and I'm standing with my good friends Regent and Shaw by an old well on the planet Mars. I look down at my golden fingers, hands strong. I look at my long legs and at my silver uniform, and at my friends. What's wrong, Jones? They say. Nothing, I say, looking at them. Nothing at all. The food is good. It has been 10,000 years since food. It touches the tongue in a fine way. The wine with the food is warmer. I listen to the sound of voices. I make words that I do not understand, but somehow understand. I test the air. What's the matter, Jones? I tilt this head of mine and rest my hands holding the silver utensils of eating. I feel everything. What do you mean? This voice, this new thing of mine says. You keep breathing funny. Coughing, says the other one. I pronounce exactly. Maybe a little cold coming on. I'll check with the doc later. I nod my head. And it is good to know. It is good to do several things after 10,000 years. It is good to breathe the air. And it is good to feel the sun in the flesh, deep and going deeper. And it is good to feel the structure of ivory, fine skeleton hidden in the warming flesh. And it is good to hear sounds much clearer, more immediate than they were in the stone deepness of the well. I sit enchanted. Come on of it, Jones. Snap to it. We got to move. Yes, I say, hypnotized with the way the word forms like water on the tongue and falls with slow beauty out into the air. I walk. It is good walking. I stand high, and it is a long way to the ground when I look down from my eyes and my head. It is like living on a fine cliff and being happy there. Regent stands by the stone well looking down. The others have gone murmuring to the silver ship from which they came. I feel the fingers of my hand and the smile of my mouth. It is deep, I say. Yes. It is called a soul well. Regent raises his head and looks at me. How do you know that? Doesn't it look like one? I never heard of a soul well. Place for waiting things. Things that once had flesh. Wait, I say, touching his arm. Sand is fire, and the ship is silver fire in the hotness of the day, and the heat is good to feel. Sound of my feet in the hard sand. I listen. Sound of the wind and the sun burning the valleys. Smell the smell of the rocket boiling in the moon. I stand below the port. Where's Regent? Someone said. I saw him by the well, I replied. One of them runs toward the well. I'm beginning to tremble. Fine, shivering tremble, hidden deep, but becoming very strong. And for the first time I hear it, as if it, too, were hidden in a well. The voice calling deep within me, tiny and afraid. The voice cries, "Let me go! Let me go!" There's a feeling as if something is trying to get free. Pounding labyrinthine doors, rushing down dark corridors and up passages, echoing and screaming. Regent's in the well! Men are running, all five of them. I run with them, and now I'm sick, and the trembling is violent. He must have fallen. Jones, you were here with him. Did you see? Jones? Well, speak up, man. What's wrong, Jones? I fall to my knees, trembling so bad. He's sick. Here, help me with it. Son. No, not the sun, I murmured. They stretch me out, and the seizures come and go like earthquakes. Deep hidden voice in me cries, "This is Jones! This is me! That's not him! That's not him! Don't believe him! Let me out! Let me out!" And I look up at bent figures. My eyelids flicker. They touch my wrists. Heart is acting up. Close my eyes. Screaming stops. Shivering ceases. I rise as in a cool well. Release. He's dead, says someone. Jones is dead. And what? Doc looked like. What kind of shot? I say. My name is Sessions, and my lips move crisply, and I am the captain of these men. I stand among them, and I am looking down at a body which lies cooling on the sands. I clap both hands to my head. Captain. It's nothing, I say, crying out. Just a headache. I'll be all right. There, whisper. It's all right now. We'd better get out of the sun, sir. Yes, I say, looking down at Jones. We should never have come. Mars doesn't want us. Carry the body back to the rocket with us, and a new voice is calling deep in me to be let out. Help! Help! Far down in the moist, dripping works of the body. Help! Help! In red fathoms echoing deep. The trembling starts much sooner this time. The control is less steady. Captain, you'd better get in out of the sun. You don't look too well, sir. Yes, I say. Help, I say. What, sir? I didn't say anything. You said, help, sir. Did I, Matthews? Did I? The body is laid out in the shadow of the rocket, and the voice screams in the deep underwater catacombs of bone and crimson tide. My hands jerk. My mouth splits and is parched. My nostrils fasten wide. My eyes roll. Help! Help! Oh, help! Don't! Let me out! Don't! Don't! Don't, I say. What, sir? Never mind, I say. I've got to get free, I say. Tap my hand in my mouth. How's that, sir? Cries Matthew. Get inside, all of you. Go back to Earth, I shout. Gun is in my hand. I lift it. Don't, sir. An explosion. Shadows run. Screaming is cut off. There's a whistling sound of falling through space. After 10,000 years, how good to die. How good to feel the sudden coolness, the relaxation. How good to be like a hand within a glove, stretches out and grows wonderfully cold in the hot sand. Oh, the quiet and the loveliness of gathering, darkening death. But one cannot linger on. Crack! Snap! Good God, he's killed himself, I cry. I open my eyes, and there is the captain lying against the rocket, his skull split by a bullet, his eyes wide, his tongue protruding between his white teeth. Blood runs from his head. I bend to him and touch him. The fool, I say. Why did he do that? Men are horrified. They stand over the two dead men and turn their heads to see the Martian sands and the distant well where Regent lies rolling in deep waters. A croaking comes out of their dry lips, a whimpering, childish protest against this awful dream. The men turn to me. After a long while, one of them says, "That makes you Captain, Matthews." "I know," I say slowly. "Only 6 of us left." Good God, it happened so quick. "I don't want to stay here. Let's get out." Men clamor. I go to them and touch them now, with a confidence which almost sings in me. "Listen," I say, and touch their elbows or their arms or their hands. They all fall silent. We are one. No, 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 no. Inner voices crying deep down, gone into prisons beneath exterior. We are looking at each other. We are Samuel Matthews, Raymond Moses, William Spaulding, and Charles Evans, and Forrest Cole, and John Summer. And we say nothing, but look upon each other, with our white faces taking hands. We turn as one and look at the well. "Now," we say. "No, no." 6 voices scream, hidden and layered down and stored forever. Our feet walk in the sand, and it is as if a great hand with 12 fingers were moving across the hot sea bottom. We bend to the well, looking down. In the cool depth, 6 faces peer back up at us. One by one, we bend until our balance is gone. One by one, drop into the mouth and down through cool darkness into the cold waters. Sun sets. Stars wheel upon the night sky. Far out, there is a wink of light. Another rocket comes, leaving red marks on space. I live in a well. I live like smoke in a well, like vapor in a stone float. Overhead, I see the cold stars of night and morning, and I see the sun. And sometimes I sing old songs of this world when it was young. How can I tell you what I am, when even I don't know? I cannot. I am simply waiting. Tyrannosaurus Rex. He opened a door on darkness. A voice cried, "Shut it!" It was like a blow in the face. He jumped through. The door banged. He cursed himself quietly. The voice with dreadful patience intoned, "Jesus! You, Terwilliger?" "Yes," said Terwilliger. A faint ghost of screen haunted the dark theater wall to his right. To his left, a cigarette wove fiery arcs in the air as someone's lips talked swiftly around it. "You're 5 minutes late." Don't make it sound like 5 years, thought Terwilliger. "Shove your film in the projection room door. Let's move." Terwilliger squinted. He made out 5 vast loge seats that exhaled, breathed heavily as amplitudes of executive life shifted. Leaning toward the middle loge, where almost in darkness a little boy sat smoking. No, thought Terwilliger, not a boy, that's him. Joe Clarence. Clarence the Great. And now the tiny mouth snapped like a puppet's, blowing smoke. "Well?" Terwilliger stumbled back to hand the film to the projection. He made a lewd gesture toward the loges, winked at Terwilliger, and slammed the booth door. "Jesus!" sighed the tiny voice. A buzzer buzzed. "Roll it, projection!" Terwilliger probed the nearest loge, struck flesh, pulled back, and stood biting his lip. Music leaped from the screen. His film appeared in a storm of drums. Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Thunder Lizard. Photographed in stop-motion animation with miniatures created by John Terwilliger. A study in life forms on Earth 1 billion years before Christ. Faint ironic applause came softly patting from the baby hands in the middle loge. Terwilliger shut his eyes. New music jerked him alert. The last titles faded into a world of primeval sun, mist, poisonous rain, and lush wilderness. Morning fogs were strewn along eternal sea-coasts where immense flying dreams and dreams of nightmares scythed the wind. Huge triangles of bone and rancid skin, of diamond eye and crusted tooth. Pterodactyls, the kites of destruction, plunged, struck prey, and skimmed away, meat and screams in their scissor mouths. Terwilliger gazed fascinated. In the jungle foliage now, shiverings, creepings, insect jitterings, antennae twitchings, slime locked in oily, fatted slime. Armor skinned to armor. In sun-glade and shadow moved the reptilian inhabitants of Terwilliger's mad remembrance of vengeance given flesh, and panic taking wing. Brontosaur, Stegosaur, Triceratops. How easily the clumsy tonnages of name fell from one's lips. The great brutes swung like ugly machineries of war and dissolution through moss ravines, crushing 1,000 flowers at one footfall, snouting the mist, ripping the sky in half with one shriek. My beauties, thought Terwilliger, my little lovelies, all liquid latex, rubber sponge, ball-socketed steel articulature, all night-dreamed, clay-molded, warped and welded, riveted and slapped to life by hand. No bigger than my fist, half of them. The rest no larger than this head they sprang from. Good Lord, said a soft, admiring voice in the dark. Step by step, frame by frame of film, stop motion by stop motion, he, Terwilliger, had run his beasts through their postures, moved each a fraction of an inch, photographed them, moved them another hair, photographed them for hours and days and months. Now these rare images, this 800 scant feet of film, rushed through the projector. And lo, he thought, I'll never get used to it. Look, they come alive. Rubber, steel, clay, reptilian latex sheet, glass eye, porcelain fang, all ambles, trundles, strides, and terrible prides through continents as yet unmanned, by seas as yet unsalted, 1 billion years lost away. They do breathe. They do smite air with thunder. Oh, uncanny. I feel, thought Terwilliger, quite simply, that there stands my garden, and these my animal creations which I love on this 6th day, and tomorrow, the 7th, I must rest. Lord, said the soft voice again. Terwilliger almost answered, Yes? This is beautiful footage, Mr. Clarence, the voice went on. Maybe, said the man with the boy's voice. Incredible animation. I've seen better, said Clarence the Great. Terwilliger stiffened. He turned from the screen where his friends lumbered into oblivion, from butcheries wrought on architectural scales. For the first time, he examined his possible employers. Beautiful stuff. This praise came from an old man who sat to himself far across the theater, his head lifted forward in amaze toward that ancient life. It's jerky! Look there! The strange boy in the middle loge half rose, pointing at the cigarette in his mouth. Hey, was that a bad shot, you see? Yes, said the old man, tired suddenly, fading back in his chair. I see. Terwilliger crammed his hotness down upon a suffocation of swiftly moving blood. Jerky, said Joe Clarence. White light, quick numerals, darkness. The music cut, the monsters vanished. Glad that's over, Joe Clarence exhaled. Almost lunchtime. Throw in the next reel, Walter. That's all, Terwilliger. Silence. Terwilliger? Silence. Is that dumb bunny still here? Here? Terwilliger ground his fists on his hips. Oh, said Joe Clarence. It's not bad. You don't get ideas about money. A dozen guys came here yesterday to show stuff as good or better than yours. Tests for our new film, Prehistoric Monster. Leave your bid in an envelope with my secretary. Same door out as you came in. Walter, what the hell are you waiting for? Roll the next one. In darkness, Terwilliger barked his shins on a chair, groped for and found the door handle, gripped it tight, tight. Behind him, the screen exploded. An avalanche fell in great flowerings of stone, whole cities of granite, immense edifices of marble piled, broke, and flooded down. In this thunder, he heard voices from the week ahead. We'll pay you $1,000, Terwilliger. But I need $1,000 for my equipment alone. Look, we're giving you a break. Take it or leave it. With the thunder dying, he knew he would take, and he knew he would hate it. Only when the avalanche had drained off the silence behind him, and his own blood had raced to the inevitable decision and stalled in his heart, did Terwilliger pull the immensely weighted door wide to step forth into the terrible raw light of day. Fuse flexible spine to sinuous neck, pivot neck to death's head skull, hinged jaw from hollow cheek, blue plastic sponge over lubricated skeleton. Flip snake-pebbled skin over sponge, meld seams with fire, and rear upright triumphant in a world where insanity waits but to look on madness. Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Creator's hand glided down out of arc-light sun. They placed the granuled monster in false green summer wilds. They weighted it in broths of teeming bacterial life. Planted in serene terror, the lizard machine basked. From the blind heavens, the Creator's voice hummed, vibrating the garden with the old and monotonous tune about the foot bone connected to the ankle bone connected to the leg bone connected to the knee bone connected to the... The door burst wide. Joe Clarence ran in, very much like an entire Cub Scout pack. He looked wildly around as if no one were there.
My God, he cried. Aren't you set up yet? This cost me money.
No, said the villager dryly. No matter how much time I take, I get paid the same. Joe Clarence approached in a series of quick starts and stops.
Well, shake a leg and make it real horrible.
The villager was on his knees beside the miniature jungle set. His eyes were on a straight level with his producer's as he said, "How many feet of blood and gore would you like?"
2,000 feet of each.
Clarence laughed in a kind of gasping stutter.
Let's look.
Grabbed the lizard. "Careful."
Careful.
Clarence turned the ugly beast in careless and non-loving hands.
My monster, ain't it? The contract
says you use this model for exploitation advertising, but the animal reverts to me after the film's in release.
Holy cow! Clarence waved the monster. That's wrong. We just signed the contracts 4 days ago.
Feels like 4 years. The villager rubbed his eyes. I've been up 2 nights without sleep, finishing this beast so we can start shooting. Clarence brushed this aside.
To hell with the contract. What a slimy trick. It's my monster. You and your agent give me heart attacks. Heart attacks about money. Heart attacks about equipment. Heart attacks about...
This camera you gave me is ancient.
So if it breaks, you fix it. You got hands? The challenge of the shoestring operation is using your brain instead of cash. Getting back to the point, this monster, it should have been specified in the deal, is my baby.
I never let anyone own the things I make, said the villager honestly. I put too much time and affection in them.
Hell, okay. So we give you $50 extra for the beast. You throw in all this camera equipment free when the film's done, right? Then you start your own company. Compete with me, get even with me, right? Using my own machines.
Clarence laughed. If they don't fall apart first, observed the villager.
Another thing.
Clarence put the creature on the floor and walked around it.
I don't like the way this monster shapes up.
You don't like what? The villager almost yelled.
His expression. Needs more fire, more goomba, more massage.
Massage?
The old bimbo. Bug the eyes more, flex the nostrils, shine the teeth. Fork the tongue sharper. You can do it. That monster ain't mine, huh?
Mine. The villager arose. His belt buckle was now on a line with Joe Clarence's eyes. The producer stared at the bright buckle almost hypnotically for a moment.
God damn the goddamn lawyers!
He broke for the door.
Work!
The monster hit the door a split second after it slammed shut. The villager kept his hand poised in the air from his overhand throw. Then his shoulders sagged. He went to pick up his beauty. He twisted off its head, skinned the latex flesh off the skull, placed the skull on a pedestal, and painstakingly with clay began to reshape the prehistoric face. A little goomba, he muttered, a touch of massage. They ran the first film test on the animated monster a week later. When it was over, Clarence sat in darkness and nodded imperceptibly.
Better, but more horrific, blood-curdling. Let's scare the hell out of Aunt Jane. Back to the drawing board.
I'm a week behind schedule now, the villager protested. You keep coming in, change this, change that. You say, so I change it. One day the tail's all wrong, next day it's the claws.
You'll find a way to make me happy, said Clarence. Get in there and fight the old aesthetic fight.
At the end of the month, they ran the second test.
A near miss. Close, said Clarence. The face is just almost right. Try again, villager.
The villager went back. He animated the dinosaur's mouth so that it said obscene things which only a lip reader might catch, while the rest of the audience thought the beast was only shrieking. Then he got the clay and worked until 3 a.m. on the awful face.
That's it,
cried Clarence in the projection room the next week.
Perfect. Now that's what I call a monster.
He leaned toward the old man, his lawyer, Mr. Glass, and Maury Poole, his production assistant.
You like my creature? he beamed. The villager slumped in the back row. His skeleton, as long as the monsters he built, could feel the old lawyer shrug. You seen one monster, you seen 'em all. Sure, but this one's special, shouted Clarence happily. Even I got to admit, the villager's a genius. They all turned back to watch the beast on the screen, in a titanic waltz, throw its razor tail wide in a vicious harvesting of cut grass and clipped flowers. The beast paused now to gaze pensively off into mist, gnawing a red bone. That monster, said Mr. Glass at last, squinting, he sure looks familiar. Familiar? The villager stirred, alert. It's got such a look, drawled Mr. Glass in the dark. I couldn't forget from someplace. Natural Museum exhibits? No. Maybe, laughed Clarence. You read a book once, Glass. Funny. Glass, unperturbed, cocked his head, closed one eye. Like detectives, I don't forget a face. But that Tyrannosaurus Rex, where before did I meet him? Who cares? Clarence sprinted. He's great, and all because I butted to villagers behind to make him do it right. Come on, Maury. The door shut. Glass turned to gaze steadily at the villager. Not taking his eyes away, he called softly to the projectionist. Walter, did you favor us with that beast again? Sure thing. The villager shifted uncomfortably, aware of some bleak force gathering in blackness, in the sharp light that shot forth once more to ricochet terror off the screen. Yeah, sure, mused Mr. Glass. I almost remember. I almost know him, but who? The brute, as if answering, turned and for a disdainful moment stared across 100,000 million years at two small men hidden in a small dark room. The tyrant machine named itself in thunder. Mr. Glass quickened forward as if to cup his ear. Darkness swallowed all. With the film half finished in the 10th week, Clarence summoned 30 of the office staff, technicians, and a few friends to see a rough cut of the picture. The film had been running 15 minutes when a gasp ran through the small audience. Clarence glanced swiftly about. Mr. Glass, next to him, stiffened. The villager, scenting danger, lingered near the exit, not knowing why. His nervousness was compulsive and intuitive. Hand on the door, he watched. Another gasp ran through the crowd. Someone laughed quietly. A woman's secretary giggled. Then there was instantaneous silence. For Joe Clarence had jumped to his feet. His tiny figure sliced across the light on the screen. For a moment, two images gesticulated in the dark. Tyrannosaurus, ripping the leg from a pteranodon, and Clarence, yelling, jumping forward, as if to grapple with these fantastic wrestlers. Stop! Freeze it right there! The film stopped. The image held. What's wrong? Asked Mr. Glass. Wrong? Clarence crept up on the images. He thrust his baby hand to the screen, stabbed the tyrant jaw, the lizard eye, the fangs, the brow, then turned blindly to the projector light so that reptilian flesh was printed on his furious cheeks. What goes? What is this? Only a monster, Chief. Monster hell! Clarence pounded the screen with his tiny face. That's me! Half the people leaned forward, half the people fell back. Two people jumped up. One of them, Mr. Glass, who fumbled for his other spectacles, flexed his eyes and moaned, So that's where I saw him before. That's where you what? Mr. Glass shook his head, eyes shut. That face! I knew it was familiar. A wind blew in the room. Everyone turned. Door stood open. The villager was gone. They found Terwilliger in his animation studio cleaning out his desk, dumping everything into a large cardboard box. The Tyrannosaurus machine toy model under his arm. He looked up as the mob swirled in, Clarence at the head. What did I do to deserve this? He cried. I'm sorry, Mr. Clarence. You're sorry? Didn't I pay you well? No, as a matter of fact. I took you to lunches once. I picked up the tab. I gave you dinner at home, you swam in my pool, and now this. You're fired.
You can't fire me, Mr. Clarence. I worked the last week free and overtime. You forgot my check.
You're fired anyway. Oh, you're really fired. You're blackballed in Hollywood. Mr. Glass.
He whirled to find the old man.
Sue him.
There is nothing, said Terwilliger, not looking up any more, just looking down, packing, keeping in motion. Nothing you can sue me for. Money? You never paid enough to save on. A house? You'd never afford that. A wife? I've worked for people like you all my life, so wives are out. I'm an unencumbered man. There's nothing you can do to me. If you attach my dinosaurs, I'll just go hole up in a small town somewhere, get me a can of latex rubber, some clay from the river, some old steel pipe, and make new monsters. I'll buy stock film raw and cheap. I've got an old beat-up stop-motion camera. Take that away, and I'll build one with my own hands. I can do anything. And that's why you'll never hurt me again.
You're fired, cried Clarence. Look at me. Don't look away. You're fired. You're fired.
Mr. Clarence, said Mr. Glass, quietly edging forward, let me talk to him just a moment.
Don't talk to him, said Clarence. What's the use? He just stands there with that monster under his arm, and the goddamn thing looks like me. So get out of the way.
Clarence stormed out the door. The others followed. Mr. Glass shut the door, walked over to the window, and looked out at the absolutely clear twilight sky. I wish it would rain, he said. That's one thing about California I can't forgive. It never really lets go and cries. Right now, what wouldn't I give for a little something from that sky? A bolt of lightning. He stood silent, and Terwilliger slowed in his packing. Mr. Glass sagged down into a chair and doodled on a pad with a pencil, talking sadly, half aloud to himself. 6 reels of film shot. Pretty good reels. Half the film done. $300,000 down the drain. Hail and farewell. Out the window all the job. Who feeds the starving mouths of boys and girls? Who'll face the stockholders? Who chucks the Bank of America under the chin? Anyone for Russian roulette? He turned to watch Terwilliger snap the locks on a briefcase. What hath God wrought? Terwilliger, looking down at his hands, turning them over to examine their texture, said, I didn't know I was doing it, I swear. It came out of my fingers. It was all subconscious. My fingers do everything for me. They did this. Better the fingers had come in my office and taken me direct by the throat, said Glass. I was never one for slow motion. The Keystone Cops at triple speed was my idea of living or dying. To think, a rubber monster stepped on us all. We are now so much tomato mush, ripe for canning. Don't make me feel any guiltier than I feel, said Terwilliger. What do you want? I should take you dancing? It's just, cried Terwilliger. He kept at me. Do this, do that, do it the other way, turn it inside out, upside down, he said. Swallowed my bile. I was angry all the time. Without knowing, I must have changed the face. But right up till 5 minutes ago, when Mr. Clarence yelled, I didn't see it. I'll take all the blame. No, sighed Mr. Glass. We should all have seen. Maybe we did and couldn't admit. Maybe we did and laughed all night in our sleep when we couldn't hear. So where are we now? Mr. Clarence, he's got investments he can't throw out. You've got your career from this day forward, for better or worse, you can't throw out. Mr. Clarence right now is aching to be convinced it was all some horrible dream. Part of his 99% is in his wallet. If you could put 1% of your time in the next hour convincing him of what I'm going to tell you next,
Tomorrow morning there will be no orphan children staring out of the want ads in Variety and the Hollywood Reporter. If you would go tell him... Tell me what? Joe Clarence returned, stood in the door, his cheeks still inflamed. What he just told me, Mr. Glass turned calmly. A touching story. I'm listening, said Clarence. Mr. Clarence, the old lawyer weighed his words carefully. This film you just saw is Mr. Terwilliger's solemn and silent tribute to you. It's what? Shouted Clarence. Both men, Clarence and Terwilliger, dropped their jaws. The old lawyer gazed only at the wall, and in a shy voice said, Shall I go on? The animator closed his jaw. If you want to. This film, the lawyer arose and pointed in a single motion toward the projection, was done from a feeling of honor and friendship for you, Joe Clarence. Behind your desk, an unsung hero of the motion picture industry. Unknown, unseen, you sweat out your lonely little life while who gets the glory? The star. How often does a man in Wanda Springs, Idaho, tell his wife, Hey, I was thinking of the other night about Joe Clarence, a great producer, that man. How often? Did I tell? Never. So Terwilliger brooded. How could he present the real Clarence to the world? Dinosaur is there. Boom, it hits him. This is it. He thought the very thing to strike terror to the world. Here's a lonely, proud, wonderful, awful symbol of independence. Power, strength, shrewd animal cunning, the true Democrat, the individual brought to its peak, all thunder and big lightning. Dinosaur. Joe Clarence. Joe Clarence. Dinosaur. Man embodied in tyrant lizard. Mr. Glass sat down, panting quietly. Terwilliger said nothing. Clarence moved at last, walked across the room, circled Glass slowly, and came to stand in front of Terwilliger, his face pale. His eyes were uneasy, shifting up along Terwilliger's tall skeleton frame. You said that? He asked faintly. Terwilliger swallowed. To me, he said it. He's shy, said Mr. Glass. You ever hear him say much? Ever talk back, swear, anything? He likes people. He can't say. But immortalize them? That he can do. Immortalize? said Clarence. What else? said the old man. Like a statue, only moving. Years from now, people will say, remember that film, The Monster from the Pleistocene? And people will say, sure, why? Because the others say, it was the one monster, the one brute in all Hollywood history had real guts, real personality. Why is this? Because one genius had enough imagination to base the creature on a real-life, hard-hitting, fast-thinking businessman of A1 caliber. You're one with history, Mr. Clarence. Film libraries will carry you in good supply. Cinema societies will ask for you. How lucky can you get? Nothing like this will ever happen to Emmanuel Glass, a lawyer. Every day for the next 200, 500 years, you'll be starring somewhere in the world. Every day? Asked Clarence softly. For the next 800 even. Why not? I never thought of that. Think of it. Clarence walked over to the window and looked out at the Hollywood hills and nodded at last. My God, Terwilliger, he said. You really like me that much? It's, hard to put in words, said Terwilliger with difficulty. So, do we finish the mighty spectacle? Asked Glass, starring the tyrant terror striding the earth and making all quake before him. None other than Mr. Joseph J. Clarence. Yeah, sure. Clarence wandered off, stunned, to the door, where he said, You know, I always wanted to be an actor. Then he went quietly out into the hall and shut the door. Terwilliger and Glass collided at the desk, both clawing at a drawer. Age before beauty, said the lawyer, quickly pulled forth a bottle of whiskey. At midnight, on the night of the first preview of Monster from the Stone Age, Mr. Glass came back to the studio where everyone was gathering for a celebration and found Terwilliger seated alone in his office, his dinosaur on his lap. You weren't there, asked Mr. Glass. I couldn't face it. Was there a riot? A riot? The preview cards are all super dandy extra plus. A lovelier monster nobody saw before. And now we're talking sequels. Joe Clarence is the tyrant lizard in Return of the Stone Age Monster. Joe Clarence and or Tyrannosaurus Rex in maybe Beast from the Old Country. The phone rang. Terwilliger got it. Terwilliger, this is Clarence. Be there in 5 minutes. We've done it. Your animal, great. Is he mine now? I mean, to hell with the contract. As a favor. Can I have him for the mantle? Mr. Clarence, the monster's yours. Better than an Oscar. So long. Terwilliger stared at the dead phone. God bless us all, said Tiny Tim. He's laughing, almost hysterical with relief. Oh, maybe I know why, said Mr. Glass. A little girl, after the preview, asked him for an autograph. An autograph? Right there in the street. Made him sign. First autograph he ever gave in his life. He laughed all the while he wrote his name. Somebody knew him. There he was in front of the theater, big as life. Rex himself. So sign the name. So he did. Wait a minute, said Terwilliger slowly, pouring drink. That little girl. My youngest daughter, said Glass. So who knows? And who will tell? They drank. Not me, said Terwilliger. Then, carrying the rubber dinosaur between them and bringing the whiskey, they went to stand by the studio gate, waiting for the limousines to arrive, all lights, horns, and annunciation. The vacation. It was a day as fresh as grass growing up and clouds going over and butterflies coming down can make it. It was a day compounded from silences of bee and flower and ocean and land, which were not silences at all, but motions, stirs, flutters, risings, fallings, each in its own time and matchless rhythm. The land did not move, but moved. The sea was not still, yet was still. Paradox flowed into paradox, stillness mixed with stillness, sound with sound. The flowers vibrated, and the bees fell in separate and small showers of golden rain on the clover. The seas of hill and the seas of ocean were divided, each from the other's motion, by a railroad track, empty, compounded of rust and iron marrow, a track on which, quite obviously, no train had run in many years. 30 miles north, it swirled on away to further mists of distance. 30 miles south, it tunneled islands of cloud shadow that changed their continental positions on the sides of far mountains as you watched. Now suddenly, the railroad track began to tremble. A blackbird standing on the rail felt a rhythm grow faintly, miles away, like a heart beginning to beat. The blackbird leaped up over the sea. The rail continued to vibrate softly, until at long last, around a curve and along the shore, came a small workman's handcar, its two-cylinder engine popping and spluttering in the great silence. On top of this small four-wheeled car, on a double-sided bench facing in two directions, and with a little Surrey roof above for shade, sat a man, his wife, and their small 7-year-old son. As the handcar traveled through lonely stretch after lonely stretch, the wind whipped their eyes and blew their hair, but they did not look back, but only ahead. Sometimes they looked eagerly as a curve unwound itself, sometimes with great sadness, but always watchful, ready for the next scene. As they hit a level straightaway, the machine engine gasped and stopped abruptly.
In the now crushing silence, it seemed that the quiet of earth, sky, and sea itself, by its friction, brought the car to a wheeling halt. "Out of gas." The man, sighing, reached for the extra can in the small storage bin and began to pour it into the tank. His wife and son sat quietly looking at the sea, listening to the muted thunder, the whisper, the drawing back of huge tapestries of sand, gravel, green weed, and foam. "Isn't the sea nice?" said the woman. "I like it," said the boy. "Shall we picnic here while we're at it?" The man focused some binoculars on the green peninsula ahead. "Might as well. The rails have rusted badly. There's a break ahead. We may have to wait while I set a few back in place." "As many as there are," said the boy. "We'll have picnics." The woman tried to smile at this, then turned her grave attention to the man. "How far have we come today?" "Not 90 miles. The man still peered through the glasses, squinting. "I don't like to go farther than that any one day, anyway. If you rush, there's no time to see. We'll reach Monterey day after tomorrow. Palo Alto the next day, if you want." The woman removed her great shadowing straw hat, which had been tied over her golden hair with a bright yellow ribbon, and stood perspiring faintly away from the machine. They had ridden so steadily on the shuddering rail car that the motion was sewn into their bodies. Now, with the stopping, they felt odd, on the verge of unraveling. "Let's eat." The boy ran the wicker lunch basket down to the shore. The boy and the woman were already seated by a spread tablecloth when the man came down to them, dressed in his business suit and vest and tie and hat, as if he expected to meet someone along the way. As he dealt out the sandwiches and exhumed the pickles from their cool green mason jars, he began to loosen his tie and unbutton his vest, always looking around as if he should be careful and ready to button up again. "Are we all alone, Papa?" said the boy, eating. "Yes." "No one else anywhere?" "No one else." "Were there people before?" "Why do you keep asking that? It wasn't that long ago, just a few months. You remember." "Almost, if I try hard. Then I don't remember at all." The boy let a handful of sand fall through his fingers. "Were there as many people as there is sand here on the beach? What happened to them?" "I don't know," the man said, and it was true. They had wakened one morning, and the world was empty. The neighbor's clothesline was still strung with blowing whitewash. Cars gleamed in front of other 7 a.m. cottages, but there were no farewells. The city did not hum with its mighty arterial traffics. Phones did not alarm themselves. Children did not wail in sunflower wildernesses. Only the night before, he and his wife had been sitting on the front porch when the evening paper was delivered, and not even daring to open the headlines out, he had said, "I wonder when he'll get tired of us and just rub us all out." "It's gone pretty far," she said. "On and on. We're such fools, aren't we?" "Wouldn't it be nice," he lit his pipe and puffed it, "if we woke tomorrow and every one in the world was gone and everything was starting over?" He sat smoking, the paper folded in his hand, his head resting back in the chair. "If you could press a button right now and make it happen, would you?" "I think I would," he said. "Nothing violent. Just have everyone vanish off the face of the earth. Just leave the land and the sea and the growing things like flowers and grass and fruit trees, and the animals, of course, let them stay. Everything except man, who hunts when he isn't hungry, eats when full, is mean when no one's bothered him." "Naturally, we would be left," she smiled quietly. "I'd like that," he mused. "All of time ahead. The longest summer vacation in history. And us out for the longest picnic basket lunch in memory. Just you and me and Jim. No commuting, no keeping up with the Joneses, not even a car. I'd like to find another way of traveling, an older way. Then, a hamper full of sandwiches, 3 bottles of pop, pick up supplies where you need them from empty grocery stores in empty towns, and summertime forever up ahead." They sat a long while on the porch in silence, the newspaper folded between them. At last she opened her mouth. Wouldn't we be lonely? She said. So that's how it was the morning of the new world. They had awakened to the soft sounds of an earth that was now no more than a meadow, and the cities of the earth sinking back into seas of saber grass, marigold, marguerite, and morning glory. They had taken it with remarkable calm at first, perhaps because they had not liked the city for so many years, and had had so many friends who were not truly friends, and had lived a boxed and separate life of their own within a mechanical hive. The husband arose and looked out the window and observed very calmly, as if it were a weather condition, "Everybody's gone," knowing this just by the sounds the city had ceased to make. They took their time over breakfast, for the boy was still asleep. And then the husband sat back and said, "Now I must plan what to do." "Do? Why, you'll go to work, of course." "You still don't believe it, do you?" He laughed. "That I won't be rushing off each day at 8:10. That Jim won't go to school again, ever. School's out for all of us. No more pencils, no more books, no more boss's sassy looks. We're let out, darling, and we'll never come back to the silly, damn, dull routines. Come on." And he had walked her through the still and empty city streets. They didn't die, he said, they just went away. What about the other cities? He went to an outdoor phone booth and dialed Chicago, then New York, then San Francisco. Silence, silence, silence. "That's it," he said, replacing the receiver. "I feel guilty," she said. "Them gone and us here, and I feel happy. Why? I should be unhappy." "Should you? It's no tragedy. They weren't tortured or blasted or burned. They went easily, and they didn't know. Now we owe nothing to no one. Our only responsibility is being happy. 30 more years of happiness. Wouldn't that be good?" "But then we must have more children." "To repopulate the world?" He shook his head slowly, calmly. "No, let Jim be the last. After he's grown and gone, let the horses and cows and ground squirrels and garden spiders have the world. They'll get on. And someday, some other species that can combine a natural happiness with a natural curiosity will build cities that won't even look like cities to us and survive. Right now, let's go pack a basket, wake Jim, and get going on that 30-year-long summer vacation. I'll beat you to the house." He took a sledgehammer from the small rail car, and while he worked alone for half an hour fixing the rusted rails into place, the woman and the boy ran along the shore. They came back with dripping shells, a dozen or more, and some beautiful pink pebbles, and sat, and the boy took school from the mother, doing homework on a pad with a pencil for a time. And then at high noon, the man came down, his coat off, his tie thrown aside, and they drank orange pop, watching the bubbles surge up, glutting inside the bottles. It was quiet. They listened to the sun tune the old iron rails. The smell of hot tar on the ties moved about them in the salt wind, as the husband tapped his atlas map lightly and gently. "We'll go to Sacramento next month, May, then work up toward Seattle. Make that by July 1st. July is a good month in Washington. Then back down as the weather cools to Yellowstone. A few miles a day, hunt here, fish there." The boy, bored, moved away to throw sticks into the sea and wade out like a dog to retrieve them. The man went on. "Winter in Tucson, then part of the winter moving toward Florida. Up the coast in the spring, and maybe New York by June. 2 years from now, Chicago in the summer. Winter 3 years from now. What about Mexico City? Anywhere the rails lead us, anywhere at all. And if we come to an old offshoot rail line we don't know anything about, what the hell? We'll just take it, go down it to see where it goes. And some year, by God, we'll boat down the Mississippi. Always wanted to do that. Enough to last us a lifetime. And that's just how long I want to take to do it all." His voice faded. He started to fumble the map shut, but before he could move, a bright thing fell through the air and hit the paper. It rolled off into the sand and made a wet lump. His wife glanced at the wet place in the sand and swiftly searched his face. His solemn eyes were too bright, and down one cheek was a track of wetness. He gasped. She took his hand and held it tight. He clenched her hand very hard, his eyes shut now, and slowly he said with difficulty, "Wouldn't it be nice if we went to sleep tonight, and in the night somehow it all came back? All the foolishness, all the noise, all the hate, all the terrible things, all the nightmares, all the wicked people and stupid children, all the mess, all the smallness, all the confusion, all the hope, all the need, all the love. Wouldn't it be nice?" She waited and nodded her head once. Then both of them started. Standing between them, they knew not for how long, was their son, an empty pop bottle in one hand. The boy's face was pale. With his free hand, he reached out to touch his father's cheek, where the single tear had made its track. "You?" he said. "Oh, Dad, you? You hadn't anyone to play with either." The wife started to speak. The husband moved to take the boy's hand. The boy jerked back. "Silly. Oh, silly, silly fools. Oh, you dumb. And whirling, he rushed down to the ocean and stood there crying loudly. The wife rose to follow, but the husband stopped her. "No, let him." Then they both grew cold and quiet. For the boy, below on the shore, crying steadily, now was writing on a piece of paper and stuffing it in the pop bottle and ramming the tin cap back on, and taking the bottle and giving it a great glittering heave up in the air and out into the tidal sea. What, thought the wife, what did he write on the note? What's in the bottle? The bottle moved out in the waves. The boy stopped crying. After a long while he walked up to the shore to stand looking at his parents. His face was neither bright nor dark, alive nor dead, ready nor resigned. It seemed a curious mixture that simply made do with time, weather, and these people. They looked at him and beyond to the bay where the bottle containing the scribbled note was almost out of sight now, shining in the waves. Did he write what we wanted, thought the woman? Did he write what he heard us just wish, just say? Or did he write something for only himself, she wondered, that tomorrow he might wake and find himself alone in an empty world, no one around, no man, no woman, no father, no mother, no fool grown-ups with fool wishes, so he could trudge up to the railroad tracks and take the handcar motoring, a solitary boy, across the continental wilderness, on eternal voyages and picnics? Is that what he wrote in the note? Which? He searched his colorless eyes, could not read the answer, dared not ask. Gull shadows sailed over and kited their faces with sudden passing coolness. "Time to go," someone said. They loaded the wicker basket onto the rail car. The woman tied her large bonnet securely in place with its yellow ribbon. They set the boy's pail of shells on the floorboards. Then the husband put on his tie, his vest, his coat, his hat, and they all sat on the benches of the car looking out at the sea, where the bottled note was far out, blinking on the horizon. "Is asking enough?" said the boy. "Does wishing work?" "Sometimes, too well. It depends on what you ask for." The boy nodded, his eyes far away. They looked back at where they'd come from, and then ahead to where they were going. "Goodbye, place," said the boy, and waved. The car rolled down the rusty rails. The sound of it dwindled, faded. Man, the woman, the boy dwindled with it in distance among the hills. After they were gone, the rail trembled faintly for 2 minutes and ceased. A flake of rust fell. The flower nodded. The sea was very loud. The Drummer Boy of Shiloh. In the April night, more than once, blossoms fell from the orchard trees and lit with rustling taps on the drum skin. At midnight, a peach stone left miraculously on a branch through winter, flicked by a bird, fell, swift and unseen, struck once like panic, which jerked the boy upright. In silence, he listened to his own heart ruffle away, away. Last, gone from his ears and back in his chest again. After that, He turned the drum on its side, for its great lunar face peered at him whenever he opened his eyes. His face, alert or at rest, was solemn. It was indeed a solemn time and a solemn night for a boy just turned 14 in the peach field near the Owl Creek, not far from the church at Shiloh. 1, 2, 3. Unable to see, he stopped counting. Beyond the 33 familiar shadows, 40,000 men, exhausted by nervous expectation, unable to sleep for romantic dreams of battles yet unfought, lay crazily askew in their uniforms. A mile yet farther on, another army was strewn helter-skelter, turning slow, basting themselves with the thought of what they would do when the time came. A leap, a yell, a blind plunge, their strategy. Raw youth, their protection and benediction. Now and again the boy heard a vast wind come up that gently stirred the air. But he knew what it was. The army here, the army there, whispering to itself in the dark. Some men talking to others, others murmuring to themselves, and all so quiet it was like a natural element arisen from south or north with the motion of the earth toward dawn. What the men whispered, the boy could only guess. He guessed that it was, "Me, I'm the one. I'm the one of all the rest won't die. I'll live through it. I'll go home. Band will play, and I'll be there to hear it." Yes, thought the boy, that's all very well for them. They can give as good as they get. For with the careless bones of the young men, harvested by night, and bindled around campfires, were the similarly strewn steel bones of their rifles, the bayonet sticks, with the eternal lightning lost in the orchard grass. Me, thought the boy, I got only a drum, 2 sticks to beat it, and no shield. There wasn't a man-boy on this ground tonight did not have a shield he cast, riveted, or carved himself on his way to his first attack, compounded of remote but nonetheless firm and fiery family devotion, flag-blown patriotism, and cocksure immortality, strengthened by the touchstone of very real gunpowder, ramrod, minie-ball, and flint. But without these last, the boy felt his family move yet farther off away in the dark, as if one of those great prairie-burning trains had chanted them away never to return, leaving him with his drum, which was worse than a toy in the game to be played tomorrow, or some day much too soon. The boy turned on his side. A moth brushed his face, but it was Peach Blossom. Peach Blossom flicked him, but it was a moth. Nothing stayed put, nothing had a name. Nothing was as it once was. If he lay very still when the dawn came up and the soldiers put on their bravery with their caps, perhaps they might go away, the war with them, and not notice him lying small here, no more than a toy himself. "Well, by God, now," said a voice. The boy shut up his eyes to hide inside himself, but it was too late. Someone, walking by in the night, stood over him. "Well," said the voice quietly, "here's a soldier crying before the fight. Good. Get it over. Won't be time once it all starts." And the voice was about to move on when the boy, startled, touched the drum at his elbow. The man above, hearing this, stopped. The boy could feel his eyes, tensing, slowly bending near. A hand must have come down out of the night, for there was a little rat-tat as the fingernails brushed and the man's breath fanned his face. "Why, it's the drummer boy, isn't it?" The boy nodded, not knowing if his nod was seen. "Sir, is that you?" he said. "I assume it is." The man's knees cracked as he bent still closer. He smelled as all fathers should smell, of salt sweat, ginger tobacco, horse and boot leather, and the earth he walked upon. He had many eyes. No, not eyes, brass buttons, watched the boy. He could only be, and was, the general. "What's your name, boy?" he asked. "Joby," whispered the boy, starting to sit up. "All right, Joby, don't stir." Hand pressed his chest gently, and the boy relaxed. "How long you been with us, Joby?" 3 weeks, sir." "Run off from home or joined legitimately, boy?" Silence. Damn fool question, said the general. You shave yet, boy? Even more of a damn fool. There's your cheek. Fell right off the tree overhead. The others here not much older. Raw. Damn raw, the lot of you. You ready for tomorrow or the next day, Joby? I think so, sir. If you want to cry some more, go on ahead. I did the same last night. You, sir? God's truth. Thinking of everything ahead. Both sides figuring the other side would just give up and soon. The war done in weeks and us all home. Well, that's not how it's going to be. Maybe that's why I cried. Yes, sir. Jody. The general must have taken out a cigar now, for the dark was suddenly filled with the Indian smell of tobacco, unlit as yet, but chewed as the man thought what next to say. It's going to be a crazy time, said the general. Counting both sides, there's 100,000 men, give or take a few thousand, out there tonight. Not one that can spit a sparrow off a tree, and knows a horse clod from a minie-ball. Stand up, bare the breast, ask to be a target. Thank them and sit down. That's us. That's them. We should turn tail and train 4 months. They should do the same. Here we are, taken with spring fever and thinking it bloodlust. Taking our sulfur with cannons instead of with molasses, as it should be. Going to be a hero, going to live forever. I can see all of them over there nodding agreement. They're the other way around. It's wrong, boy. Wrong as a head put on hindsight, front, and marching backward through life. It'll be a double massacre if one of their itchy generals decides to picnic his lads on our grass. More innocents will get shot out of pure Cherokee enthusiasm than ever got shot before. Owl Creek was full of boys splashing around in the noonday sun just a few hours ago. I fear it'll be full of boys again, just floating at sundown tomorrow, not caring where the tide takes them. The general stopped and made a little pile of winter leaves and twigs in the darkness, as if he might at any moment strike fire to them to see his way through the coming days when the sun might not show its face because of what was happening here and just beyond. The boy watched the hand stirring the leaves and opened his lips to say something, but did not say it. The general heard the boy's breath and spoke himself. Why am I telling you this? That's what you wanted to ask, huh? Well, when you got a bunch of wild horses on a loose rein somewhere, somehow you got to bring order, rein them in. These lads fresh out of the milk shed don't know what I know, but I can't tell them. Men actually die in war. So each is his own army. I got to make one army of them. That boy, I need you. Me? The boy's lips barely twitched. Now, boy, said the general quietly, you are the heart of the army. Think of that. You're the heart of the army. Listen now. And lying there, Joby listened, and the general spoke on. If he, Joby, beat slow tomorrow, the heart would beat slow in the men. They would lag to the wayside. They would drowse in the fields on their muskets. They would sleep forever after that in those same fields, their hearts slowed by a drummer boy and stopped by enemy lead. But if he beat a sure, steady, ever faster rhythm, then their knees would come up in a long line down over that hill, one knee after the other, like a wave on the ocean shore. You seen the ocean ever? Seen the waves rolling in like a well-ordered cavalry charge to the sand? Well, that was it. That's what he wanted. That's what was needed. Joby was his right hand and his left. He gave the orders, but Joby set the pace. To bring the right knee up and the right foot out and the left knee up and the left foot out. One following the other in good time, in brisk time. Move the blood up the body and make the head proud and the spine stiff and the jaw resolute. Focus the eye and set the feet. Flare the nostrils and tighten the hands. put steel armor all over the men. The blood moving fast in them does indeed make men feel as if they'd put on steel. He must keep at it, long and steady and long. Then, even though shot or torn, those wounds got in hot blood. And blood he'd help stir would feel less pain. If their blood was cold, it would be more than slaughter. It would be a murderous nightmare and pain best not told. No one to guess. The general spoke and stopped, letting his breath slack off. Then after a moment he said, "So, there you are. That's it. Will you do that, boy? Do you know now you're general of the army when the general's left behind?" The boy nodded mutely. "You'll run them through for me then, boy?" "Yes, sir." "Good. And God willing, many nights from tonight, many years from now, when you're as old or far much older than me, when they ask you what you did in this awful time, you'll tell them, one part humble and one part proud. I was the drummer boy at the Battle of Owl Creek, or the Tennessee River. Maybe they'll just name it after the church there. I was the drummer boy at Shiloh. Good grief, that has a beat and sound to it fitting for Mr. Longfellow. I was the drummer boy at Shiloh. Who will ever hear those words and not know you, boy, or what you thought this night, or what you'll think tomorrow or the next day, when we must get up on our legs and move? The general stood up. "Well then, God bless you, boy. Good night." "Good night, sir." And tobacco, brass, boot polish, salt, sweat, and leather, the man moved away through the grass. Joby lay for a moment, staring but unable to see where the man had gone. Swallowed. He wiped his eyes. He cleared his throat. He settled himself. Then at last, very slowly and firmly, he turned the drum so that it faced up toward the sky. He lay next to it, his arm around it, feeling the tremor, the touch, the muted thunder as all the rest of the April night in the year 1862, near the Tennessee River, not far from the Owl Creek, very close to the church named Shiloh, the peach blossoms fell on the drum. Boys, raise giant mushrooms in yourself. Hugh Portman woke the Saturday commotion and lay eyes shut, savoring peace in his hand. Below, bacon in his throat, Cynthia waking in fine cooking instead of crying. Across the hall, Tom actually taking shower. Far off in the bumblebee dragonfly light, his voice was already damning the weather, the time, the tide. This is goodbye. Yes, that Christian giantess, 6 foot tall with her shoes off, gardener extraordinary, the octogenarian dietitian in pound philosophy. He rose, unhooked the screen, and leaned out to hear her cry, "There! Take that! This'll fix you! Ha!" "Happy Saturday, Mr. Goodbody." Rolling crows and clouds of fudge spray from the immense sky. "Nonsense!" he shouted. "These fiends and pests to watch for?" "What kind this time?" "Don't want to shout at the jaybirds," Grant suspiciously around. "What did you say if I told you I was the first line of defense concerning flying saucers?" "Fine," I said. "There'll be rockets between the worlds any year now. There already are." "There, take that." He pulled his head back in some fresh air, somehow not as high-spirited as his first response had indicated. "It was so, good buddy. Always the essence of reason. Now what? Old age?" The doorbell rang. He grabbed his robe and sat downstairs under a hood tray. "Special delivery. Fortnum?" Cynthia turned from the front door, a small package. "Special delivery airmail for you, son." Tom was downstairs like a sensitive. "Wow! That must be from the great bayou
novelty greenhouse. I wish I was excited about ordinary mail, said Fulton. Ordinary? Did you read the back pages of Popular Mechanics? Well, here they are. Here's the smallest part. Here's what are? The Sylvan Blade Jumbo Giant guaranteed growth, raising in the cellar for big profit mushrooms. Oh, pork, silly. Those little teeny bits. Fabulous growth in 24 hours, Tom said. Plenty in your cellar. Well, he admitted, better than frogs and green snakes. Sure is, Tom laughed. Oh, Tom. Tom paused. Tom, his father, next time, fourth-class mail would be fine. Yes, said Tom. You must have made a mistake, thought I was some rich company. Airmail special. Who can afford that? Cellar desk. Fortnum demurred, scanned the wrapper, and then dropped it into his. On his way to the kitchen, he opened the cellar desk. Tom was already on his knees, digging at the end. He felt his wife beside him, breathing softly, looking down and breathed in. Those are mushrooms, aren't they? Hot toad trees? Fortnum laughed. Happy harvest, farmer. Tom thanked her. Fortnum took his wife's arm and walked her out to the kitchen. Toward noon, Fortnum was driving toward the nearest market and saw Roger Willis, fellow repairman, the featured biologist town high school, waving turkeys inside it. Fortnum pulled his car up and opened the door. Hi, Roger. Did you lift? Willis responded, opening deeply to the It's the man I want to see. I put off calling today. Could you play psychiatrist 5 minutes? I'd help you. Fortnum examined his friend for a moment. He drove quietly on. God help you, yes. You. Willis sat back, steady decision. Let's just drive him. Okay. Here's what I want to say. Something's wrong with the world. Just glad. Hasn't there always been? No, I mean, something strange, something unseen. Good buddy. Is he good buddy? This morning he gave me a talk on flying saucers. No. Willis took the metal of his fork in the nervous. Nothing like saucers. I don't think. Tell me, what exactly is intuition? The conscious recognition of something that's been subconscious for a long time. Don't quote this amateur psychologist. Good. He readjusted himself. That's it. Over a long period, things gather, right? All of a sudden, you have to spit. You don't remember saliva collection. Your hands are heavy, but you don't know how they got there. Dust falls on you every day, and you don't feel it. When you get enough dust collected up, there it is. You see and mean it. That's intuition for it, Well, what kind of dust has been falling on me? Any meteors in the sky at night? Sunny weather just before dawn? No. Different colors, smells, where the house creaks at 3 in the morning, hair prickling on my arm. All I know is the damn dust is collected quite sudden. No. Yes, Fortune replied. What is it you know? Willis looked at his hands and laughed. I'm afraid. I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid again, in the middle of the day. Doctors check me. A1. No family problems. There's a fine boy, a good son. Dorothy, she's remarkable. With her, I'm not afraid of growing old or dying. But beyond my life, there's history for myself, family, even right now for you. Me. They stopped on my interlock. There was a moment of great stillness and Fortune turned to survey his friend. Willis' voice suddenly made him cold. I'm afraid for everybody. Said Willis. Your friends, mine, their friends, on out of sight. Good certain. Willis opened the door, sat down, peered in. Looking so happy. Well, what do we do about it? Willis looked up at the sun, burning blind. Be aware. What? Every for a few days. Everything? We don't use half of that here, 10% of the time. We ought to hear more, feel more, smell more, taste. There's something wrong with the way the wind blows these weeds there in the rock. Maybe it's the sun, up in the telephone wire, or the cicadas singing in the elm tree. We need to stop. Look, this 2 days, 2 nights, compare notes. I'm going to shut up then, and I will. Good enough. I'll look around. But how do I know the thing I'm looking for when I see it? Willis peered in at me. You know. Got to me. Oh, we're done. Oh. That's right. Fortune shut the door and he looked away. He felt a flush of embarrassment. Willis sensed it. You? You think I'm off my rocker? Nonsense. Yes, you're just nervous is all. You take a week off. Willis nodded. See you Monday night. Anytime. Drop around. I hope I will, Hugh. I really hope I will. Then Willis was gone, hurrying across the dry, weed-grown rocks of the siding of the Watching him go, Fortune suddenly did not want to move. He discovered that very slowly he was taking a deep breath, swaying in silence. He licked his lips, taking his pulse. He looked at his arm on the doorsill, sunlight burning golden hair. In the empty lot, the wind moved all alone to the surface. He leaned out to look at the sun, stared back at one massive, stunning blow of intense power, made him jerk his head in. He exhaled. Then he laughed out loud. Then he drove away. The lemonade glass was cool and deliciously flooded. The ice made music inside the glass, and the lemonade was just scowling, just beating on the top. He sipped, he favored. He tilted back in the wicker rocking chair in the twilight sunset, his eyes closed. The crickets were chirping out on the lawn. Cynthia, knitting across from him with her tidy seriousness, he could feel her attention. What are you up to? Cynthia, said, is your intuition in running order? Is this earthquake weather? Is the land going to sink? Will war be declared? Or is it only that our Delphinium will die of blight? Hold on. Let me feel my bones. He opened his eyes and watched Cynthia turn, closing hers, and sitting absolutely statue still with her hands on her knees. Finally, shook her head and smiled. Nope. No war declared, no land sinking, not even the blight. Why? I've met a lot of doom talkers today. Two, anyway. And steam door burst up. Fortune's body jerky with his instruct. What? Tom, dragging his wooden fastened on, stepped out on the bed. Sorry, he said. What's wrong, Dad? Nothing. Fortune stood up, glad to be moved. That crop? Tom moved forward. Part of it. Boy, that's doing great. In just 7 hours with lots of water. Look how big the darn thing is. He set the plant on the table with his hand. The crop was indeed fertile. Hundreds of small, grayish-brown mushrooms were sprouting up and down there. You can't. Spoke first. Cynthia put out her hand to touch the plant and stood away. I hate to be a spoil sport, but there's no way for these to be anything else but mushrooms, is there? Tom looked as if he'd been insulted. What do you think I'm going to feed you? Poison fungoids? It's the citrus. How do you tell them apart? Eat 'em. If you live, they're mushrooms. If you drop dead, well, he had a great fall. He knew Fortune that only made his mother wink. I don't like Boy, oh boy. Please, when are we gonna have the next wet blanket sale in this house? That was a little never mind. Everyone figures they'll be ruined by the boy entrepreneur. Got hectic. Putnam got inside this easy enough. Slammed the cellar door and ran outside. Fortnum turned back to his wife, who, stricken, glanced away. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't know why. I just had to say that. Oh, no. Fortnum brought the phone outside on his head. You? It was Dorothy Williston. Sounded suddenly very old and very frightened. You? Roger isn't there, is he? Dorothy? No. He's gone. All his clothes are taken from the closet. Dorothy, hold on. I'll be there in a minute. You must help. You must. Something's happened to him. I know it. She wailed. Unless you do something, we'll never see him alive again. Very slowly, he put the receiver back in. Her voice even inside. The night crickets quite sudden were very loud. He felt the hairs, one by one, go up in the back of his neck. There can't do that, he thought. Billy! Can't do that, not in real life, it can't. But one, by slow twisted one, he scared Dick. The wire hangers were indeed empty. With a clatter, Fortnum shoved them aside and down along the rod and turned to look out of the door at the window. Joe. I was just walking by, said Joe, and saw the closet empty. All Dad's clothes gone. Everything is fine, Dorothy. We've had a wonderful life. I don't understand. I don't. She cried, putting her hands to her face. Fortnum stepped out of the closet. You didn't hear him leave the house. We were playing catch out front. Dad said he had to go in for me. I went around back. Then he was gone. He must have packed quickly and walked wherever he was going, so we wouldn't hear a cab pull up in front of the house. We were moving out through the hall. I'll check the train depot in the airport. Fortnum said. Dorothy, is there anything in Roger's bag? It wasn't insanity, she added. I feel somehow he was kidnapped. Fortnum shook his head. It doesn't seem reasonable he would arrange to pack, walk out of the house, and go meet with the suspect. Dorothy opened the door just to let the night and she went down the hall, turned to stare back into the room, her voice wandering. No. Somehow they came into the house, right in front of us, and stole him away. And a terrible thing has happened. Fortnum stepped out into the night and crossed the street. The doomed Dorothy, talking their doom. Goodbody, Roger, now Roger's wife. They had that. But what in God? How? He looked from Dorothy to her son. Joe, blinking wet in his eyes, for a long time turned, walked along the hall and stopped, fingering the knob of the cellar door. Fortnum felt his eyelids twitch, iris flecked as if he was snapping a picture of something he wanted to remember. Joe pulled the cellar door wide, stepped down outside. The door shut. Fortnum opened his mouth to speak, and Dorothy's hand was taken to him to look at her. Please, he said, find him for me. It's humanly possible. It's humanly possible. Lord, why did you close those? He walked off into the home. Gas, exhalation, asthmatic insult, a vaporing sneeze. Another dying in the dark. Goodbye, unseen beyond the hedge, working legs. Hand pump in, a bony elbow thrust. Sick, sweet smell of bug spray enveloped Fortnum to reach his house. Is it good, buddy? Still at it? In the black head, her voice reached. Damn it, yes. Aphid, water bugs, woodworms, and now the Machineries of Joy. Holy crap. What the? Machineries of Joy, of course. Me against them, and I intend to win. There. Yes, pleasing voice. Found his wife waiting for him in the porch, and this was going to have the Dorothy right off their door a few minutes ago. Portman was about to speak when the shadow moved inside. He was speaking noise. Tom vanished into the basement. Portman felt as if someone had set off an explosion in his face. He reeled. Citizens had announced familiarity of those waking dreams, but all motions were remembered before they occurred. All dialogue known before it falls from the lips. Found himself staring at the shut basement door. Cynthia came inside. What? Tom? Oh, I remember. Time mushrooms, making my thing. Aside from the movement of the elevator, nicely was lying in the dirt. Okay. Orson heard himself say. Cynthia took his arm. What about Roger? He's gone. You're wrong. I saw Roger every day the last 10 years. And you know a man that way. You can tell how things are. The things are in the oven and the knick-knack. Death hadn't breathed down his neck yet. He wasn't running scared after his immortal youth, taking pieces in someone else's orchard. No, I swear I bet my last dollar. Roger's doorbell rang behind me. The delivery boy had come up quietly onto the porch and standing there with a telegram. Fortnum? Cynthia snapped on the hall light as he ripped the envelope up and smoothed it out. Traveling New Orleans. This telegram possible off-guard moment. You must refuse, repeat, refuse all special delivery packages. Roger. Cynthia glanced up and said, I don't understand. What do you mean? Fortune's already at the telephone. Dialing. Operator? The police. And hurry. Boys, raise giant mushrooms in your cells. 10:15 the phone rang for the 6th time during the evening. Fortnum got it and immediately gasped. Roger, where are you? Where am I? Hell, said Roger brightly, almost amused. You know very well where I am. You're responsible for this. You should be angry. Cynthia did not. Hurried to take the attention from him and kissed him. When he heard the soft click, he went off. Roger, I swear I don't know. I got that telegram from you. What telegram? Said Roger Gilbert. I sent no telegram. Now, of a sudden, the police come pouring onto the southbound train, pull me off in some jerkwater, and I'm calling you to get them off my neck. You, if this is some joke. Roger, you just vanished. On a business trip, if you can call that vanishing. I told Dorothy about this, and Joe. This is all very confused, Roger. You're in no danger? Nobody's blackmailing you, forcing you into this speech? I'm fine, healthy, free, and unafraid. Roger, your premonitions? Poppycock. Now look, I'm being very good about this, aren't I? Sure, Roger. Then play the good father and give me permission to go. Call Dorothy, tell her I'll be back in 5 days. How could she have forgotten? She did, Roger. See you in 5 days, then? 5 days, I swear. With indeed, then warned the old Roger. Fortune shook his head. Roger, he said, this is the craziest day I've ever spent. You're not running off from Dorothy? Good Lord, you can tell me. I love her with all my heart. Now here's Lieutenant Parker of the Ridgetown Police. Goodbye, Hugh. The lieutenant was on the line, talking angrily. What had Fortnum meant putting him into this trouble? What was going on? Who did you think he was? Did or didn't he want his so-called friend held or released? Released, Fortnum managed to say from their own voice. Hung up the phone, and imagined he heard a voice call all aboard,
The massive thunder of the train leaving the station 200 miles south in the somehow increasingly dark night. Cynthia walked very slowly into the parlor. I feel so foolish, she said. How do you think I feel? Who could have sent that telegram and why? He poured himself some scotch and stood in the middle of the room. I'm glad Roger's all right, he said. He isn't. What you just said? I said nothing. After all, we couldn't very well drag him off that train and truss him up and send him home, could we? He insisted he was okay. No. He sent that telegram. Changed his mind after sending it. Why? 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 Portman faced the road, sitting with her. Why warn us against special delivery packages? The only package we've got this year fits that is the one Tom got this morning. Voice trailed off. Before he could move, Cynthia was at the wastepaper basket, taking out crumpled wrapping paper with a special delivery transfer. Postmark read, New Orleans, Louisiana. Cynthia looked up. New Orleans? Isn't that where Roger's heading right now? Doorknob rattled. Door opened and closed in Portman's room. Another doorknob rattled. Another door swung wide and then shut. There was a smell of damp earth. He found his hand dialing the phone. After a long while, Dorothy Willis answered at the other end. He could imagine her sitting alone in a house with too many lights. He talked quietly for a while, and cleared his throat and said, Dorothy, look, I know it sounds silly. Did any special delivery packages arrive at your house the last few days? Her voice was tense. No? Then, no wait, 3 days ago. But I thought you knew. All the boys in the block are going in for it. Portman measured his words carefully. Going in for what? That's why I asked, he said. There's nothing wrong with raising mushrooms, is there? Portman closed his eyes. You? Are you still there? I said there's nothing wrong with raising mushrooms, said Portman laughed. No, nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Slowly, the curtains blew like veils of moonlight, blocked the after-midnight world flowed into and filled with it. He heard Mrs. Goodbody's clear voice from the morning there, a million years long. He heard Roger putting a cloud over the sun. He heard the police standing in by phone from down the street. Then Roger's voice, the locomotive thunder hurrying away in the road, faded. Finally, Mrs. Goodbody's voice behind the head. Lord, it goes fast. What does? The Marasmius Oriade. After his eyes opened. Downstairs a moment later, he flipped through the unabridged dictionary. Forefinger underlined the words, Marasmius Oriade, a mushroom commonly found on lawns in summer and early autumn. Outside in the deep summer night, he lit a cigarette. A meteor fell across space, burning itself out there. Trees rustled. Front door tapped shut. Cynthia moved forward in her robe. Can't sleep? Too warm, I guess. Not warm. No, feeling his arms. In fact, it's cold. Stuck one cigarette pipe, and not looking at her, said, Cynthia, what is... No, he said. Well, what if Roger was right? Mrs. Goodman, well, she's right, too. Something terrible is. Well, nodded at the sky and moved on. Earth being invaded by things from other worlds. You? No, let me run wild. It's quite obvious we're not being invaded, or we'd notice. Let's say we've only happened to become uneasy about it. What? How could we be invaded? By what means could creatures invade?
Cynthia looked at the time and thought trifling to interrupt. No, not meteors or flying saucers. You didn't see. What about bacteria? That comes from outer space too, doesn't it? I read once. Yes. Spores, seeds, pollen, viruses probably bombard our atmosphere by the billions every second, sometimes so for millions of years. Right now, we're sitting up near an invisible rain, all over the country, city, town, right now, hour long. Hour long. And Mrs. Goodbody. People like her are always pulling weeds, spraying poison, kicking toadstools off the grass. It would be hard for any strange life form to survive in cities, where there's a problem too. Just be south, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana. Back in the damp bayous, they could grow to a fine size. Cynthia was beginning to laugh. Oh, really? You don't believe, do you, that this great bayou or whatever greenhouse novelty company is owned and operated by 6-foot-tall mushrooms from another planet? What does that really sound funny? Funny, it's hilarious. Sure it is. Good grief. Something's going on. Mrs. Goodbody is rooting out and killing Marasmius oriades. What is Marasmius oriades? A certain kind of mushroom. Simultaneously, and I suppose you'll call it coincidence, by special delivery, what arrives the same day? Mushrooms to Tom. What else happens? Roger fears he may soon cease to be. Within hours, he vanished and telegraphed us, warning us not to accept what? Special delivery mushrooms to Tom. Roger's son got a similar package in the last few days. In fact, where did the packages come from? New Orleans. Where is Roger going when he vanishes? New Orleans. You see, Cynthia, do you see? I wouldn't be upset if all these separate things didn't lock together. Roger, Tom, Joe, mushrooms, Mrs. Goodbody, packages, destinations, everything in one package. He's watching his face, quietly, still amused. Don't get angry. I'm not. No, Cynthia could not go on. He was afraid that if he did, he would find himself shouting his laughter too, somehow he did not want to. He stared at the surrounding houses up and down the block, and thought of the dark cellars and the neighbor boys who read popular mechanics, and sent their money into the millions to raise the mushrooms hidden away. Just as he, a boy, nailed off for chemicals, seeds, turtles, numberless paths, sticky joints. How many million American homes tonight were billions of mushrooms rousing up under the administration of the Union? You? Lightly touching his arms. Mushrooms, even big ones, can't think, move, don't have arms and legs. How could they run a mail order service and take over the world? Come on now, let's look at your terrible kings and monsters. He pulled him toward the door. Inside, he headed to the cellar, but he stopped shaking his head. A foolish smile shaping itself somehow to his mind. No, I know what we're talking about. You win. The whole thing's silly. Roger will be back next week and we'll all get it. One of them. I'll drink a glass of warm milk to see what we're in. That's right. Kissed him on both cheeks, squeezed him, and went away upstairs. In the kitchen, he took out a glass, opened the refrigerator, and was pouring the milk in his top tub. Near the front of the top shelf was a small yellow dish. It was not the dish that held his milk. It was what lay in the dish. A fresh cut mustard. He must have stood there for half a minute, his breath crossing the air, before he reached out, folded the dish, sniffed, felt the mushrooms, and at last, carrying the dish, without even halting. He looked up the stairs, hearing Cynthia moving about in the bedroom, and was about to call up to her. Cynthia, did you put these in the refrigerator? No. Right. No. He put the dish of mushrooms on the newel upright at the bottom of the stairs and was listening. He imagined himself in bed, looking at the walls, through the windows, watching the moonlight shift pattern going through it. Heard himself saying, Cynthia? Her answer, yes. Then saying, there is a way for mushrooms to grow arms and legs. What? He would say. Silly man. What? He would gather courage against her hilarious reaction and go on. What if a man wandered through the swamp, picked the mushrooms, and ate them? Once inside the man, did the mushrooms spread through his blood, take over every cell, and change the man from a man to a Martian? Given this to it, did the mushroom need its own arms and legs? No. Not when it could follow people, live inside, and become them. Roger ate mushrooms given him by his son. Roger became something else. He kidnapped himself. And in one last flash of sanity, of being himself, he telegraphed, warning us not to accept special delivery mushrooms. Roger, telephoned later, was no longer Roger. But attached with what he had eaten. The figure simply doesn't get. No, said the imagination. No, it doesn't. No, no, no. There was the faintest rustle, stir. Taking his eyes from the bowl, Fulton walked to the cellar desk and put it over. Tom, are you down there? Tom. After a long while, Tom's voice came up. Yes, Dad. After midnight, fighting through the voice going on. What are you doing down there? I said, tending to my crop. Now get the hell out of there, you hear me? Listen. You put some mushrooms in the refrigerator tonight? If so, why? 10 seconds. 5. Order 5. For you and Mom to eat, of course. Fortune heard his heart moving swiftly as he deep breaths were on. Mom, you didn't. That is, you haven't by any chance eaten some of the mushrooms yourself, have you? Funny you asked that. Yes, tonight, on a sandwich, after supper. Why? Fortune held to the door. Now it was his turn, not mine. He felt his knees beginning to melt and felt a whole silly senseless through the curtain. No reason, I'd say. He lifted him. Dad? Oh, Tom, thought her. Come on down. I want you to see the harvest. Portman felt the knob slip. Knob right. Dad. Dad? Oh, Tom. Fortnum opened the door. Cellar was completely black. Stretched his hand in toward the light switch. Just sensing this from somewhere, Tom said, Don't. Life's bad for the mushrooms. Took his hand off the switch. Followed. He looked back at the stair leading up to his wife. I suppose, what? You'd go say goodbye to Cynthia. Why should I think that? Why in God's name should I think that at all? Reason, is there? Tom, there's Texas from the air. Ready or not, here I come. Stepping down back.
Almost the end of the world. Sighting Rock Junction, Arizona, at noon on August 22nd, 1967. Willie Bersinger let his miner's boot rest easy on the jalopy's accelerator and talked quietly to his partner, Samuel Fitz. Yes, sir, Samuel, it's great hitting town. After a couple of months out at the Penny Dreadful mine, jukebox looks like a stained glass window to me. We need the town. Without it, we might wake some morning and find ourselves all jerked beef and petrified rock. And then, of course, town needs us, too. How's that? Asked Samuel Fitz. Well, we bring things into town that it hasn't got. Mountains, creeks, desert nights, stars, things like that. And it was true, thought Willie, driving along.
Set a man way out in the strange lands, and he fills with well springs of silence. Silence of sagebrush, or a mountain lion purring like a warm beehive at noon. Silence of the river shallows deep in the canyons. All this a man takes in. Opening his mouth in town, he breathes it out. Oh, how I love to climb into that old barbershop chair, Willie admitted, and see all those city men lined up under the naked lady calendars, staring back at me, waiting while I chew over my philosophy of rocks and mirages and the kind of time that just sits out there in the hills waiting for man to go away. I exhale, and that wilderness settles in a fine dust on the customers. Oh, it's nice. Me talking, soft and easy, up and down, on and on. In his mind, he saw the customers' eyes strike fire. Someday they would yell and rabbit for the hills, leaving families and time-clock civilization behind. It's good to feel wanted, said Willie. You and me, Samuel, are basic necessities for those city-dwelling folks. Gangway, Rock Junction. And with a tremulous tin whistling, they steamed across city limits into awe and wonder. They had driven perhaps 100 feet through town when Willie kicked the brakes. A great shower of rust flakes sifted from the jalopy fenders. Cars stood cowering in the road. Something's wrong, said Willie. He squinted his lynx eyes this way and that. He snuffed his huge nose. You feel it? You smell it? Sure, said Samuel uneasily. But what? Willie scowled. You ever see a sky blue cigar store, Indian? Never did. There's one over there. Ever see a pink dog kennel? An orange outhouse? A lilac-colored bird bath? There, and over there. Both men had risen slowly now to stand on the creaking floorboard. Samuel, whispered Willie, the whole damn shooting match. Every kindling pile, porch rail, gee-gaw, gingerbread, fence, fire plug, garbage truck, the whole blasted town. Look at it. It was painted just an hour ago. No, said Samuel Fitz. There stood the band pavilion, the Baptist church, the firehouse, the Oddfellows orphanage, the railroad depot, the county jail, the cat hospital, all the bungalows, cottages, greenhouses, gazebos, shop signs, mail boxes, telephone poles, and trash bins, around and in between. They all blazed with corn yellow, crabapple green, circus reds, from water tank to tabernacle. Each building looked as if God had jigsawed it, colored it, and set it out to dry a moment ago. Not only that, but where weeds had always been, now cabbages, green onions, and lettuce crammed every yard. Crowds of curious sunflowers clocked the noon sky. Pansies lay under unnumbered trees, cool as summer puppies, their great damp eyes peering over rolled lawns, mint green as Irish travel posters. To top it all, 10 boys, faces scrubbed, hair brilliantined, shirts, pants, and tennis shoes clean as chunks of snow raced by. The town, said Willie, watching them run, has gone mad. Mystery. Mystery everywhere. Samuel, what kind of tyrants come to power? What law was passed that keeps boys clean, drives people to paint every toothpick, every geranium pot? Smell that smell? Fresh wallpaper in all those houses. Doom in some horrible shape has tried and tested these people. Human nature doesn't just get this picky perfect overnight. I'll bet all the gold I panned last month, those attics, those cellars, are cleaned out, all shipshape. I'll bet you a real thing fell on this town. Why, I can almost hear the cherubim singing in the garden, Samuel protested. How you figure doom? Shake my hand, put her there. I'll bet and take your money. Jalopy swerved around the corner through a wind that smelled of turpentine and whitewash. Samuel threw out a gum wrapper, snorting. He was somewhat surprised at what happened next. An old man in new overalls, with mirror-bright shoes, ran out into the street, grabbed the crumpled gum wrapper, and shook his fist after the departing jalopy. Doom. Samuel Fitz looked back, his voice fading. Well, the bet still stands. They opened the door upon a barber shop teeming with customers, whose hair had already been cut and oiled, whose faces were shaved close and pink, yet who sat waiting to vault back into the chairs where 3 barbers flourished their shears and combs. A stock market uproar filled the room, as customers and barbers all talked at once. When Willie and Samuel entered, the uproar ceased instantly. It was as if they'd fired a shotgun blast through the door. Sam? Willie? In the silence, some of the sitting men stood up and some of the standing men sat down, slowly, staring. Samuel, said Willie out of the corner of his mouth, I feel like the Red Death standing here. Aloud he said, Howdy! Here I am to finish my lecture on the interesting flora and fauna of the great American desert. And, no! Antonelli, the head barber, rushed frantically at Willie, seized his arm, clapped his hand over Willie's mouth like a snuffer on a candle. Willie, he whispered, looking apprehensively over his shoulder at his customers. Promise me one thing. Buy a needle and thread, sew up your lips. Silence, man, if you value your life. Willie and Samuel felt themselves hurried forward. 2 already neat customers leaped out of the barber chairs without being asked. As they stepped into the chairs, the 2 miners glimpsed their own images in the fly-specked mirror. Samuel, there we are. Look. Compare. Why, said Samuel, blinking, we're the only men in all Rock Junction who really need a shave and a haircut. Strangers. Antonelli laid them out in the chairs as if to anesthetize them quickly. You don't know what strangers you are. Why, we've only been gone a couple of months. The steaming towel inundated Willie's face. He subsided with muffled cries. In steaming darkness, he heard Antonelli's low and urgent voice. We'll fix you to look like everyone else. Not that the way you look is dangerous, no, but the kind of talk you miners talk might upset folks at a time like this. Time like this, hell! Willie lifted the seething towel. One bleary eye fixed Antonelli. What's wrong with Rock Junction? Not just Rock Junction. Antonelli gazed off at some incredible dream beyond the horizon. Phoenix, Tucson, Denver, all the cities in America. My wife and I are going as tourists to Chicago next week. Imagine, Chicago all painted and clean and new. The Pearl of the Orient, they call it. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Buffalo, the same. All because, well, get up now, walk over and switch on that television set against the wall. Willie handed Antonelli the steaming towel, walked over. Switched on the television set, listened to it hum, fiddled to the dials, and waited. White snow drifted down the screen. Try the radio now, said Antonelli. Willie felt everyone watch as he twisted the radio dial from station to station. Hell, he said at last. Both your television and radio are broken. No, said Antonelli simply. Willie lay back down in the chair and closed his eyes. Antonelli leaned forward, breathing hard. Listen, he said. Imagine 4 weeks ago, a late Saturday morning, women and children staring at clowns and magicians on TV. In beauty shops, women staring at TV fashions. In the barber shop and hardware stores, men staring at baseball or trout fishing. Everybody, everywhere in the civilized world staring. No sound, no motion, except on the little black and white screens. And then, in the middle of all that staring, Antonelli paused to lift up one corner of the broiling cloth. Sunspots on the sun, he said. Willie stiffened. Biggest damn sunspots in the history of mortal man, said Antonelli. Whole damn world, flooded with electricity. Wiped every TV screen clean as a whistle, leaving nothing. And after that, more nothing. His voice was remote as the voice of a man describing an Arctic landscape. He lathered Willie's face, not looking at what he was doing. Willie peered across the barber shop at the soft snow falling down and down that humming screen in an eternal winter. He could almost hear the rabbit thumping of all the hearts in the shop. Antonelli continued his funeral oration. It took us all that first day to realize what had happened. 2 hours after that first sunspot storm hit, every TV repairman in the United States was on the road. Everyone figured it was just their own set. With radios conked out, too, it was only that night when newsboys, like in the old days, ran headlines through the streets that we got the shock about the sunspots maybe going on for the rest of our lives. The customers murmured. Antonelli's hand, holding the razor, shook. He had to wait. All that blankness, that empty stuff falling down inside our television sets. Oh, I tell you, it gave everyone the willies. It was like a good friend who talks to you in your front room and suddenly shuts up and lies there, pale, and you know he's dead, and you begin to turn cold yourself. That first night, there was a run on the town's movie houses. Films weren't much, but it was like the Oddfellows' ball downtown till midnight. Drugstores fizzed up 200 vanilla, 300 chocolate sodas that first night of the calamity. But you can't buy movies and sodas every night. What then? Phone your in-laws for canasta or for cheesy? Might as well, observed Willie, blow your brains out. Sure, but people had to get out of their haunted houses. Walking through their parlors was like whistling past a graveyard. All that silence. Willie sat up a little. Speaking of silence, on the third night, said Antonelli quickly, we were all still in a shock. We were saved from outright lunacy by one woman. Somewhere in this town, this woman strolled out of the house and came back a minute later. In one hand she held a paintbrush, and in the other, a bucket of paint, said Willie. Everyone smiled, seeing how well he understood. If those psychologists ever strike off gold medals, they should pin one on that woman. And every woman like her in every little town has saved our world from coming to an end. Those women who instinctively wandered in at twilight and brought us the miracle cure. Willie imagined it. There were the glaring fathers and the scowling sons slumped by their dead TV sets, waiting for the damn things to shout ball one or strike two. And then they looked up from their wake, and there in the twilight saw the fair women of great purpose and dignity standing and waiting with brushes and paint, and a glorious light kindled their cheeks and eyes. Lord, it spread like wildfire, said Antonelli, house to house, city to city. Jigsaw puzzle craze, 1932, yo-yo craze, 1928, were nothing compared with the everybody do everything craze that blew this town to smithereens and glued it back again. Men everywhere slapped paint on anything that stood still 10 seconds. Men everywhere climbed steeples, straddled fences, fell off roofs and ladders by the hundreds. Women painted cupboards, closets. Kids painted tinker toys, wagons, kites. If they hadn't kept busy, you could have built a wall around this town and renamed it Babbling Brooks. All towns everywhere the same, where people had forgotten how to waggle their jaws, make their own talk. I tell you, men were moving in mindless circles, dazed, until their wives shoved a brush into their hands and pointed them toward the nearest unpainted wall. Looks like you finished the job, said Willie. Paint stores ran out of paint 3 times first week. Antonelli surveyed the town with pride. The painting could only last so long, of course, unless you start painting hedges and spraying grass blades one by one. And now that the attics and cellars are cleaned out, too, our fire is seeping off into, well, women canning fruit again, making tomato pickles, raspberry, strawberry preserves. Basement shelves are loaded, big church doings, too, organized bowling, night donkey baseball, box socials, beer busts. Music shop sold 500 ukuleles, 212 steel guitars, 460 ocarinas, and kazoos in 4 weeks. I'm studying trombone. Mac there, the flute. Band concerts Thursday and Sunday nights. Hand crank ice cream machines. Bert Tyson sold 200 last week alone. 28 days, Willie. 28 days that shook the world. Willie Bersinger and Samuel Fitz sat there trying to imagine and feel the shock, the crushing blow. 28 days, the barbershop jammed with men getting shaved twice a day so they could sit and stare at customers like they might say something, said Antonelli, shaving Willie now. Once, remember, before TV, barbers were supposed to be great talkers. Well, this month it took us 1 whole week to warm up, get the rust out. Now we're spouting 14 to the dozen. No quality, but our quantity is ferocious. When you came in, you heard the commotion. Oh, it'll simmer down when we get used to the great oblivion. Is that what everyone calls it? It sure looked that way to most of us there for a while. Willie Persinger laughed quietly and shook his head. Now I know why you didn't want me to start lecturing when I walked in that door. Of course, thought Willie, why didn't I see it right off? 4 short weeks ago, the wilderness fell on this town and shook it good and scared it plenty. Because of the sunspots, all the towns in all the western world have had enough silence to last them 10 years. Here I come by with another dose of silence. My easy talk about deserts and nights with no moon and only stars. Just a little sound of the sand blowing along the empty river bottom. No telling what might have happened if Aunt Nellie hadn't shut me up. I see me tired and feathered leaving town. Antonelli, he said aloud. Thanks. For nothing, said Antonelli. He picked up his comb and shears. Now, short on the sides, long and back? Long on the sides, said Willie Bersinger, closing his eyes again. Short in back. An hour later, Willie and Samuel climbed back into their jalopy, which someone, they never knew who, had washed and polished while they were in the barber shop. Doom! Samuel handed over a small sack of gold dust. With a capital D. Keep it. Willie sat thoughtful behind the wheel. Let's take this money and hit out for Phoenix, Tucson, Kansas City. Why not? Right now we're a surplus commodity around here. We won't be welcome again until those little sets begin to herringbone and dance and sing. Sure as hell if we stay, we'll open our traps, and the Gila monsters and chicken hawks in the wilderness will slip out and make us trouble. Willie squinted at the highway straight ahead. Pearl of the Orient, that's what he said. Can you imagine that dirty old town, Chicago, all painted up fresh and new as a babe in the morning light? We just got to go see Chicago, by God. He started the car, let it idle, and looked at the town. Man survives, he murmured. Man endures. Too bad we missed the big change. It must have been a fierce thing, a time of trials and testing. Samuel, I don't recall, do you? What have we ever seen on TV? Saw a woman wrestle a bear 2 falls out of 3 one night. Who won? Damned if I know. But then the jalopy moved and took Willie Bersinger and Samuel Fitz with it, their hair cut, oiled, and neat on their sweet-smelling skulls, their cheeks pink-shaven, their fingernails flashing in the sun. They sailed under clipped green, fresh-watered trees, through flowered lanes, past daffodil, lilac, violet, rose, and peppermint-colored houses on the dustless road. Pearl of the Orient, here we come. A perfumed dog with permanented hair ran out, nipped their tires, and barked till they were gone away and completely out of sight. Perhaps we are going away. It was a strange thing, could not be told. It touched along the hairs on his neck as he lay wakening. Eyes shut, he pressed his hands to the dirt. Was the earth shaking old fires under its thrust, turning over in its sleep? Or a buffalo on the dust prairies and the whistling grass, drumming the sod, moving this way like a dark weather? No. What? What then? He opened his eyes, and was the boy Ho-Ah-Wee, a tribe named for a bird, for the hills named for the shadows of owls, for the great ocean itself, on a day that was evil for no reason. Ho-Ah-Wee stared at the tent flap, shivered like a great beast remembering winter. Tell me, he thought, terrible thing, where does it come from? Whom will it kill? He lifted the flap and stepped out into his village. He turned slowly, a boy with bones on his dark cheek like heels of small birds flying. Brown eyes saw God-filled, cloud-filled sky. His cupped ear heard thistles ticking the war drum. But still, the greater mystery drew him to the edge of the village. Here, legend said, the land went on like a tide to another sea.
Green here and there was as much earth as there were stars across the night sky. Somewhere in all that land, storms of black buffalo harvested the grass. Here stood Ho'awi, his stomach stiff, wondering, searching, waiting, afraid. You too, said the shadow of a hawk. Ho'awi turned. It was the shadow of his grandfather's hand that wrote on the wind. No, grandfather made the sign for silence. His tongue moved soft in a toothless mouth. His eyes were small creeks running behind his sunken flesh bed, cracked sand washes of his face. Now they stood on the edge of the day, drawn close to the unknown. The old man was as the boy had been. His mummified ear turned, his nostrils twitched. Old man, too, ached for some answering growl from any direction that would tell them only a great timber fall of weather had dropped from the distant sky. The wind gave no answer, spoke only to itself. The old man made the sign which said they must go on the great hunt. This, said his hands like mouths, was a day for the rabbit young and the featherless old. Let no warrior come with them. Ere the dying vulture must track together. But only the very young saw life ahead, and only the very old saw life behind. The others between, so busy with life, they saw nothing. The old man wheeled slowly in all directions. Yes, he knew, he was certain, he was sure. Find this thing of darkness would take the innocence of the newborn and the innocence of the blind to see very clearly. Come, said the trembling fingers. Snuffling rabbits, earthbound hawks, shadowed out of the village in the changing weather. They searched the high hills to see if the stones lay atop each other. They were so arranged. They scanned the prairies, found only the winds which played there like tribal children all day. Found arrowheads and old wars. No, the old man's hand drew on the sky. The men of this nation and that beyond smoked by the summer fires while the squaws cut wood. It was not arrows flying that we all must fear. At last, when the sun sank into the nation of buffalo hunters, the old man looked up. Birds, his hand cried suddenly, are flying south. Summer is over. No, the boy's hand said, summer has just begun. I see no birds. They are so high, said the old man's fingers, that only the blind can feel their passage. They shadow the heart more than the earth. I feel them pass south in my blood. Summer goes. You may go with it. Perhaps we are going away. No, cried the boy aloud, suddenly afraid. Go where? Why? For what? Who knows, said the old man. Perhaps we will not move. Still, even without moving, perhaps we are going away. No, go back, cried the boy to the ancient sky, the birds in the unshadowed air. Summer, stay! No use, said the old one's single hand, moving by itself. Not you or me or our people can stay this weather. It is a season change, come to live on the land for all time. But from where does it come? This way, the old man laughed. And in the dusk, they looked down at the great waters of the east that went over the edge of the world, and no one had ever known. There, the old man's hand clenched and clasped. There it is. Far ahead, a single light burned on the shore. With the moon rising, the old man and the rabbit boy padded on the sand, heard strange voices in the sea, smelled wild burning from the now suddenly close fire. They crawled on their bellies. They lay looking in at the light. The more he looked, the colder Ho'awi became. He knew that all the old man had said was true. But drawn to this fire built of sticks and moss, which flickered brightly in the soft evening wind, which was cooler now at the heart of summer, were such creatures as he had never seen. These were men with faces like white-hot coals, with some eyes in these faces as blue as sky. All these men had glossy hair on their cheeks and chin, which grew to a point. One man stood with raised lightning in his hand, a great moon of sharp stuff on his head like the face of a fish. The others had bright, round, tinkling crusts of material cleaved to their chests, which gonged slightly when they moved. As Hoawi watched, some men lifted the gonging bright things from their heads, unskinned the eye-blinding crab shells, the turtle casings from their chests, their arms, their legs, and tossed these discarded sheaths to the sand. Doing this, the creatures laughed, while out in the bay stood a black shape on the waters. Great dark canoe, things like torn clouds hung on poles over it. After a long while of holding their breath, the old man and the boy went away. On the hill, they watched the fire that was no bigger than a star now. You could wink it out with an eyelash. If you closed your eyes, it was destroyed. Still, it remained. Is this, asked the boy, great happening? The old one's face was that of a fallen eagle, filled with dreadful years and unwanted wisdom. The eyes were resplendently bright, as if they welled with a rise of cold, clear water, in which all could be seen. Like a river that drank the sky and earth and knew it, accepted silently, and would not deny the accumulation of dust, time, shape, sound, and death. The old man nodded. What? This was the terrible weather. This was how summer would end. This made the birds feel south, shadowless, through a grieving land. Worn hands stopped moving. Time of questions was done. Far away, the fire leaped. One of the creatures moved. The bright stuff on his tortoise-shell body flashed. It was like an arrow cutting a wound in the night. Then the boy vanished in darkness, following the eagle and the hawk that lived in the stone body of his grandfather. Below, the sea reared up and poured another great salt wave in billions of pieces, crashed and hissed like knives forming along the continental shores. And the sailor, home from the sea. Morning, Captain. Good morning, Hanks. Coffee's ready, sir. Sit down. Thank you, Hanks. The old man sat by the galley table, his hands in his lap. He looked at them. They were like speckled trout idling beneath frosty waters, the exhalations of his faint breath on the air. He had seen such trout as these, surfacing in the mountain streams when he was 10. He became fascinated with their trembling motion there below, for as he watched, they seemed to grow paler. Captain, said Hanks, you all right? Captain jerked his head up and flashed his old burning glance. Of course. What do you mean, am I all right? The cook put down the coffee, from which rose warm vapors of women so far gone in his past they were only dark musk, and rubbed incense to his nose. Quite suddenly he sneezed, and Hanks was there with a cloth. Thank you, Hanks. He blew his nose and then tremblingly drank the brew. Hanks? Yes, sir, Captain. The barometer's falling. Hanks turned to stare at the wall. No, sir. It's fair and mild. That's what it says, fair and mild. Storm is rising, and it will be a long time and a hard pull before another calm. I won't have that kind of talk, said Hanks, circling him. I must say what I feel. Calm had to end one day. Storm had to come. I've been ready now a long time. A long time, yes. How many years? The sand fell through the glass beyond counting. The snows fell through the glass, too, applying and reapplying whiteness to whiteness, burying deeper and yet deeper winters beyond recall. He got up, swaying, moved to the galley door, opened it, and stepped forth. Onto the porch of a house, built like the prow of a ship. Onto a porch whose deck was tarred ship's timbers. He looked down upon not water, but the sun-baked dirt of his front yard. Moving to the rail, he gazed upon gently rolling hills that spread forever in any direction you wheeled to strike your eye. What am I doing here, he thought with sudden wildness, on a strange ship-house, stranded without canvas in the midst of lonesome prairies, where the only sound is bird shadow one way in autumn, another way comes spring. What indeed? He quieted, raising the binoculars which hung from the rail to survey the emptiness of land as well as life. Kate, Catherine, Katie, where are you? He was always forgetting by night, drowned deep in his bed, remembering by day when he came forth from memory. He was alone, and had been alone for 20 years now, save for Hank's. The first face had gone, the last at sundown. And Kate? 1,000 storms and 1,000 calms ago there had been a calm and a storm that had stayed on the rest of his life. There she is, Kate, he heard his early morning voice running along the dock. There's the ship will take us wherever we want to go. And again they moved incredible pair. Kate miraculously, 25 at most, and himself leaned far into his 40s, but no more than a child holding her hand, drawing her up the gangplank. Then, hesitant, Kate turned to face the Alexandrian hills of San Francisco and said half aloud to herself, or no one, I shall never touch land again. No, the trip's not that long. Oh, yes, she said quietly. It will be a very long journey. And for a moment all he heard was the immense creaking of the ship, like a fate turning in its sleep. Now, why did I say that? She asked. Silly. She put her foot out and down and stepped aboard the ship. They sailed that night for the Southern Isles, a groom with the skin of a tortoise, and the bride, lithe as a salamander, dancing on the fiery hearth of the afterdeck on August afternoon. Then midway in the voyage, a calm fell upon the ship like a great warm breath, an exhalation that collapsed the sails in a mournful yet a peaceful sigh. Perhaps this sigh awakened him, or perhaps it was Katie, rising up to listen. Not a rat scurry of rope, not a whisper of canvas, not a rustle of naked feet on the deck. The ship was spelled for certain. It was as if the moon rising had said a single silver word, peace. The men, fastened to their stations by the incantation of the word, did not turn when the captain moved the rail with his wife and sensed that now had become eternity. And then, as if she could read the future in the mirror that held the ship fast, she said fervently, There's never been a finer night or 2 happier people on a better ship. Oh, I wish we could stay here 1,000 years. This is perfect. Our own world, where we make our own laws and live by them. Promise you'll never let me die. Never, he said. Shall I tell you why? Yes, and make me believe it. He remembered then and told her of a story he had heard once of a woman so lovely the gods were jealous of time, and put her to sea, and said she might never touch shore again, where the earth might burden her with gravity and weaken her with vain encounters, senseless excursions, wild alarms that would cause her death. If she stayed on the water, she would live forever and be beautiful. So she sailed many years, passing the island where her lover grew old. Time and again she called to him, demanding that he summon her ashore. But, fearful of her destruction, he refused. And one day she took it on herself to land and run to him. And they had one night together, a night of beauties and wonder, before he found her, when the sun rose, a very old woman, a withered leaf at his side. Did I hear the story once? He asked. Or will someone tell it later, and are we part of it? Is that why I've carried you off from the land, so the noise and traffic and millions of people and things can't wear you away? But Kate was laughing at him now. She threw her head back and let the sound out, for every man's head turned and every mouth smiled. Tom, remember what I said before we sailed? I'd never touch land again? I must have guessed your reason for running off with me. All right, then. I'll stay on board wherever we go, around the world. Then I'll never change. You won't either, will you? I'll always be 48. And he laughed too, glad he had got the darkness out of himself. Holding her shoulders and kissing her throat, it was like bending to winter at the heart of August. And that night, in the blazing calm that would last forever, she was a fall of snow in his bed. Hanks, do you remember the calm in August '97? The old man examined his faraway hand. How long did it last? 9-10 days, sir. No, Hanks. I swear it, we lived 9 full years in those days of the calm.
9 days, 9 years. And in the midst of those days and years, he thought, "Oh, Kate, I'm glad I brought you. I'm glad I didn't let the others joke me out of making myself younger by touching you. Love is everywhere," they said, "waiting on the docks, underneath the trees, like warm coconuts to be fondled, nuzzled, drunk." But God, they're wrong. Poor drunken souls. Let them wrestle apes in Borneo, melons in Sumatra. What could they build with dancing monkeys in dark rooms? Sailing home, those captains slept with themselves. Such sinful company, 10,000 miles. No, Kate, no matter what, there's us. And the great deep breathing calm went on at the center of the ocean world, beyond which lay nothing. The dreadnought continents foundered and sunk by time. But on the 9th day, the men themselves let down the boats and sat there in them, waiting for orders. There was nothing for it but to row for a wind, the captain joining his men. Toward the end of the 10th day, an island came slowly up over the horizon. He called to his wife, "Kate, we'll row in for provisions. Will you come along?" She stared at the island as if she had seen it somewhere long before she was born, and shook her head slowly, "No." "Go on. I won't touch land until we're home." Looking up at her, he knew that she was, by instinct, living the legend he had so lightly spun and told. Like the golden woman in the myth, she sensed some secret evil on a lonely swelter of sand and coral that might diminish or more destroy her. "God bless you, Kate. 3 hours." And he rowed away to the island with his men. Late in the day they rowed back with 5 kegs of fresh sweet water, and the boats odorous of warm fruit and flowers. And waiting for him was Kate, who would not go ashore, who would not, she said, touch ground. She was first to drink the clear, cool water. Brushing her hair, looking out at the unmoved tides that night, she said, "It's almost over. There'll be a change by morning. Oh, Tom, hold me. After it's being so warm, it'll be so cold." In the night he woke. Kate, breathing in the dark, murmured. Her hand fell upon his, white hot. She cried out in her sleep. He felt her wrist, and there first heard the rising of the storm. As he sat by her, the ship lifted high on a great, slow breast of water, and the spell was broken. The slack canvas shuddered against the sky. Every rope hummed as if a huge hand had passed down the ship as over a silent harp, calling forth fresh sounds of voyaging. The calm over, one storm began. Another followed. Of the 2 storms, one ended abruptly. The fever that raged in Kate and burned her to a white dust. Great silence moved in her body, and then did not move at all. The sail mender was brought to dress her for the sea. The motion of his needle flickering in the underwater light of the cabin was like a tropic fish, sharp, thin, infinitely patient, nibbling away at the shroud, skirting the dark, sealing the silence in. In the final hours of the vast storm above, they brought the white calm from below and let her free in a fall that tore the sea only a moment. Then, without trace, Kate and life were gone. Kate, Kate, oh, Kate! He could not leave her here, lost to the tidal flows between the Japan Sea and the Golden Gate. Weeping that night, he stormed himself out of the storm. Gripped to the wheel, he circled the ship again and again around that wound that had healed with untimely swiftness. Then he knew a calm that lasted the rest of his days. He never raised his voice or clenched his fist again to any man. And with that pale voice and unclenched fist, he turned the ship away at last from the unscarred ground, circled the earth, delivered his goods, and turned his face from the sea for all time. Leaving his ship to nudge the green-mantled dock, he walked and rowed inland 1,200 miles. Blindly, he bought land. Blindly, he built, with Hank, not knowing for a long while what he had bought or built. Only knowing that he had always been too old and had been young for a short hour with Kate. Now was very old indeed, and would never chance such an hour again. So in mid-continent, 1,000 miles from the sea on the east,
1,000 miles from the hateful sea in the west. He damned the life and the water he had known, remembering not what had been given, but what had been so swiftly taken away. On this land, then, he walked out and cast forth seed, prepared himself for his first harvest, and called himself farmer. But one night, in the first summer of living as far from the sea as any man could get, he was waked by an incredible, a familiar sound. Trembling in his bed, he whispered, "No, no, it can't be. Mad! But listen!" He opened the farmhouse door to look upon the land. He stepped out on the porch, felled to this thing he had done without knowing it. He held to the porch rail and blinked, wet-eyed, out beyond his house. There in the moonlight, hill after slow-rising hill of wheat blew in tidal winds with the motion of waves. An immense Pacific of grain shimmered off beyond seeing, with his house, his now recognized ship, becalmed in its midst. He stayed out half the night, striding here, standing there, stunned with the discovery, lost in the deeps of this inland sea. And with the following years, tackle by tackle, timber by timber, the house shaped itself to the size, feel, and thrust of ships he had sailed in crueler winds and deeper waters. "How long, Hanks, since we last saw water?" 20 years, Captain." "Oh, yesterday morning." Coming back through the door, his heart pounded. The wall barometer clouded over, flickered with a faint lightning that played along the rims of his eyelids. "No coffee, Hanks, just a cup of clear water." Hanks went away and came back. "Hanks, promise. Bury me where she is." "But, Captain, she's—" Hanks stopped. He nodded. "Where she is?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Now give me the cup." The water was fresh. It came from the islands beneath the earth that tasted of sleep. "1 cup. She was right, Hanks, you know, not to touch land ever again. She was right. But I brought her 1 cup of water from the land. The land was in water that touched her lips. 1 cup. Oh, if only—" He shifted it in his rusted hands. A typhoon swarmed from nowhere, filling the cup, with a black storm raging in a small place. He raised the cup and drank the typhoon. "Hanks," someone cried, but not he. The typhoon, storming, had gone, and he with it. The cup fell empty to the floor. It was a mild morning. The air was sweet and the wind steady. Hanks had worked half the night digging and half the morning filling. Now the work was done. The town minister helped, and then stood back as Hanks jigsawed the final square of sod in place. Piece after piece he fitted neatly and tamped and joined. And on each piece, as Hanks had made certain, was the golden, the full, rich, ripe-grained heap, as high as a 10-year-old boy. Hanks bent and put the last piece to rest. "No marker?" asked the minister. "Oh, no, sir. There never will be one." The minister started to protest, and Hanks took his arm and walked him up the hill a way, then turned and pointed back. They stood a long moment. The minister nodded at last, smiled quietly, and said, "I see. I understand." For there was just the ocean of wheat going on and on forever, vast tides of it blowing in the wind, moving east and ever east beyond, and not a line or seam or ripple to show where the old man sank from sight. "It was a sea burial," said the minister. "It was, Hank, as I promised. It was indeed." Then they turned and walked off along the hilly shore, saying nothing again until they reached and entered the creaking house. El Dia de Muerte. Morning. The little boy, Raimundo, ran across the Avenida Madera. He ran through the early smell of incense from many churches, and in the smell of charcoal from 10,000 breakfast tables. He moved in the thoughts of death. For Mexico City was cool with death thoughts in the morning. There were shadows of churches, and always women in black, in mourning black, and the smoke from the church candles and the charcoal braziers made a smell of sweet death in his nostrils as he ran. And he did not think it strange, for all thoughts were death thoughts on this day. This was El Dia de Muerte, Day of Death. On this day, in all the far places of the country, the women sat by little wooden slat stands, and from these rolled the white sugar skulls and candy corpses to be chewed and swallowed. In all of the churches, services would be said, and in graveyards tonight candles would be illumined, much wine drunk, and many high man-soprano songs cried forth. Raimundo ran with the sense of the entire universe in him. All the things his tío Jorge had told him, all the things he had himself seen in his years. On this day, events would be happening in such far places as Guanajuato and Lake Pátzcuaro. Here in the great bull ring of Mexico City, even now, the trabajandos were raking and smoothing sand, tickets were selling, and the bulls were nervously eliminating themselves, their eyes swiveling, fixing, in their hidden stalls, waiting for death. In the graveyard at Guanajuato, the great iron gates were swinging wide to let the turistas step down the spiral, cool staircase into the deep earth, there to walk in the dry, echoing catacombs, and gaze upon mummies rigid as toys stood against the wall. 110 mummies stiffly wired to the stones, faces horror-mouthed and shrivel-eyed, bodies that rustled if you touched them. At Lake Pátzcuaro, in the island of Janitzio, great fishing trains flew down in butterfly swoop to gather silverine fish. The island, with Father Morelos' huge stone statue on top of it, had already begun the tequila drinking, started the celebratory Dia de Muerte. In Linares, the small town, a truck ran over a dog and did not stop to come back and see. Christ himself was in each church with blood upon him and agony in him. Raimundo ran in the November light across the Avenida Madera. Ah, the sweet terrors. In the windows, the sugar skulls with names on their snowy brows. Jose, Carlota, Ramona, Luisa, all the names on chocolate death's heads and frosted bones. The sky was glazed blue pottery over him, and the grass flamed green as he ran past the Glorietas. In his hand, he held very tightly 50 centavos, much money for much sweet. Surely he must purchase legs, sockets, and ribs to chew. The day of eating of death. They would show death. Ah, yes, they would. He and Madrecita Mia, and his brothers, I and his sisters. In his mind, he saw a skull with candy lettering, Raimundo. I shall eat my own skull, he thought, and in this way cheat death, who always drips at the window in the rain, or squeaks in that hinge of the old door, hangs in our urine like a little pale cloud. Cheat death, who is rolled into tamales by the sick tamale maker. Death wrapped in a fine corn tortilla shroud. In his mind, Raimundo heard his old tío Jorge talking all this. Ancient adobe-faced uncle, who gestured his fingers to each small word and said, Death is in your nostrils like plucked string hair. Death grows in your stomach like a child. Death shines on your eyelids like a lacquer. From a rickety stand, an old woman with a sour mouth and tiny beards in her ears sold shingles on which miniature funerals were conducted. There was a little cardboard coffin and a crepe paper priest with an infinitesimal Bible, and crepe paper altar boys with small nuts for heads, and there were attendants holding holy flags, and a candy-white corpse with tiny black eyes inside the tiny coffin. And on the altar, behind the coffin, was a movie star's picture. These little shingle funerals could be taken home, where you threw away the movie star's picture and pasted in a photograph of your own dead in its place on the altar. So you had a small funeral of your loved one over again. Raimundo put out a 20 centavo piece. One, he said. He bought a shingle with a funeral on it. Tío Jorge said, Life is a wanting of things, Raimundito. You must always be wanting things in life. You will once be holy.
You will want water, you will desire women, you will desire sleep, most especially sleep. You will want a burro. You will want a new roof on your house. You will want fine shoes and glass windows of the zapateria. And again, you will want sleep. You will want rain. You will want jungle fruit. You will want good meat. You will once more desire sleep. You will seek a horse. You will seek children. You will seek jewels in the great shining stores on the avenida. Ah, yes. Remember? You will lastly seek sleep. Remember, Raimundo, you will want things. Life is just wanting. You will want things until you no longer want them. Then it is time to be wanting only sleep. Sleep. There is a time for all of us when sleep is a great and a beautiful thing. When nothing is wanted but only sleep. Then it is one thinks of the day of the dead and the happy sleeping one. Remember, Raimundo? See, Tio Jorge. What do you want, Raimundo? I don't know. What do all men want, Raimundo? What? What is there to want, Raimundo? Maybe I know, but I don't know. I don't. I know what you want, Raimundo. What? I know what all men in this land want. There's much of it, and it is wanted far over and above all other wanting. It is worshipped and wanted. It is rest and the peacefulness of limb and body. Raimundo entered the store and picked up a sugar skull with his name frosted upon it. You hold it in your hand, Raimundo, whispered Tio Jorge. Even at your age, you hold it delicately and nibble. Swallow it into your blood. In your hands, Raimundo. Look. Sugar skull. Ah. In the street, I see a dog. I drive my car. Do I pause? Do I unpress my foot from the pedal? No. 4 speed. Bump. Go. Dog is happier, is he not? Out of this world. Forever gone. Raimundo paid money and proudly inserted his dirty fingers within the sugar skull, giving it a brain of 5 wriggling parts. He walked from the store and looked upon the wide, sun-filled boulevard with the cars rushing and roaring through. He squinted his eyes and Laveras were full, in La Sombra and El Sol, in shadow or in sun. Great round seats of the bull ring were filled to the sky. The band exploded in brass. The gates flung wide. The matadors, the banderilleros, the picadors, all of them came walking or riding across the fresh, smooth sand in the warm sunlight. The band crashed and banged, and the crowd stirred and murmured and cried aloud. The music finished with a cymbal. Behind the barrera walls, the men in the tight glittery costumes adjusted their birettas on their greasy black hairdos, and felt of their capes and swords, and talked. The man bent over the wall above with a camera to whir and flicker. The band whammed proudly again. A door burst open. The first black giant of a bull rushed out, loins jolting, little fluttery ribbons tacked to his neck. The bull. Raimundo ran forward, lightly, in the Avenida Madera. Lightly he ran between the fast, black, huge bull cars. One gigantic car roared and horned at him. Lightly ran Raimundo. The banderillero ran forward lightly, like a blue feather blown over the dimpled bull ring sand. The bull, black cliff rising. The banderillero stood now, poised and stamped his foot. The banderillas are raised. Ah, so. Softly ran the blue ballet slippers in the quiet sand. The bull ran, and the banderillero rose softly in an arc upon the air. The 2 poles struck down. The bull slammed to a halt, grunting, shrieking, as the pikes bit deep in his withers. Now the banderillero, the source of this pain, was gone. The crowd roared. The Guanajuato cemetery gate swung open. Raimundo stood frozen and quiet, and the fire bore down upon him. All of the land smelled of ancient death and dust, and everywhere things ran toward death or were in death. The turistas filed into the cemetery of Guanajuato. The huge wooden door was open, and they walked down the twisting steps into the catacombs, where the 110 dead, shrunken people stood horrible against the wall. The jutting teeth of them, the wide eyes staring into spaces of nothing. The naked bodies of women like so many wire frames with clay clinging all askew to them. "We stand them in the catacombs because their relatives cannot afford the rent on their graves," whispered the little caretaker. Below the cemetery hill, a juggling act, a man balancing something on his head. A crowd following past the coffin carpenter's shop to the music of the carpenter, nails fringing his mouth, bent to beat the coffin like a drum. Balanced delicately upon his proud dark head, the juggler carries a silvery satin-skinned box. He touches lightly now and again to give it balance. He walks with solemn dignity, his bare feet gliding over the cobbles. Behind him, the women, in black rebosos, fruiting tangerines. And in the box, hidden away, safe and unseen, is the small child body of his daughter, newly dead. The procession passes the open coffin shop, and the banging of nails and sawing of boards is heard through the land. In the catacomb, the standing dead awaits procession. Raimundo held his body so, like a torero, to make a Veronica, or a great trickling car to pass, and crowd to cry, "Ole!" Smiled wildly. The black car rose over and blotted light from his eyes as it touched him. Blackness ran through it. It was night. In the churchyard on the island of Jamitio, under the great dark statue of Father Morelos, is blackness, is midnight. You hear the high voices of men groan shrill on Juan. Men with voices like women, not soft. Oh, high, hard, and drunken women, quick, savage, and melancholy women. On the dark lake, little fires glow on Indian boats coming from the mainland, bringing tourists from Mexico City to see the ceremony of El Dia de Muerte, gliding across the dark, foggy lake, all bundled and wrapped against the cold. Sunlight. Christ moved. From the crucifix he took down a hand, lifted it, suddenly waved it. The hot sun shone in golden explosions from the high church tower in Guadalajara, and in blasts from the high swaying crucifix. In the street below, as Christ looked down with mellow, warm eyes, and he did so now in this moment, he saw 2,000 upturned faces. The spectators, like so many melons scattered about the market, so many hands raised to shield the up-tilted and furious eyes. A little wind blew, and the tower cross sighed very gently, pressed forward under it. Christ waved his hand. Those in the market below waved back. Small shouts trickled through the crowd. Traffic did not move in the street. It was 11 of a hot, green Sunday morning. You could smell the fresh clipped grass in the plaza, and the incense in the church doors. Christ took his other hand down also and waved it, and suddenly jerked away from the cross and hung by his feet. Face down, small silver medallion jingling in his face, suspended from about his dark neck. "Ole! Ole!" cried one small boy far below, pointing up at him, and then at himself. "You see him? You see? That is Gomez, my brother. Gomez, who is my brother." And the small boy walked through the crowd with a hat collecting moss. Movement. Raimundo in the street covered his eyes and screamed. Darkness came. The tourists in the boat moved in the dream of the island of Jamitio at midnight. In the dim streets, the great nets hung like fog from the lake, and the rivers of today's silver minnows lay glittering in cascades upon the slopes. Moonlight struck them like a cymbal striking another cymbal. It gave off a silent reverberation. In the crumbling church at the top of the rough hill is a Christ much drilled by termites, but the blood still congeals thickly from his artistic wounds, and it will be years before the agony is insect-eaten from his suffering mass. Outside the church, a woman with Tarascan blood lifting and falling in her throat spits fluttering, ripped morning glories through the flames of 6 candles. Flowers, passing through the flames like moths, give off a gentle sexual odor,
Already, moving tourists come and stand about her, looking down, wanting to ask, but not asking what she is doing, seated there upon her husband's grave. In the church, like resin from a great beautiful tree, the limbs of Christ, themselves hewn from beautiful limbs of imported trees, give off a sweet, sacred resin, little raining droplets, hang but never fall. Blood that gives a garment for his nakedness. Ole! Roared the crowd. Bright sunlight again. The pressure on Raimundo's flung body. Tired. Daylight. Pain. The picador jousted his horse forward. The horse with thick mattresses tied to it, and kicked the bull in the shoulder with his boot, and at the same time penetrated that shoulder with the long stick and the nail on the end of it. The picador withdrew. Music played. The matador moved slowly forward. The bull stood with one foot forward in the center of the sun-held ring, his organs nervous. The eyes were dull, glazed, hypnotic eyes of fear-hate. He kept eliminating nervously, until he was streaked and foul with a nervous casting out. The greenish matter pulsed from his buttocks, and the blood pulsed from his gorged shoulder, and the 6 banderillas tingled and clattered on his spine. The matador took time to rearrange his red cloth over his blade, just so carefully, while the crowd and the pulsing bull waited. The bull can see nothing, know nothing. The bull desires not to see as this or that. The world is pain and shadows and light and weariness. The bull stands only to be dispatched. It will welcome an end to confusion, the racing shapes, the traitorous capes, the lying flourishes and false fronts. The bull plants out his feet in feeble stances and remains in one position, slowly moving his head back and forth, eyes glazed, the excrement still unfelt rivulating from his flank, the blood tiredly pumping from the neck. Somewhere off in the glazed distance, the man holds out a bright sword. The bull does not move. Sword held by the smiling man now cuts 3 short gashes down the nose of the empty-eyed bull. So. Crowd shouts. The bull takes the cutting and does not even flinch. Blood flushes from his snuffling, cut nostrils. The matador stamps his foot. The bull runs with feeble obedience toward the enemy. Sword pierces his neck. The bull falls, thuds, kicks, is silent. Ole! Shouts the crowd. Band blows out a brass enough. Raimundo felt the car hit. There were swift intervals of light and darkness. In the Janitzio churchyard, 200 candles burned atop 200 rocky graves. Men sang, tourists watched. The fog poured up from the lake. In Guanajuato, sun went. Striking down to a slot in the catacombs, sunlight showed the brown eyes of a woman, mouth wide in rictus, cross-armed. Tourists touched and thumped her like a drum. Ole! The matador circled the ring, his small black biretta in his fingers, high. It rained, centavo pieces, purses, shoes, hats. The matador stood in his reins, his tiny biretta raised for an umbrella. The man ran up with a cut-off ear of the slain bull. The matador held it up to the crowd. Everywhere he walked, the crowd threw up their hats and money. The thumbs jerked down. Though the shouts were glad, they were not so glad that he kept the cut-off ear. Thumbs went down. Without a look behind him, shrugging, the matador gave the ear a cracking toss. The bloody ear lay on the sand, while the crowd, glad that he had thrown it away because he was not that good, cheered. The bucklers came out, chained the slumped bull to a team of high-stamping horses, who whistled fearful sirens in their nostrils at the hot blood odor, and bolted like white explosions across the arena when released, yanking, bounding the dead, slumped bull behind, leaving a harrowing of the horns in sand and amulets of blood. Raimundo felt the sugar skull jolt from his fingers. The funeral on the wooden slat was torn from his other wide-flung hand. Bang! The bull hit rebounded from the barrera wall as the horses vanished, jangling, screaming in the tunnel.
The man ran to the barrera of Senor Villalta, poking upward the banderillas, their sharp prongs choked with bull blood and flesh. Gracias! Villalta threw down a peso and took the banderillas proudly, the little orange and blue crepe papers fluttering, hand about like musical instruments to his wife, his cigar-smoking friend. Christ moved. The crowd looked up at the swaying cross on the cathedral. Christ balanced on two hands, legs up in the sky. A small boy ran through the crowd. You see my brother? Hey! My brother! Hey! Christ now hung by one hand on the swaying cross. Below him was all the city of Guadalajara, very sweet and very quiet as Sunday. I will make much money today, he thought. The cross jolted. Hand slipped. Crowd screamed. Christ fell. Christ dies each hour. You see him in carven postures in 10,000 agonized places, eyes lifted to high dusty heavens of 10,000 small churches, and always there is much blood. Ah, much blood. See, said Senor Villalta. See? He wagged the banderillas in the faces of his friends, red and wet. With children chasing, snatching at him, laughing, the matador circles the ring again to the ever-increasing shower of hats, running and not stopping. Now the tourist boats crossed the dawn-pale lake of Pascual, leaving Janitzio behind, candles snuffed, graveyard deserted, torn flowers strewn and shriveling. The boats pull up, and the tourists step out in the new light. And in the hotel on the mainland shore, a great silver urn waits, bubbling with fresh coffee. A little whisper of steam, like the last part of the fog from the lake, goes up into the warm air of the hotel dining room. And there is a good sound of chattered plates and tiny forks and low contact, and a gentle lidding of eyes and a mouthing of coffee in dreams already begun before the pillow. Doors close. The tourists sleep on fog-damp pillows and fog-damp sheets, like earth-spittled winding clothes. The coffee smell is as rich as the skin of a Tarascan. In Guanajuato, the gates close, the rigid nightmares are turned from. Spiral stairs taken up in hot November light. A dog barks. A wind stirs the dead morning glories on the pastry cake monuments. Big door whams down on the catacomb opening. The withered people are hidden. The band hoots out its last triumphant hooting, and the barreras are empty. Outside, the people walk away between ranks of phlegm-eyed beggars who sing high, high songs. The blood spoor of the last bull is raked and wiped and raked and wiped by the men with the rakes down in the wide shadowed ring. In the shower, the matador is slapped upon his wet buttocks by a man who has won money because of him this day. Raimundo fell, Christ fell in glaring light. A bull rushed, a car rushed, opening a great vault of blackness in the air, which slammed, thundered shut, and said nothing but sleep. Raimundo touched the earth. Christ touched the earth, but did not know. Cardboard funeral was shattered to bits. The sugar skull broke in the far gutter in 3 dozen fragments of blind smoke. Boy, Christ, lay quiet. The night bull went away to give other people darkness, teach other people sleep. Ah, said the crowd. Raimundo, said the bits of the sugar skull strewn on the earth. People ran to surround the silence. They looked at the sleep. And the sugar skull with the letters R and A and I and M and U and N and D and O was snatched up and eaten by children who fought over the name. The Illustrated Woman. When a new patient wanders into the office and stretches out to stutter forth a compendious ticker tape of free association, it's up to the psychiatrist immediately beyond, behind, and above to decide at just which points of the anatomy the client is in touch with the couch. In other words, where does the patient make contact with reality? Some people seem to float half an inch above any surface whatsoever. They have not seen Earth in so long, they have become somewhat airsick.
Still others so firmly weight themselves down, clutch, thrust, heave their bodies toward reality, that long after they're gone, you find their tiger shapes and claw marks in the upholstery. In the case of Emma Fleet, Dr. George C. George was a long time deciding which was furniture and which was woman, and where what touched which. For to begin with, Emma Fleet resembled a couch. "Mrs. Emma Fleet, doctor," announced his receptionist. Dr. George C. George gasped. For it was a traumatic experience, seeing this woman shunt herself through the door without benefit of railroad switchmen or the ground crews who rush about under Macy's Easter balloons, heaving on lines, guiding the massive images to some eternal hangar off beyond. In came Emma Fleet, as quick as her name, the floor shifting like a huge scales under her weight. Dr. George must have gasped again, guessing her at 400 on the hoop. Emma Fleet smiled as if reading his mind. 402.5 pounds, to be exact, he said. He found himself staring at his furniture. "Oh, it'll hold all right," said Mrs. Fleet intuitively. He sat down. The couch yelped like a cur. Dr. George cleared his throat. "Before you make yourself comfortable," he said, "I feel I should say immediately and honestly that we in the psychiatrical field have had little success in inhibiting appetite. The whole problem of weight and food has so far eluded our ability for coping. A strange admission, perhaps, but unless we put our frailties forth, we might be in danger of fooling ourselves and thus taking money under false pretenses. So if you're here seeking help for your figure, I must list myself among the nonplussed." "Thank you for your honesty, Doctor," said Emma Fleet. "However, I don't wish to lose. I'd prefer your helping me gain another 100 or 200 pounds. Oh, Dr. George exclaimed. "Oh, yes. But my heart will not allow what my deep, dear soul would most gladly endure. My physical heart might fail at what my loving heart and mind would ask of it." He sighed. The couch sighed. "Well, let me brief you. I'm married to Willie Fleet. We work for the Dilbeck Horseman traveling shows. I'm known as Lady Bountiful, and Willie—" She swooned up out of the couch and glided, or rather escorted her shadow across the floor. She opened the door. Beyond, in the waiting room, a cane in one hand, a straw hat in the other, seated rigidly, staring at the wall, was a tiny man with tiny feet and tiny hands and tiny bright blue eyes and a tiny head. He was, at the most, one would guess, 3 feet high, and probably weighed 60 pounds in the rain. But there was a proud, gloomy, almost violent look of genius blazing in that small but craggy face. "That's Willie Fleet," said Emma lovingly, and shut the door. The couch, sat on, tried again. Emma beamed at the psychiatrist, who was still staring in shock at the door. "No children, of course," he heard himself say. "No children." The smile lingered. "But that's not my problem, either. Willie, in a way, is my child, and I, in a way, besides being his wife, am his mother. It all has to do with size, I imagine, and we're happy with the way we've balanced things off." "Well, if your problem isn't children, or your size, or his, or controlling weight, then what—" Emma Fleet laughed lightly, tolerantly. It was a nice laugh, like a girl somehow caught in that great body and cloak. "Patience, Doctor. Mustn't we go back down the road to where Willie and I first met?" The doctor shrugged, laughed quietly himself, and relaxed, nodding. "You must." "During high school," said Emma Fleet, "I weighed 180 and tipped the scales at 250 when I was 21. Needless to say, I went on few summer excursions. Most of the time I was left in dry dock. I had many girlfriends, however, who liked to be seen with me. They weighed 150, most of them, and I made them feel svelte. But that's a long time ago. I don't worry over it any more. Willie changed all that." "Willie sounds like a remarkable man," Dr. George found himself saying against all the rules. "Oh, he is. He is. He smolders with ability, with talent, as yet undiscovered, untapped," he said, quickening warmly. "God bless him, he leaped into my life like summer lightning.
8 years ago, I went with my girlfriends to the visiting Labor Day Carnival. By the end of the evening, the girls had all been seized away from me by the running boys who, rushing by, grabbed and took them off into the night. There I was alone with 3 Kewpie dolls, a fake alligator handbag, and nothing to do but make the guess-your-weight man nervous by looking at him every time I went by and pretending like at any moment I might pay my money and daring to guess. But the guess-your-weight man wasn't nervous. After I'd passed 3 times, I saw him staring at me. With awe. Yes, with admiration. And who was this guess-your-weight man? Willie Fleet, of course. The 4th time I passed, he called to me and said I could get a prize free if only I'd let him guess my weight. He was all feverish and excited. He danced around. I'd never been made over so much in my life. I blushed. I felt good. So I sat in the scales chair. I heard the pointer whiz up around, and I heard Willie whistle with honest delight. 289 pounds, he cried. Oh, boy, you're lovely. I'm what? I said. You're the loveliest woman in the whole world, said Willie, looking me right in the eye. I blushed again. I laughed. We both laughed. Then I must have cried. The next thing, sitting there, I felt him touch my elbow with concern. He was gazing into my face, faintly alarmed. I haven't said the wrong thing, he asked. No, I sobbed, and then grew quiet. The right thing. Only the right thing. It's the first time anyone ever... What? He said. Ever put up with my fat, I said. You're not fat, he said. You're large. You're big. You're wonderful. Michelangelo would have loved you. Titian would have loved you. Da Vinci would have loved you. They knew what they were doing in those days. Size. Size is everything. I should know. Look at me. I traveled with singers' midgets for 6 seasons, known as Jack Thimble. And, oh, my God, dear lady, you're right out of the most glorious part of the Renaissance. Bernini, who built those colonnades around the front of St. Peter's and inside of the altar, would have lost his everlasting soul just to know someone like you. Don't, I cried. I wasn't meant to feel as happy. It'll hurt so much when you stop. I won't stop then, he said. Miss, Emma Gertz. Emma, he said, are you married? Are you kidding? I said. Emma, do you like to travel? I've never traveled. Emma, he said, this old carnival's going to be in your town 1 more week. Come down every night, every day. Why not? Talk to me. Know me. At the end of the week, who can tell? Maybe you'll travel with me. What are you suggesting? I said, not really angry or irritated or anything, but fascinated and intrigued that anyone would offer anything to Moby Dick's daughter. I mean marriage. Willie Fleet looked at me, breathing hard, and I had the feeling that he was dressed in a mountaineer's rig, alpine hat, climbing boots, spikes, and a rope slung over his baby shoulder. If I should ask him, why are you saying this? He might well answer, because you're there. But I didn't ask, so he didn't answer. We stood there in the night at the center of the carnival until at last I started off down the midway, swaying. I'm drunk, I cried. Oh, so very drunk, and I've had nothing to drink. Now that I've found you, called Willie Fleet after me, you'll never escape me. Remember. Stunned and reeling, blinded by his large man's words sung out in his soprano voice, I somehow blundered from the carnival grounds and trekked home. The next week, we were married. Emma Fleet paused and looked at her hand. Would it bother you if I told about the honeymoon? He asked shyly. No, said the doctor, then lowered his voice, for he was responding all too quickly to the details. Please do go on. The honeymoon, Emma sounded her vox humana. The response from all the chambers of her body vibrated the couch, the room, the doctor, the dear bones within the doctor. The honeymoon was not usual. The doctor's eyebrows lifted the faintest touch. He looked from the woman to the door beyond which in miniature sat the image of Edmund Hillary, he of Everest. You have never seen such a rush as Willie spirited me off to his home, a lovely dollhouse really, with one large, normal-sized room that was to be mine, or rather ours. There, very politely, always the kind, the thoughtful, the quiet gentleman, he asked for my blouse, which I gave him, my skirts, which I gave him. Right down the list, I handed him the garments that he named, until at last, and one blushed from head to foot, one can. One did. I stood like a veritable hearth fire, stoked by a blush of all-encompassing and ever-moving color that surged and resurged up and down my body in tints of pink and rose and then pink again. My God, cried Willie, you're the loveliest grand camellia that ever did unfurl. Whereupon new tides of blush moved in hidden avalanches within, showing only to color the tint of my body, the outermost, and to Willie anyway, most precious skin. What did Willie do then? Guess. I daren't, said the doctor, flustered himself. He walked around and around me. Circled you? Around and around like a sculptor gazing at a huge block of snow-white granite. He said so himself. Granite or marble from which he might shape images of beauty as yet unguessed. Around and around he walked, sighing and shaking his head happily at his fortune, his little hands clasped, his little eyes bright. Where to begin, he seemed to be thinking. Where? Where to begin? He spoke at last. Emma, he asked, why do you think I've worked for years as a guess-your-weight man at the carnival? Why? Because I've been searching my lifetime through for such as you. Night after night, summer after summer, I've watched those scales jump and twitter. Now at last, I've the means, the way, the wall, the canvas, whereby to express my genius. He stopped walking and looked at me, his eyes brimming over. Emma, he said softly, may I have permission to do anything, absolutely whatsoever at all with you? Oh, Willie, Willie, I cried, anything. Emma Fleet paused. The doctor found himself out at the edge of his chair. Yes, and then? And then, said Emma Fleet, he brought out all his boxes and bottles of inks and stencils and his bright silver tattoo needles. Tattoo needles? The doctor fell back in his chair. He tattooed you? He tattooed me. He was a tattoo artist? He is an artist. It only happens that the form his art takes happens to be the tattoo. And you, said the doctor slowly, were the canvas for which he had been searching much of his adult life. I was the canvas for which he had searched all of his life. He let it sink, and it did sink, and kept on sinking into the doctor. Then, when she saw it had struck bottom and stirred up vast quantities of mud, she went serenely on. So our grand life began. I loved Willie, and Willie loved me, and we both loved this thing that was larger than ourselves that we were doing together. Nothing less than creating the greatest picture the world has ever seen. Nothing less than perfection, cried Willie. Nothing less than perfection, cried myself in response. Oh, it was a happy time. 10,000 cozy, busy hours we spent together. You can't imagine how proud it made me to be the vast shore along which the genius of Willie Fleet ebbed and flowed in a tide of colors. 1 year alone we spent on my right arm and my left. Half a year on my right leg. 8 months on my left, in preparation for the grand explosion of bright detail which erupted out along my collarbone and shoulder blades, which fountained upward from my hips to meet in a glorious July celebration of pinwheels. Titian nudes, Giorgione landscapes, and El Greco cross-indexes of lightning on my facade, trickling with vast electric fires up and down my spine. Hear me, there never has been, there never will be, a love like ours again. A love where two people so sincerely dedicated themselves to one task, of giving beauty to the world in equal proportion. We flew to each other day after day, and I ate more, grew larger with the years. Willie approved. Willie applauded. Just that much more room, more space for his configurations to flower in. We could not bear to be apart, for we both felt, were certain, that once the masterpiece was finished, we could leave circus, carnival, or vaudeville forever. It was grandiose, yes, but we knew that once finished, I could be toured through the Art Institute in Chicago, the Press Collection in Washington, the Tate Gallery in London, the Louvre, the Uffizi, the Vatican Museum. For the rest of our lives we would travel with the sun. So it went, year on year. We didn't need the world or the people of the world, we had each other. We worked at our ordinary jobs by day, and then till after midnight, there was Willie at my ankle, there was Willie at my elbow, there was Willie exploring up the incredible slope of my back toward the snowy talcum crest. Willie wouldn't let me see most of the time. He didn't like me looking over his shoulder. He didn't like me looking over my shoulder, for that matter. Months passed before, curious beyond madness, I would be allowed to see his progress slow inch by inch as the brilliant ink inundated me, and I drowned in the rainbow of his inspiration. 8 years. 8 glorious, wondrous years. Then at last, it was done. It was finished. Willie threw himself down and slept for 48 hours straight, and I slept near him, the mammoth bedded with the black lamb. That was just 4 weeks ago. 4 short weeks back, our happiness came to an end. Ah, yes, said the doctor. You and your husband are suffering from the creative equivalent of the baby blues, the depression a mother feels after her child is born. Your work is finished. A listless and somewhat sad period invariably follows. But now, consider, you will reap the rewards of your long labor, surely. You will tour the world. No, cried Emma Fleet, and a tear sprang to her eye. At any moment, Willie will run off and never return. He has begun to wander about the city. Yesterday, I caught him brushing off the carnival scales. Today, I found him working for the first time in 8 years back at his Guess Your Weight booth. Dear me, said the psychiatrist. He's, weighing new women, yes. Shopping for new canvas. He hasn't said, but I know. I know. This time he'll find a heavier woman yet. 500, 600 pounds. I guessed it would happen a month ago when we finished the masterpiece. So I ate still more and stretched my skin still more, so that little places appeared here and there, little open patches that Willie had to repair, fill in with fresh details. But now I'm done, exhausted. I've stuffed to distraction. The last fill-in work is done. There's not a millionth of an inch of space left between my ankles and my Adam's apple where we can squeeze in one last demon, dervish, or Baroque angel. I am to Willie. Work over and done. Now he wants to move on. He'll marry, I fear, 4 more times in his life, each time to a larger woman, a greater extension for a greater mural, and the grand finale of his talent. Then, too, in the last week he has become critical. Of the masterpiece with a capital M, asked the doctor. Like all artists, he's a superb perfectionist. Now he finds little flaws. The face here done slightly in the wrong tint or texture. A hand there twisted slightly askew by my hurried diet to gain more weight and thus give him new space and renew his attentions. To him, above all, I was a beginning. Now he must move on from his apprenticeship to his true masterwork. Oh, doctor, I'm about to be abandoned. What is there for a woman who weighs 400 pounds and is laved with illustration? If he leaves, what shall I do? Where go? Who would want me now? Will I be lost again in the world as I was lost before my wild happiness? A psychiatrist, said the psychiatrist, is not supposed to give advice. But, she cried eagerly, a psychiatrist is supposed to let the patient discover and cure himself. Yet, in this case, yes, go on. It seems so simple. To keep your husband's love. To keep his love, yes. The doctor smiled. You must destroy the masterpiece. What? Erase it. Get rid of it. Those tattoos will come off, won't they? I read somewhere once that... Oh, Doctor! Emma Pete leaped up. That's it! It can be done! And best of all, Willie can do it. It will take 3 months alone to wash me clean, rid me of the very masterpiece that irks him now. Then, virgin white again, we can start another 8 years. After that, another 8, and another. Oh, Doctor, I know he'll do it. Perhaps he was only waiting for me to suggest, and I too stupid to guess. Oh, Doctor, Doctor! And she crushed him in her arms. When the doctor broke happily free, she stood off, turning in a circle. How strange, she said. In half an hour, you solved the next 3,000 days and beyond of my life. You're very wise. I'll pay you anything. My usual modest fee is sufficient, said the doctor. I can hardly wait to tell Willie. But first, he said, since you've been so wise, you deserve to see the masterpiece before it is destroyed. That's hardly necessary, Mrs. You must discover for yourself the rare mind, eye, and artistic hand of Willie Fleet before it's gone forever and we start anew, she cried, unbuttoning her voluminous coat. It isn't really... There, she said, and flung her coat wide. The doctor was somehow not surprised to see that she was stark naked beneath her coat. He gasped. His eyes grew large. His mouth fell open. He sat down slowly, though in reality he somehow wished to stand, as he had in the 5th grade as a boy during the salute to the flag, following which 36 voices broke into an awed and tremulous song. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. But still seated, overwhelmed, he gazed at the continental vastness of the woman, upon which nothing whatsoever was stitched, painted, watercolored, or in any way tattooed. Naked, unadorned, untouched, unlined, unillustrated. He gasped again. Now she had whipped her coat back about her with a winsome acrobat smile, as if she had just performed a towering feat. Now she was sailing toward the door. Wait, said the doctor. But she was out the door in the reception room, babbling, whispering, Willie, Willie, bending to her husband, kissing his tiny ear until his eyes flexed wide, and his mouth firm and passionate dropped open, and he cried aloud and clapped his hands with elation. Doctor, Doctor, thank you, thank you. He darted forward and seized the doctor's hand and shook it hard. The doctor was surprised at the fire and rock hardness of that grip. It was the hand of a dedicated artist, as were the eyes burning up at him darkly from the wildly illuminated face. Everything's going to be fine, cried Willie. The doctor hesitated, glancing from Willie to the great shadowing balloon that tugged at him, wanting to fly off away. We won't have to come back again, ever? Good Lord, the doctor thought. Does he think that he has illustrated her from stem to stern? And does she humor him about it? Is he mad? Or does she imagine that he has tattooed her from neck to toe bone, and does he humor her? Is she mad? Or, most strange of all, do they both believe that he has swarmed as across the Sistine Chapel ceiling, covering her with rare and significant beauty? Do they both believe, know, humor each other in their specially dimensioned world? Will we have to come back again? Asked Willie Fleet the second time. No, the doctor breathed a prayer. I think not. Why? Because by some idiot grace he had done the right thing, hadn't he? By prescribing for a half-seen cause, he had made a full cure, yes? Regardless if she believed, or he believed, or both believed in the masterpiece, by suggesting the pictures be erased, destroyed, the doctor had made her a clean, lovely, and inviting canvas again, if he needed to be. And if he, on the other hand, wished a new woman to scribble, scrawl, and pretend to tattoo on, well, that worked too. For new and untouched he would be. Thank you, Doctor. Oh, thank you, thank you. Don't thank me, said the doctor. I've done nothing. He almost said it was all a fluke, a joke, a surprise. I fell downstairs and landed on my feet. Goodbye. Goodbye. And the elevator slid down, the big woman and the little man sinking from sight into the now suddenly not too solid earth, where the atoms opened to let them pass. Goodbye. Thanks. 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 Their voices faded, calling his name and praising his intellect long after they had passed the fourth floor. The doctor looked around and moved unsteadily back into his office. He shut the door and leaned against it. Doctor, he murmured, heal thyself. He stepped forward. He did not feel real. He must lie down, if but for a moment. Where? On the couch, of course. On the couch. Some live like Lazarus. You won't believe it when I tell you, I waited more than 60 years for a murder. Hoped as only a woman can hope that it might happen, and didn't move a finger to stop it when it finally drew near. Anna Marie, I thought, you can't stand guard forever. Murder, when 10,000 days have passed, is more than a surprise. It's a miracle. Hold on! Don't let me fall! Was Harrison's voice. Did I ever in half a century hear it whisper? Was it always screaming, shrieking, demanding, threatening? Yes, always. Come along, Mother. There you are, Mother. Her son Roger's voice. Did I ever in all the years hear it rise above a murmur, protest, or even faintly bird-like argue? No, always the loving monotone. This morning, no different than any other of their first mornings, they arrived in the great black hearse for their annual Green Bay summer. There he was, thrusting his hand in to hoist the window dummy after him, an ancient sachet of bones and talcum dust that was named, surely for some terrible practical joke, Mother. Easy does it, Mother. You're bruising my arm. Sorry, Mother. I watched from the window of the lake pavilion as he trundled her off down the path in her wheelchair. She pushing her cane like a musket ahead to blast any fates or furies they might meet out of the way. Careful! Don't run me into the flowers. Thank God we'd sense not to go to Paris after all. You'd have had me in that nasty traffic. You're not disappointed? No, Mother. We'll see Paris next year. Next year. Next year. No year at all, I heard someone murmur. Myself, gripping the windowsill. For almost 70 years I had heard her promise this to the boy, boy-man, man grasshopper, and the now livid male praying mantis that he was, pushing his eternally cold and fur-wrapped woman past the hotel verandas, where in another age paper fans had fluttered like oriental butterflies in the hands of basking ladies. There, Mother, inside the cottage, his faint voice fading still more, forever young when he was old, forever old when he was very young. How old is she now, I wondered. 98. Yes, 99 wicked years old. It seems like a horror film, repeated each year because the hotel entertainment fund could not afford to buy a new one to run in the moth-flaked evenings. So through all the repetitions of arrivals and departures, my mind ran back to when the foundations of the Green Bay Hotel were freshly poured, and the parasols were new leaf green and lemon gold. The summer of 1890 when I first saw Roger, who was 5, but whose eyes already were old and wise and tired. He stood on the pavilion grass looking at the sun and the bright pennants as I came up to him. Hello, he said. He simply looked at me. I hesitated, tagged him and ran. He did not move. I came back and tagged him again. He looked at the place where I'd touched him on the shoulder and was about to run after me when her voice came from a distance. Roger, don't dirty your clothes. And he walked slowly away toward his cottage, not looking back. That was the day I started to hate him. Parasols have come and gone in 1,000 summer colors. Whole flights of butterfly fans have blown away on August winds. The pavilion has burned and been built again in the self-same size and shape. The lake is dried like a plum in its basin, and my hatred, like these things, came and went, grew very large, stopped still for love, returned, then diminished with the years. I remember when he was 7, them driving by in their horse carriage, his hair long, brushing his poutish, shrugging shoulders. They were holding hands, and she was saying, "If you're very good this summer, next year we'll go to London, or the year after that at the latest." And my watching their faces, comparing their eyes, their ears, their mouths. So when he came in for a soda pop one noon that summer, I walked straight up to him and cried, "She's not your mother." "What?" He looked around in panic as if she might be near. "She's not your aunt or your grandma either," I cried. "She's a witch that stole you when you were a baby. You don't know who your mama is or your pa. You don't look anything like her. She's holding you for $1 million ransom, which comes due when you're 21 from some duke or king." "Don't say that," he shouted, jumping up. "Why not?" I said angrily. "Why do you come around here? You can't play this, can't play that, can't do nothing. What good are you?" "She says, she does. I know her. She hangs upside down from the ceiling in her black clothes in her bedroom at midnight." "Don't say that." His face was frightened and pale. "Why not say it?" "Because," he bleated, "it's true." And he was out the door and running. I didn't see him again until the next summer. And then only once, briefly, when I took some clean linen down to their cottage. The summer when we were both 12 was the summer that for a time I didn't hate him. He called my name outside the pavilion screen door, and when I looked out he said very quietly, "Anna Marie, when I'm 20 and you're 20, I'm going to marry you." "Who's going to let you?" I asked. "I'm going to let you," he said. "You just remember, Anna Marie. You wait for me. Promise?" I could only nod. "But what about—" "She'll be dead by then," he said very gravely. "She's old. She's old." And then he turned and went away. The next summer, they did not come to the resort at all. I heard she was sick. I prayed every night that she would die. But 2 years later, they were back, and the year after that, until Roger was 19 and I was 19. And then at last, we had reached and touched 20. And for one of the few times in all the years, they came into the pavilion together. She in her wheelchair now, deeper in her furs than ever before, her face a gathering of white dust and folded parchment. She eyed me as I set her ice cream sundae down before her, and eyed Roger as he said, "Mother, I want you to meet—" "I do not meet girls who wait on public tables," he said. "I acknowledge they exist, work, and are paid, but I immediately forget their names." She touched and nibbled her ice cream, while Roger sat not touching his at all. They left a day earlier than usual that year. I saw Roger as he paid the bill in the hotel lobby. He shook my hand to say goodbye, and I could not help but say, "You've forgotten." He took a half step back, then turned around, patting his coat pocket. "Luggage, bill paid, wallet?" "No, I seem to have everything," he said. "A long time ago," I said, "you made a promise." He was silent. "Roger," I said, "I'm 20 now, and so are you." He seized my hand again swiftly, as if he were falling over the side of a ship, and it was me going away, leaving him to drown forever beyond help. "One more year, Anna. 2, 3 at the most." "Oh, no," I said forlornly. 4 years at the outside. The doctors say—" "The doctors don't know what I know, Roger. He'll live forever. He'll bury you and me and drink wine at our funerals." "She's a sick woman, Anna. My God, she can't survive." "She will, because we give her strength. She knows we want her dead. That really gives her the power to go on." "I can't talk to you. I can't." Seizing his luggage, he started down the hall. "I won't wait, Roger," he said. He turned at the door and looked at me so helplessly, so palely, like a moth pinned to the wall, that I could not say it again. The door slammed shut, and summer was over. The next year, Roger came directly to the soda fountain, where he said, "Is it true? Who is it?" "Paul," I said. "You know Paul. He'll manage the hotel someday. We'll marry this fall." "That doesn't give me much time," said Roger. "It's too late," I said. "I've already promised." "Promised? Hell, you don't love him." "I think I do." "Think hell. Thinking's one thing, knowing's another. You know you love me." "Do I, Roger?" "Stop relishing the damn business so much. You know you do." "Oh, Anna, you'll be miserable." "I'm miserable now," I said. "Oh, Anna, wait." "I have waited most of my life. But I know what will happen." "Anna," he blurted it out, as if it had come to him suddenly. What if she died this summer?" "She won't." "But if she did? If she took a turn for the worse, I mean, in the next 2 months?" He searched my face. He shortened it. "The next month, Anna. 2 weeks. Listen, if she died in 2 short weeks, would you wait that long? Would you marry me then?" I began to cry. "Roger, we've never even kissed. This is ridiculous." "Answer me. If she died 1 week, 7 days from now." He grabbed my arm. "But how can you be sure?" "I'll make myself sure. I swear she'll be dead a week from now, or I'll never bother you again with it." We flung the screen doors wide, hurrying off into the day that was suddenly too bright. "Roger, don't!" I cried. But my mind thought, "Roger, do something, anything, to start it all or end it all." That night in bed I thought, what ways are there for murder that no one could know? Is Roger 100 yards away this moment thinking the same? Will he search the woods tomorrow for toadstools resembling mushrooms? Or drive the car too fast and fling her door wide on a curve? I saw the wax dummy witch fly through the air in a lovely soaring arc that break like ridiculous peanut brittle on an oak, an elm, a maple. I sat up in bed. I laughed until I wept. I wept until I laughed again. No, I thought, he'll find a better way. A night burglar will shock her heart into her throat. Once in her throat, she will not let it go down again. She'll choke on her own panic. And then, the oldest, the darkest, most childish thought of all. There's only one way to finish a woman whose mouth is the color of blood, being what she is, a relative, not an aunt, but a great-grandmother, to prize her with a stake driven through her heart. I heard her scream. It was so loud, all the night birds jumped from the trees to cover the stars. I lay back down. Dear Christian Anna Marie, I thought. What's this? Do you want to kill? Yes. But why not kill a killer, a woman who strangled her child in his crib and has not loosened the throttling cord since? He's so pale, poor man, because he has not breathed free air all of his life. And then, unbidden, the lines of an old poem stood up in my head. Where I had read them, or who had put them down, or if I had written them myself within my head over the years, I could not say. But the lines were there, and I read them in the dark. Come, live like Lazarus in the tomb of life, and come forth curious late to twilight hospitals and mortuary rooms. The lines vanished. For a while I could recall no more, and then, unable to fend it off, for it came of itself, the last fragment appeared in the dark. Better cold skies seem bitter to the north, than stillborn stay, all blind and gone to ghost. If Rio is lost, well, love the Arctic coast. O ancient Lazarus, come ye forth. There the poem stopped and let me be. At last I slept, restless, hoping for the dawn and good and final news. The next day I saw him pushing her along the pier and thought, yes, that's it. She'll vanish and be found a week from now on the shore like a sea monster floating, all face and no body. That day passed. Well, surely, I thought, tomorrow. Second day of the week, the third, the fourth, and then the fifth and sixth passed. And on the 7th day, one of the maids came running up the path, shrieking, "Oh, it's terrible! It's terrible!" "Mrs. Harrison?" I cried. I felt a terrible and quite uncontrollable smile on my face. No, her son! He's hung himself." "Hung himself?" I said ridiculously, and found myself stunned, exclaiming to her, "Oh, no! It wasn't him who was going to die, it was—" I babbled. I stopped. The maid was clutching, pulling my arm. "We cut him down. Oh, God, he's still alive. Quick!" Still alive? Still breathed, yes. Walked around through the other years, yes. But alive? No. It was she who gained strength and lived through his attempt to escape her. She never forgave his trying to run off. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean?" I remember her screaming at him as he lay feeling his throat in the cottage, his eyes shut, wilted, and I hurried in the door. "What do you mean doing that? What? And looking at him there, I knew he'd tried to run away from both of us. We were both impossible to him. I did not forgive him that either for a while. But I did feel my old hatred of him become something else, a kind of dull pain, as I turned and went back to the doctor. "What do you mean, you silly boy?" he cried. I married Paul that autumn. After that, the years poured through the glass swiftly. Once each year, Roger led himself into the pavilion to sit eating mint ice with his limp, empty gloved hands, but he never called me by my name again, nor did he mention the old promise. Here and there in the hundreds of months that passed, I thought, for his own sake now, for no one else, sometime, somehow, he must simply up and destroy the dragon with the hideous bellows face and the rust-scaled hands. For Roger, and only for Roger. Roger must do it. Surely this year, when he was 50, 51, 52. Between seasons, I caught myself examining occasional Chicago papers, hoping to find a picture of her, lying split like a monstrous yellow chicken. But no, and no, but no. I'd almost forgotten him when he returned this morning. He's very old now, more like a doddering husband than a son. Baked gray clay he is, with milky blue eyes, a toothless mouth, and manicured fingernails that seem stronger because the flesh is baked away. At noon today, after a moment of standing out, a lone, gray, wingless hawk staring at a sky in which he had never soared or flown, he came inside and spoke to me, his voice rising. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you what?" I said, scooping out his ice cream before he asked for it. "One of the maids just mentioned. Your husband died 5 years ago. You should have told me." "Well, now you know." He sat down slowly. "Lord," he said, tasting the ice cream and savoring, eyes shut. "This is bitter." Then, a long time later, he said, "Anna?" I never asked. "Were there ever any children?" "No," I said, "but I don't know why. I guess I'll never know why." I left him sitting there and went to wash the dishes. At 9 tonight, I heard someone laughing to the lake. I hadn't heard Roger laugh since he was a child. So I didn't think it was him until the doors burst wide and he entered, flinging his arms about, unable to control his almost weeping hilarity. "Roger," I asked, "what's wrong?" "Nothing. Oh, nothing," he cried. "Everything's lovely. A root beer, Anna. Take one yourself. Drink with me." We drank together. He laughed, winked, then got immensely calm. Still smiling there, he looked suddenly beautifully young. "Anna," he whispered intensely, leaning forward, "guess what? I'm flying to China tomorrow. Then India, then London, Madrid, Paris, Berlin, Rome, Mexico City." "You are, Roger?" "I am. I. Not we, but I, Roger Bidwell Harrison. I. I stared at him. He gazed quietly back at me, and I must have gasped. For then I knew what he had finally done tonight. This hour was in the last few minutes. "Oh, no," my lips must have murmured. "Oh, but yes," his eyes upon me replied. "Incredible miracle of miracles after all these waiting years. Tonight at last. Tonight." I let him talk. After Rome, it was Vienna and Stockholm. He'd saved thousands of schedules, flight charts, and hotel bulletins for 40 years. He knew the moons and tides, the goings and comings of everything on the sea and in the sky. "The best of all," he said at last, "Anna, Anna, will you come along with me? I've lots of money put away. Don't let me run on. Anna, tell me, will you? I came around the counter slowly and saw myself in the mirror. A woman in her 70th year, going to a party half a century late. I sat down beside him and shook my head. Oh, but Anna, why not? There's no reason why. There's a reason, he said. You. Me, but I don't count. That's just it, Roger. You do. Anna, we could have a wonderful time. I dare say. But Roger, you've been married for 70 years. Now, for the first time, you're not married. You don't want to turn around and get married again right off, do you? Don't I? He asked gently. You don't. You really don't. You deserve a little while, at least, off by yourself to see the world, to know who Roger Harrison is. A little while away from women. Then, when you've gone around the world and come back, it's time to think of other things. If you say so. No, it mustn't be anything I say or know or tell you to do. Right now it must be you telling yourself what to know and see and do. Go have a grand time. If you can, be happy. Will you be here waiting for me when I come back? I haven't it in me any more to wait, but I'll be here. He moved toward the door, then stopped and looked at me as if surprised by some new question that had come into his mind. Anna, he said, if all this had happened 40 or 50 years ago, would you have gone away with me then? Would you really have married me? I did not answer. Anna, he asked. After a long while I said, there are some questions that could never be asked. Because, I went on thinking, there can be no answers. Looking down the years toward the lake, I could not remember, so I could not say, whether we could have ever been happy. Perhaps even as a child, sensing the impossible in Roger, I had sensed the impossible, and therefore the rare to my heart, simply because it was impossible and rare. He was a sprig of farewell summer pressed in an old book, to be taken out, turned over, admired once a year. But more than that, who could say? Surely not I, so long, so late in the day. Life is questions, not answers. Roger had come very close to read my face, my mind, while I thought all this. What he saw there made him look away, close his eyes, then take my hand and press it to his cheek. I'll be back. I swear I will. Outside the door he stood bewildered for a moment in the moonlight, looking at the world in all its directions, east, west, north, south, like a child out of school for his first summer, not knowing which way to go first, just breathing, just listening, just seeing. Don't hurry, I said fervently. Oh God, whatever you do, please enjoy yourself. Don't hurry. I saw him run off toward the limousine near the cottage, where I was supposed to rap in the morning, and where I would get no answer. But I knew that I would not go to the cottage, and that I'd keep the maid from going there, because the old lady had given orders not to be bothered. That would give Roger the chance to start he needed. In a week or 2 or 3, I might call the police. Then, if they met Roger coming back on the boat from all those wild places, it wouldn't matter. Police? Perhaps not even them. Perhaps she died of a heart attack, and poor Roger only thinks he killed her, and now proudly sails off into the world, his pride not allowing him to know that only her own self-made death released him. But then again, if at last all the murder he had put away for 70 years had forced him tonight to lay hands on and kill the hideous creature, I could not find it in my heart to weep for her, but only for the great time it had taken to act out the sentence. The road is silent. An hour has passed since the limousine roared away down the road. Now, I have just put out the lights and stand alone in the pavilion, looking out at the shining lake, where in another century, under another sun, a small boy with an old face was first touched to play tag with me, and now very late, tagged me back, kissed my hand and run away. And this time myself, stunned, not following. Many things I do not know tonight, but one thing I'm sure of. I do not hate Roger Harrison anymore. A miracle of rare device. On a day neither too mellow nor too tight, too hot nor too cold, the ancient Tin Lizzie came over the desert hill traveling at promotion speed. The vibration of the various armored parts of the car caused road runners to spurt up in flowery bursts of dust. Gila monsters, lazy displays of Indian jewelry, took themselves out of the way. Like an infestation, the Ford clambered and dinned away into the deeps of the wilderness. In the front seat, squinting back, old Will Banton shouted, "Hang on!" Bob Greenhill swung the Lizzie off behind the billboard. Instantly both men turned. Both peered over the crumpled top of the car, praying to the dust as they had wheeled up on the air. "Lay down! Lay low, please!" Dust flew slowly down. Zack! A motorcycle, looking as if it had burned through all 9 rings of hell, thundered by. Hunched over its oily handlebars, a hurricane figure, a man with a creased and most unpleasant face, goggled and sun-devilled, leaned on the wind. The roaring bike and man flung away down the road. 2 old men sat up in the Lizzie at Taylor. "So long, Ned Hopper," said Bob Greenhill. "Why?" Will Banton. "Why's he always tailing us?" "Willie Williams, talk sense," said Greenhill. "We're his luck, his Judas goat. Why should he let us go? Trailing us around the land makes him rich and happy and us poor and wise." 2 men looked at each other, half in, half out of their smiles. What the world hadn't done to them, thinking about it had. They had enjoyed 30 years of non-violence together, in their case meaning non-work. "I feel a harvest coming on," Will would say. They'd clear out of town before the wheat ripe. Or, "Those apples are ready to fall." So they'd stand back about 300 miles, so as not to get hit on the head. Now Bob Greenhill slowly let the car, a magnificent controlled detonation, drift back out on the road. "Willie, friend, don't be discouraged." "I've been through discouraged," said Will. "I'm knee-deep in accepting." "Accepting what?" "Finding a treasure chest of canned fish one day and no canning. Finding 1,000 can openers the next day and no fish." Bob Greenhill listened to the motor talking to itself like an old man under the hood, sounding like sleepless nights and rusty bones and well-worn dreams. "Our bad luck can't last forever, Willie." "Oh, but it sure tries. You and me sell ties, and who's across the street 10 cents cheaper? Ed Hopper. We strike gold in Tonopah, and who registers the claim? Old Ned. Haven't we done him a lifetime of favors? Aren't we overdue for something just ours that never winds up his?" "Time's ripe, Willie," said Robert Bryan calmly. "Trouble is, you, me, Ned, never really decided what we wanted. We've run through all the ghost towns, see something, grab. Ned sees and grabs too. He don't want it. He just wants it because we want it. He keeps it till we're out of sight, then tears it up and hangdogs after us for more litter. The day we really know what we want is the day Ned gets scared of us and runs off forever." Hell. Bob Greenhill breathed the clear, freshwater air running in morning streams over the windshield. "It's good anyway. That sky, those hills, the desert, and..." Voice faded. Will Banton glanced over. "What's wrong?" "Some reason." Bob Greenhill's eyes rolled, his leathery hands turned the wheel slow. "We've got to pull off the road." Lizzie bumped on the dirt road. They drove down in a dusty wash and up out, and suddenly along a dry peninsula of land overlooking the desert, Bob Greenhill, looking hypnotized, put out his hand to turn the ignition key. The old man under the hood stopped complaining about the insomnia and slept. "Now, why did you do that?" asked Will Banton. Bob Greenhill gazed at the wheel in his suddenly intuitive hand. Seems as if I had to. Why? Winced up. He let his bones settle and his eyes grow lazy. Maybe only to look at the land out there. Good. All of it been here a billion years. Except for that city, Will Hampton. City, said Bob. He turned to look. And the desert was there, and the distant hills, the color of lions, far out beyond, suspended in a sea of warm morning sand and light, the kind of floating image, a hasty sketch of the city. That can't be Phoenix, Bob Greenhill. Phoenix is 90 miles off. Well, a big place around. Will Bantam rumpled the map on his knees. Said, no other town. It's coming clearer. Bob Greenhill said. They both stood absolutely straight up in the car and stared over the dusty windshield, the wind whining softly over their craggy faces. Now you know what that is, Bob? The mirage. Sure, that's it. Light rays just right. Atmosphere, sky, temperature. City's the other side of the horizon somewhere. Look how it jumps, fades in, now. It's reflected against the sky up there like a mirror. It comes down here where we can see it. A mirage. I'm dark. That's big. Bob Greenhill measured the city as it grew taller, clearer in a shift of wind. Soft, far whirl about its sand. The granddaddy of 'em all. That's not Phoenix, not Santa Fe or Alamogordo. Oh, let's see. Not Kansas City. It's too far off anyway. Yeah, but look at those buildings. Say, tallest in the country. Only one place like that in the world. You don't mean New York. Will Bantam nodded slowly, and they both stood in silence, looking out from the rock. The city was tall and shining now. It was almost perfect in the early morning light. Oh my! Ah, that's a long haul. That's fine. It is. Yes. But, Will, a moment later, whispering as if afraid the city might hear, what's it doing 3,000 miles from home, here in the middle of nowhere, Arizona? Bob Greenhill gazed and spoke. Willie, friend, never question nature. It just sits there and minds its knitting. Radio waves, rainbows, northern lights, all that. Heck, that's just a big picture. Got took to New York City and is being developed here, 3,000 miles away, on a morn when we need cheering. Just for us. Just us. Will peered over the side of the car. Look. There in the flowery dust lay innumerable crosshatches, diagonals, fascinating symbols printed out in a quiet tapestry. Tire marks, said Bob Green. Hundreds of them. Thousands. What's the cars pulled off here? For what, Bob? Will Bantam leaped from the car, landed on it, thumped it, turned on it, knelt to touch it with a swift and suddenly trembling hand. For what? For what? See the mirage? Yes, sir. See the mirage. So, boy, howdy. Will stood up, plummed his voice like a motor. Vroom! Turned an imaginary wheel. He ran along the tire track. Vroom! Brakes on. Robert, Bob, you know what we got here? Looky. Look west. This is the only point in miles you can pull off the highway and sit and stare your eyes out. Sure, it's nice. People have an eye for beauty. Beauty my socks. Who owns this land? They reckon. You reckon wrong. You and me. You set up camp, register a claim, improve the property, and the law reads it's ours. Right? Hold on. Bob Jr. was staring out at the desert, staring steadily. You mean you want to homestead a mirage? Right, Biden. Homestead a mirage.
Robert Greenhill stood down and wandered around the car, looking at the tire-treaded earth.
Can we do that? Do it. Use my dust.
In an instant, Will Banton was pounding tent stakes into the soil, singing Juan.
From here to here, and here to here. It's a gold mine. We panic, it's cow, we milk. It's a lake full of money. We swim in it.
Rummaging in the car, he weaved out cases and brought forth a large cardboard which had once advertised cheap cravats. This, reversed, he painted over with a brush and began lettering.
Willie, said his friend, nobody's gonna pay to see any darn old garage. Put up a fence, tell folks they can't see a thing, and that's just their ear. There, held up the sign.
Secret View Mirage, the mysterious city, 25 cents per car. Motorbikes a dime.
Here comes a car. Watch. William.
Will running this time.
Hey, look. Hey.
Car roared past, full, ignoring the matter. Bob shut his eyes so as not to see Will's smile wiped away. Then, a marvelous sound, the squeal of brakes. The car was backing up. Will was leaping forward, waving, pointing.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Secret View Mirage, the mysterious city. Right in.
Tread marks in the simple dust became numerous, then quite suddenly, innumerable. A great bowl of heat-wafted dust hung over the dry peninsula, where in a vast sound of arrivals, with braked tires, slammed doors, stilled engines, cars of many kinds from many places came and took their places in a line. And the people in the cars, as different as people can be, who come from 4 directions, but are drawn in a single moment by a single thing, all talking at first, growing still at last to what they saw out in the desert. The wind blew softly about their faces, fluttering the hair of the women, the open shirt collars of the men. They sat in their cars for a long time, as they stood out on the rim of the earth, saying nothing, and at last, one by one, turned to go. As the first car drove back out past Bob and Rose, the woman in it nodded happily.
Thanks. Why, it is just like Rome.
Did she say Rome or home? Asked Rose. Another car wheeled toward the exit.
Yes, sir.
The driver reached out to shake Bob's hand.
Just looking made me feel I could speak French. French?
Cried Bob. Both stepped forward swiftly as the third car made to leave. An old man sat at the wheel, shaking his head. Never seen the like. You need say fog and all. Westminster Bridge, better than the postcard. And Big Ben off there in the distance. How do you do it? God bless. Much obliged. Both men disquieted, let the old man drive away, and slowly wheeled to look out along the small thrust of land toward the growing simmer of moon.
Big Ben?
Will Banton.
Westminster Bridge? Fog?
Faintly, they thought they heard. They could not be sure. They cupped their ears. Wasn't that a vast clock striking 3 times off there beyond land's rim? Weren't foghorns calling after boats and boat horns calling back on some lost river?
Almost speak French,
whispered Robert.
Big Ben? Home? Rome? Is that Rome out there, Will?
Wind shifted. Roiling surge of warm air tumbled up, plucking changes on an invisible heart. The fog almost solidified into gray stone monuments. The sun almost built a golden statue on top of a crested mount of fresh-cut snow marble.
How?
William Banton.
How could it change? How could it be 4 or 5 cities? You tell anyone what city they'd see?
No.
Tell him, Bob. Well?
Now they fixed their gaze on their last customers. He stood alone at the rim of the dry peninsula. Gesturing his friend to silence, Robert moved silently to stand to one side and behind their paying visitor.
He was a man in his late 40s with a vital, sunburned face. Good, warm, clear-water eyes, fine cheekbones, a receptive mouth. He looked as if he had traveled a long way around in his life, over many deserts in search of a particular oasis. He resembled those architects found wandering the rubbled streets below their buildings as the iron, steel, and glass go soaring up to block out, fill in an empty piece of sky. His face was that of such builders who suddenly see reared up before them on the instant, from horizon to horizon, the perfect implementation of an old dream. Now, only half aware of William and Robert beside him. The stranger spoke at last in a quiet, easy, a wondrous voice, saying what he saw, telling what he felt. In Xanadu. What? Asked William. The stranger half smiled, kept his eyes on the mirage, and quietly, in memory, recited. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan, 8ly pleasure dome decree, where out the sacred river ran, through caverns measureless man, down to a sunless sea. His voice spelled the weather blew about the other two men and made them more still. Though twice 5 miles of fertile ground, walls and towers of fertile ground. Here were gardens bright with streamless rays, where blossomed many an incense bearing tree. And here were forests ancient as the hills, enfolding sunny spots of green. William and Robert looked off at the mirage, and what the stranger said was there in the golden dust. Some fabled Middle East or Far East clustering of minarets, domes, frail towers risen up in a magnificent sift of pollen from the Gobi, the spread of river stone baked bright by the fertile Euphrates. Palmyra, not yet ruined, only just begun, newly minted, then abandoned by the departing years, now shimmered by heat, now threatening to blow away forever. The stranger, his face transformed, beautified by his vision, finished it out. It was a miracle of rare device. Sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice. Strangers grew silent, which made the silence in Bob and Will all the deeper. The stranger fumbled with his wallet, his eyes wet. Thank you. Thank you. You already paid it, said William. If I had more, you'd get it all. He gripped William's hand, left a $5 bill in it, got into his car, looked for the last time out at the mirage, and sat down, started the car, idled it with wonderful ease, and face glowing, eyes peaceful, drove away. Robert walked a few steps after the car, stunned. And William suddenly exploded, flung his arms up, whooped, kicked his feet, wheeled around. Hallelujah! Out of the land, full dinner pails, new sneaky shoes. Look at my fistful. Robert said, I don't think we should take it. William stopped then. Why? Robert looked steadily at the desert. We can't ever really own it. It's way out there. Sure, we can homestead the land, but we don't even know what that thing is. Why, it's New York, and ever been to New York? Always wanted, never did. Always wanted, never did. Robert nodded slowly. Same as them. You heard. Paris, Rome, London, and this last man. Xanadu. Really? Really, we got hold of something strange and big here. He said we won't do right by it. Well, we're not keeping anyone out, are we? Who knows? Might be a quarter too much for some. Don't seem right. Natural thing handled by unnatural rules. Look and tell me I'm wrong. Even look. The city was there like the first city he'd seen as a boy when his mother took him on a train across a long meadow of grass early one morning, and the city rose up head by head, tower by tower to look at it, to watch him coming near. It was that fresh, that new, that old, that frightening, that wonderful. I think, Robert, we should take just enough to buy gas for a week. Put the rest of the money in the first poor box we come to. That mirage is a clear river running, and people coming by first. We're wise. We dip one cup, drink it cool in the heat of the day, and go. We stop, build dam, try to own the whole river. William, peering out through the whispering dusk wind, tried to relax. Said, "If you say so, I don't. Wilderness all around, say." "Well, I say different." Both men jumped and spun about. Half up the slope stood a motorcycle. Sitting it, rainbowed with oil, eyes goggled, grief asking his stubbly feet, was a man of familiar arrogance and free-running contempt. Ned Hopper. Ned Hopper smiled his most evilly benevolent smile, unbraked the cycle, and glided the rest of the way down to halt by his old friend. "You," said Robert. Me. Ned Hopper humped his cycle horn 4 times, laughing while head back. "Me." "Shut up," fired Robert. "Bust it like a mirror." "Bust what like a mirror?" William, catching Robert's concern, glanced apprehensively out beyond at the desert. The mirage flurried, trembled, misted away, then hung itself like a tapestry once more on the air. "Something out there. What you guys up to?" Ed peered down at tread-marked earth. "I was 20 miles on today, and I realized you boys was hiding back behind. Said to myself, nothing like my buddies who led me to that gold mine in 47, lent me this cycle with a dice roll in 55. All those years we helped each other. Now you got secrets from friend Ned. So I come back. Been up on that hill half the day, spying." Ned lifted binoculars from his greasy jacket front. "You know I can read lips." "Sure. Well, all the cars run in here. Cash. Why the show you're running?" "Keep your voice down," warned Ruff. "So long." Ned smiled sweetly. "Sorry to see you go. I surely respect your getting off my property." "Yours." Robert and Maiden caught the said in a trembling whisper. "Yours." Ned laughed. "When I saw what you was up to, I just cycled into Phoenix. See this little bitty government paper sticking out of my back pocket?" The paper was there, and he folded. William put out his hand. "Don't give him the pleasure, Robert." William pulled his hand back. "You want us to believe you filed a homestead claim?" Ned shut up the smile inside his eyes. "I do. I don't. Even if I was lying, I could still make Phoenix on my bike quicker than your jalopy." Ned surveyed the land with his binoculars. "So, just put down all the money you earned from 2 this afternoon. I filed my claims, from which time on you was trespassing on my land." Robert flung the coins into the box. Ned Hopper glanced casually at Bright River. "U.S. government mint. Hot dogs. Nothing out there but dumb bunnies willing to pay for it." Robert turned slowly to look at the desert. "You don't see nothing?" Ned sneered. "Nothing, and you know it." "But we do." "We, William." "But Bob." "Nothing out there, like he said." More cars beside him now, big strong wind. "Excuse, gents, got to mind the box off." Ned strode off. "Yes, sir, ma'am. This way. Cash in advance." "Why?" William watched Ned Hopper run off yelling. "Why are we letting him do this?" "Wait." Almost ballooned. "You'll see." They got out of the way, the Ford, a Buick, and an ancient moon motored in. Twilight. On a hill about 200 yards above the mysterious city mirage viewpoint, William Banton and Robert Greenville fried and picked at a small supper, hardly bacon, mostly beans. From time to time, Robert used some battered opera glasses on the scene below. "Had 30 customers since we left this afternoon," he observed. "Got to shut down soon, though. Only 10 minutes of sun left." William stared at a single beam in one of his head. "Tell me again. Why? Why, every time our luck is good, Ned Hopper jumps out of the earth. Robert sighed on the opera glass lenses, wiping his cup. "'Cause, friend Will, we are the pure in heart. We shine with a light. And the villains of the world, they see that light beyond the hills and say, why now, there's some innocent, some sweet all-day sucker. And the villains come to warm their hands at it. I don't know what we can do about it, but maybe put out the light. I wouldn't want to do that. Just I was hoping this time to come up in time. And like Ned Hopper, living with white underbelly light, wouldn't he about due for a bolt of light? You? Robert screwed the opera glasses tighter into his eyes. Why, just struck. Oh, ye little face. William jumped up beside him. They shared the glass. One hand was staring down. Look! William, looking, cried, "Be gentle, be Mackinaw. Also, gullible M. Crackers." But far below, Ned Hopper was stomping around outside a shop. People gesticulated at him. They handed him some money. The car drove off. Faintly, you could hear Ned's anguished cries. William gasped. He's giving money back. Now, he almost hit that man there. The man shook his fist at him. Ned's fading back, too. Look, more fawn fire well. Yah! Whooped Robert, happy with his half of the glass. Below, all the cars were dusting away now. Old Ned, with a violent kicking dance, threw his goggles into the dust, tore down the sign, let forth a terrible oath. Dear me, mused Robert. I'm glad I can't hear them words. Come on, Ned. As William Banton and Robert Greenhill drove back up to the mysterious city tournament, Ned Hopper rocketed out in a screaming fury. Rain, roaring on his cycle, he hurled the painted cardboard through the air. Signs bristled up and boomerang. It hissed, narrowly missing Bob. Long after Ned was gone and his banging thunder, the sign sank down and lay on the earth, where William picked it up and brushed it off. It was twilight indeed now, and the sun touching the far hills and the land quiet and hushed, and Ned Hopper gone away, and the two men alone in the abandoned territory in the thousand-threaded dust, looking out at the sand and the strange air. Oh, no. Yes, said Robert. The desert was empty, and the pink gold light the setting sun. The mirage was gone. A few dust devils whirled and fell apart, way out on the horizon, but that was all. William let out a huge groan of bereavement. He did it. Ned Hopper come back to you. Oh, damn it, Ned, you spoiled it all. Blast you to perdition. He stopped. Bob, how can you stand there? Robert smiled sadly. Right now, I'm feeling sorry for Ned Hopper. Sorry? He never saw what we saw. He never saw what anybody saw. He never believed for 1 second. And you know what? Disbelief is catching. It rubs off on people.
William searched the disinhabited land. Is that what happened? Who knows? Robert shook his head. One thing sure, when folks drove in here, the city, the cities, the mirage, whatever, was there. But it's awful hard to see when people stand in your way. Without so much as moving, Ned Hopper put his big hand across the sun. First thing you know, theater's closed for good. Can't we, William hesitated. Can't we, open it up again? How? How'd you bring a thing like that back? They let their eyes play over the sand, the hills, the few lone clouds, the sky emptied of wind and very still. Maybe, if we just look out the sides of our eyes, not direct at it, relax, Take it easy. They both looked down at their shoes, their hands, the rocks at their feet. Anything. But at last William mourned, Are we the pure in heart? Robert laughed just a little bit. Oh, not like the kids who came through here today and saw anything they wanted to see. Not like the big, simple people born in the wheat fields and by God's grace wander in the world and will never grow up. We're neither the little children nor the big children of the world, Willie. But we're one thing. Glad to be alive. We know the air mornings on the road. How the stars go up and then down the sky. And villain, he stopped being glad a long time ago. I hate to think of him driving his cycle on the road the rest of the night, the rest of the year. As he finished this, Robert noticed that William was sliding his eyes carefully to one side toward the desert. Robert whispered carefully, See anything? William sighed. No, maybe tomorrow. A single car came down the highway. The two men glanced at each other. A wild look of hope flashed in their eyes, but they could not quite bring themselves to fling up their hands and yell. They simply stood with the painted sign held in their arms. The car roared by. The two men followed it with their wishful eyes. The car braked. It backed up. In it were a man, a woman, a boy, a girl. The man called out, You closed for the night? William said, It's no use. Robert cut in. He means no use giving us money. Last customer of the day and family free. On the house. Thank you, neighbor. Thank you. The car roared out onto the viewpoint. William seized Robert's elbow. Bob, what ails you? Disappoint those kids, that nice family? Hush up, said Robert gently. Come on. Kids piled out of the car. The man and his wife climbed slowly out into the sunset. The sky was all gold and blue now, and a bird sang somewhere in the fields of sand and lion pollen. Watch, said Robert. And they moved up to stand behind the family where they lined up now to look out over the desert. William held his breath. The man and wife squinted into the twilight uneasily. The kids said nothing. Their eyes flecked and filled with the distillation of late sunlight. William cleared his throat. It's, late. Can't see too well. The man was going to reply when the boy said, Oh, we can see fine. Sure, the girl pointed. There. The mother and father followed her gesture as if it might help. And it did. Lord, said the woman. For a moment I thought, but now, there it is. The man read his wife's face, saw a thing there, borrowed it, and placed it on the land and in the air. Yes, said at last. Oh, yes. William stared at them, the desert, and then at Robert, who smiled and nodded. The faces of the father, the mother, the daughter, the son were glowing now, looking off at the desert. Oh, murmured the girl. Is it really there? The father nodded, his face bright with what he saw that was just within seeing and just beyond knowing. He spoke as if he stood alone in a great forest church. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful. William started to lift his head, but Robert whispered, Easy. It's coming. Don't try. Easy, Will. And then William knew what to do. He said, I'm going to stand with the kids. And he walked slowly over and stood right behind the boy and the girl. He stood for a long time there, like a man between two warm fires on a cool evening. And they warmed him, and he breathed easy, and at last let his eyes drift up, let his attention wander easy out toward the twilight desert and the hoped-for city in the dusk. And there, in the dust softly blown high from the land, reassembled on the wind into half-shapes of towers and spires and minarets, was the mirage. He felt Robert's breath on his neck, close, whispering, half talking to himself. It was a miracle of rare device, sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice. And the city was there. And the sun set, and the first stars came out. And the city was very clear, as William heard himself repeat, aloud, or perhaps for only a secret pleasure, "It was a miracle of rare device." And they stood in the dark until they could not see. And so died Riabouchinska. The cellar was cold cement, and the dead man was cold stone, and the air was filled with an invisible fall of rain, while the people gathered to look at the body as if it had been washed in on an empty shore at morning. The gravity of the earth was drawn to a focus here in this single basement room, a gravity so immense that it pulled their faces down, bent their mouths at the corners, and drained their cheeks. Their hands hung weighted, and their feet were planted so they could not move without seeming to walk under water. A voice was calling, but nobody listened. The voice called again, and only after a long time did the people turn and look momentarily into the air. They were at the seashore in November, and this was a gull crying over their heads in the gray color of dawn. It was a sad crying, like the birds going south for the steel winter to come. It was an ocean sounding the shore so far away that it was only a whisper of sand and wind in a seashell. The people in the basement room shifted their gaze to a table and a golden box resting there, no more than 24 inches long, inscribed with the name Riabouchinska. Under the lid of this small coffin, the voice at last settled with finality, and the people stared at the box, and the dead man lay on the floor, not hearing the soft cry. "Let me out! Let me out! Oh, please, please, someone let me out!" And finally, Mr. Fabian, the ventriloquist, bent and whispered to the golden box, "No, Ria, this is serious business. Later. Be quiet now, that's a good girl." He shut his eyes and tried to laugh. From under the polished lid her calm voice said, "Please don't laugh. You should be much kinder now after what's happened." Detective Lieutenant Krovich touched Fabian's arm. "If you don't mind, we'll save your dummy act for later. Right now, there's all this to clean up." He glanced at the woman, who had now taken a folding chair. "Mrs. Fabian?" He nodded to the young man sitting next to her. "Mr. Douglas, you're Mr. Fabian's press agent and manager?" The young man said he was. Krovich looked at the face of the man on the floor. "Fabian, Mrs. Fabian, Mr. Douglas, all of you say you don't know this man who was murdered here last night. Never heard the name Achim before. Yet Achim earlier told the stage manager he knew Fabian and had to see him about something vitally important." The voice in the box began again quietly. Krovich shouted, "Damn it, Fabian!" Under the lid, the voice laughed. It was like a muffled bell ringing. "Pay no attention to her, Lieutenant," said Fabian. "Her or you, damn it? What is this? Get together, you two." "We'll never be together," said the quiet voice. "Never again after tonight." Krovich put out his hand. "Give me the key, Fabian." In the silence there was the rattle of the key in the small lock, the squeal of the miniature hinges as the lid was opened and laid back against the tabletop. "Thank you," said Riabouchinska. Krovich stood motionless, just looking down and seeing Riabouchinska in her box, and not quite believing what he saw. The face was white, and it was cut from marble or from the whitest wood he had ever seen. It might have been cut from snow, and the neck that held the head, which was as dainty as a porcelain cup with the sun shining through the thinness of it, the neck was also white. And the hands could have been ivory, and they were thin, small things with tiny fingernails and whorls on the pads of the fingers, like delicate spirals and lines. He was all white stone, with light pouring through the stone and light coming out of the dark eyes with blue tones beneath, like fresh mulberries. He was reminded of milk glass and of cream poured into a crystal tumbler. The brows were arched and black and thin, and the cheeks were hollowed, and there was a faint pink vein in each temple, and a faint blue vein barely visible above the slender bridge of the nose, between the shining dark eyes. Her lips were half-parted, and it looked as if they might be slightly damp, and the nostrils were arched and modeled perfectly, as were the ears. The hair was black, and it was parted in the middle and drawn back of the ears, and it was real. He could see every single strand of hair. Her gown was as black as her hair, and draped in such a fashion as to show her shoulders, which were carved wood as white as a stone that has lain a long time in the sun. She was very beautiful. Krovich felt his throat move, and then he stopped and did not say anything. Fabian took Riabouchinska from her box. "My lovely lady," he said, "carved from the rarest imported woods. She's appeared in Paris, Rome, Istanbul. Everyone in the world loves her and thinks she's really human, some sort of incredibly delicate midget creature. They won't accept that she was once part of many forests, growing far away from cities and idiotic people." Fabian's wife, Alice, watched her husband, not taking her eyes from his mouth. Her eyes did not blink once in all the time he was telling of the doll he held in his arms. He, in turn, seemed aware of no one but the doll. The cellar and its people were lost in a mist that settled everywhere. And finally the small figure stirred and quivered. "Please don't talk about me. You know Alice doesn't like it." "Alice never has liked it." "Shh, don't," cried Riabouchinska. "Not here, not now." And then swiftly she turned to Krovich, and her tiny lips moved. "How did it all happen? Mr. Occam." Fabian said, "You'd better go to sleep now, Ria." "But I don't want to," she replied. "I've as much right to listen and talk. I'm as much a part of this murder as Alice or Mr. Douglas, even." The press agent threw down his cigarette. "Don't drag me into this, you—" And he looked at the doll as if it had suddenly become 6 feet tall and were breathing there before him. "It's just that I want the truth to be told." Riabouchinska turned her head to see all of the room. "And if I'm locked in my coffin, there'll be no truth, for John's a consummate liar, and I must watch after him. Isn't that right, John?" "Yes," he said, his eyes shut. "I suppose it is." "John loves me best of all the women in the world, and I love him and try to understand his wrong way of thinking." Krovich hit the table with his fist. "God damn! Oh, God damn it, Fabian! If you think you can—" "I'm helpless," said Fabian. "But she's—" I know what you want to say," said Fabian quietly, looking at the detective. "She's in my throat. Is that it?" No, she's not in my throat. She's somewhere else. I don't know. Here or here." He touched his chest, his head. "She's quick to hide. Sometimes there's nothing I can do. Sometimes she is only herself, nothing of me at all. Sometimes she tells me what to do, and I must do it. She stands guard. She reprimands me. Is honest where I'm dishonest. Good where I'm wicked, as all the sins that ever were. She lives a life apart. She's raised a wall in my head and lives there, ignoring me if I try to make her say improper things, cooperating if I suggest the right words in pantomime." Fabian sighed. "So if you intend going on, I'm afraid Ria must be present. Locking her up will do no good. No good at all." Lieutenant Krovich sat silently for the better part of a minute, then made his decision. "All right, let her stay. This may be, by God, that before the night's over I'll be tired enough to ask even a ventriloquist's dummy questions." Krovich unwrapped a fresh cigar, lit it, and puffed smoke. "So you don't recognize the dead man, Mr. Douglas?" "He looks vaguely familiar. Could be an actor." Krovich swore. "Let's all stop lying. What do you say? Look at Occam's shoes, his clothing. It's obvious he needed money. He came here tonight to beg, borrow, or steal some. Let me ask you this, Douglas. Are you in love with Mrs. Fabian?" "Now, wait just a moment," cried Alice Fabian. Krovich motioned her down. "You sit there, side by side, the two of you. I'm not exactly blind. When a press agent sits where the husband should be sitting, consoling the wife, well, The way you look at the marionette's coffin, Mrs. Fabian, holding your breath when she appears. You make fists when she talks. Hell, you're obvious. If you think for one moment I'm jealous of a stick of wood, aren't you? No. No, I'm not. Fabian moved. You needn't tell him anything, Alice. That her? They all jerked their heads and stared at the small figurine whose mouth was now slowly shutting. Even Fabian looked at the marionette as if it had struck him a blow. After a long while, Alice Fabian began to speak. I married John 7 years ago because he said he loved me, and because I loved him and I loved Riabouchinska. At first, anyway. But then I began to see that he really lived all of his life and paid most of his attentions to her, and I was a shadow, waiting in the wings every night. He spent $50,000 a year on her wardrobe, $100,000 for a dollhouse with gold and silver and platinum furniture. He tucked her in a small satin bed each night and talked to her. I thought it was all an elaborate joke at first, and I was wonderfully amused. But when it finally came to me that I was indeed merely an assistant in this act, I began to feel a vague sort of hatred and distrust. Not for the marionette, because after all it wasn't her doing, but I felt a terrible growing dislike and hatred for John, because it was his fault. He, after all, was the control, and all of his cleverness and natural sadism came out through his relationship with the wooden doll. And when I finally became very jealous, how silly of me, it was the greatest tribute I could have paid him, the way he had gone about perfecting the art of throwing his voice. It was all so idiotic, it was all so strange, and yet I knew that something had hold of John, just as people who drink have a hungry animal somewhere in them starving to death. So I moved back and forth from anger to pity, from jealousy to understanding. There were long periods when I didn't hate him at all, and I never hated the thing that Ria was in him, for she was the best half, the good part, the honest and the lovely part of him. She was everything that he never let himself try to be. Alice Fabian stopped talking, and the basement room was silent. "Tell about Mr. Douglas," said a voice, whispering. Mrs. Fabian did not look up at the marionette. With an effort she finished it out. When the years passed, and there was so little love and understanding from John, I guess it was natural I turned to Mr. Douglas. Krovich nodded. Everything begins to fall into place. Mr. Occam was a very poor man, down on his luck, and he came to this theater tonight because he knew something about you and Mr. Douglas. Perhaps he threatened to speak to Mr. Fabian if you didn't buy him off. That would give you the best of reasons to get rid of him. That's even sillier than all the rest, said Alice Fabian tiredly. I didn't kill him. Mr. Douglas might have and not told you. Why kill a man, said Douglas. John knew all about us. I did indeed, said John Fabian, and laughed. He stopped laughing, and his hand twitched, hidden in the snowflake interior of the tiny doll, and her mouth opened and shut, opened and shut. He was trying to make her carry the laughter on after he had stopped, but there was no sound, save the little empty whisper of her lips moving and gasping, while Fabian stared down at the little face, and perspiration came out, shining upon his cheeks. The next afternoon, Lieutenant Krovich moved through the theater darkness backstage, found the iron stairs, and climbed with great thought, taking as much time as he deemed necessary on each step, up to the second-level dressing rooms. He rapped on one of the thin panel doors. "Come in," said Fabian's voice from what seemed a great distance. Krovich entered and closed the door and stood looking at the man who was slumped before his dressing mirror. "I have something I'd like to show you," Krovich said. His face showing no emotion whatever, he opened a manila folder and pulled out a glossy photograph which he placed on the dressing table. John Fabian raised his eyebrows, glanced quickly up at Krovich, and then settled slowly back in his chair. He put his fingers to the bridge of his nose and massaged his face carefully, as if he had a headache. Krovich turned the picture over and began to read from the typewritten data on the back. Name, Miss Ilyana Ryamanova. 100 pounds, blue eyes, black hair, oval face. Born, 1914, New York City. Disappeared, 1934. Believed a victim of amnesia. Of Russo-Slav parentage, etc., etc. Fabian's lip twitched. Krovich laid the photograph down, shaking his head thoughtfully. It was pretty silly of me to go through police files for a picture of a marionette. You should have heard the laughter at headquarters. God! Still, here she is. Riabouchinska. Not papier-mâché, not wood, not a puppet, but a woman who once lived and moved around and disappeared. He looked steadily at Fabian. Suppose you take it from there. Fabian half smiled. There's nothing to it at all. I saw this woman's picture a long time ago, liked her looks, and copied my marionette after her. Nothing to it at all. Krovich took a deep breath and exhaled, wiping his face with a huge handkerchief. Fabian, this very morning I shuffled through a stack of billboard magazines that high. In the year 1934, I found an interesting article concerning an act which played on a second-rate circuit known as Fabian and Sweet William. Sweet William was a little boy dummy. There was a girl assistant, Ilyana Ryamanova. No picture of her in the article, but I at least had a name, the name of a real person to go on. It was simple to check police files then and dig up this picture. The resemblance, needless to say, between the live woman on one hand and the puppet on the other is nothing short of incredible. Suppose you go back and tell your story over again, Fabian. She was my assistant, that's all. I simply used her as a model. You're making me sweat, said the detective. You think I'm a fool? You think I don't know love when I see it? I've watched you handle the marionette. I've seen you talk to it. I've seen how you make it react to you. You're in love with the puppet, naturally, because you loved the original woman very, very much. I've lived too long not to sense that. Hell, Fabian, stop fencing around. Fabian lifted his pale, slender hands, turned them over, examined them, and let them fall. All right. In 1934, I was billed as Fabian and Sweet William. Sweet William was a small, bulb-nosed boy dummy I carved a long time ago. I was in Los Angeles when this girl appeared at the stage door one night. She followed my work for years. She was desperate for a job, and she hoped to be my assistant. He remembered her in the half-light of the alley behind the theater, and how startled he was at her freshness and eagerness to work with and for him, and the way the cool rain touched softly down through the narrow alleyway and caught in small spangles through her hair, melting in dark warmness, and the rain beaded upon her white porcelain hand, holding her coat together at her neck. He saw her lips motion in the dark, and her voice, separated off on another soundtrack, it seemed, speaking to him in the autumn wind. He remembered that without his saying yes or no, or perhaps she was suddenly on the stage with him, in the great pouring bright light, and in 2 months he, who had always prided himself on his cynicism and disbelief, had stepped off the rim of the world after her, plunging down a bottomless place of no limit and no light anywhere. Arguments followed, and more arguments. Things said and done that lacked all sense and sanity and fairness. She had edged away from him at last, causing his rages and remarkable hysterias. Once he burned her entire wardrobe in a fit of jealousy. She had taken this quietly, but then one night he handed her a week's notice, accused her of monstrous disloyalty, shouted at her, seized her, slapped her again and again across the face, bullied her about, and thrust her out the door, slamming it. She disappeared that night. When he found the next day that she was really gone, and there was nowhere to find her, it was like standing in the center of a titanic explosion. All the world was smashed flat, and all the echoes of the explosion came back to reverberate at midnight, at 4 a.m, at dawn. He was up early, stunned with the sound of coffee simmering and the sound of matches being struck and cigarettes lit, and himself trying to shave and looking at mirrors that were sickening in their distortion. He clipped out all the advertisements that he took in the papers and pasted them in neat rows in a scrapbook. All the ads describing her and telling about her and asking for her back. He even put a private detective on the case. People talked. The police dropped by to question him. There was more talk. But she was gone like a piece of white, incredibly fragile tissue paper, blown over the sky and down. A record of her was sent to the largest cities, and that was the end of it for the police, but not for Fabian. She might be dead or just running away, but wherever she was, he knew that somehow and in some way he would have her back. One night he came home, bringing his own darkness with him, and collapsed upon a chair. And before he knew it, he found himself speaking to Sweet William in the totally black room. "William, it's all over and done. I can't keep it up." And William cried, "Coward! Coward!" from the air above his head out of the emptiness. "You can get her back if you want." Sweet William squeaked and clappered at him in the night. "Yes, you can. Think," he insisted. "Think of a way. You can do it. Put me aside. Lock me up. Start all over." "Start all over?" "Yes," whispered Sweet William. And darkness moved within darkness. "Yes. Buy wood. Buy fine new wood. Buy hard-grained wood. Buy beautiful, fresh new wood. And carve. Carve slowly and carve carefully. Whittle away. Cut delicately. Make the little nostrils so. And cut her thin black eyebrows round and high. So. And make her cheeks in small hollows. Carve. Carve." "No, it's foolish. I could never do it." "Yes, you could. Yes, you could. Could. The voice faded. A ripple of water in an underground stream. The stream rose up and swallowed him. His head fell forward. Sweet William sighed. And then the two of them lay like stones buried under a waterfall. The next morning, John Fabian bought the hardest, finest-grained piece of wood that he could find and brought it home and laid it on the table, but could not touch it. He sat for hours staring at it. It was impossible to think that out of this cold chunk of material he expected his hands and his memory to recreate something warm and pliable and familiar. There was no way even faintly to approximate that quality of rain and summer and the first powderings of snow upon a clear pane of glass in the middle of a December night. No way. No way at all to catch the snowflake without having it melt swiftly in your clumsy fingers. And yet, Sweet William spoke out, sighing and whispering, after midnight, "You can do it." "Oh, yes, yes, you can do it." And so he began. It took him an entire month to carve her hands into things as natural and beautiful as shells lying in the sun. Another month, and the skeleton, like a fossil imprint he was searching out, stamped and hidden in the wood, was revealed, all febrile and so infinitely delicate as to suggest the veins in the white flesh of an apple. And all the while, Sweet William lay mantled in dust in his box. It was fast becoming a very real coffin. Sweet William, croaking and wheezing some feeble sarcasm, some sour criticism, some hint, some help, but dying all the time, fading, soon to be untouched, soon to be like a sheath molted in summer and left behind to blow in the wind. As the weeks passed and Fabian molded and scraped and polished the new wood, Sweet William lay longer and longer in stricken silence. And one day, as Fabian held the puppet in his hand, Sweet William seemed to look at him a moment with puzzled eyes. And then there was a death rattle in his throat, and Sweet William was gone. Now as he worked, a fluttering, a faint motion of speech began far back in his throat, echoing and re-echoing, speaking silently like a breeze among dry leaves. And then for the first time he held the doll in a certain way in his hands, and memory moved down his arms and into his fingers, and from his fingers into the hollowed wood, and the tiny hands flickered, and the body became suddenly soft and pliable, and her eyes opened and looked up at him. and the small mouth opened the merest fraction of an inch, and she was ready to speak. And he knew all of the things that she must say to him. He knew the first and the second and the third things he would have her say. There was a whisper, a whisper, a whisper. Tiny head turned this way gently, that way gently. The mouth half opened again and began to speak. And as it spoke, he bent his head, and he could feel the warm breath. Of course it was there, coming from her mouth. And when he listened very carefully, holding her to his head, his eyes shut, wasn't it there, too? Softly, gently, the beating of her heart? Provich sat in a chair for a full minute after Fabian stopped talking. Finally he said, "I see. And your wife? Alice? She was my second assistant, of course. She worked very hard, and God help her, she loved me. It's hard now to know why I ever married her. It was unfair of me. Well, what about the dead man, Occam? I never saw him before you showed me his body in the theater basement yesterday." "Fabian," said the detective, "it's the truth. Fabian." "Truth, the truth, damn it, I swear it's the truth." "The truth." There was a whisper like the sea coming in on the gray shore at early morning. The water was ebbing in a fine lace on the sand. The sky was cold and empty. There were no people on the shore. The sun was gone, and the whisper said again, "The truth." Fabian sat up straight and took hold of his knees with his thin hands. His face was rigid. Provich found himself making the same motion he had made the day before, looking at the gray ceiling as if it were a November sky and a lonely bird going over and away, gray within the cold grayness. "The truth," fading. "The truth." Provich lifted himself and moved as carefully as he could to the far side of the dressing room, where the golden box lay open, and inside the box the thing that whispered and talked, and could laugh sometimes, and could sometimes sing. He carried the golden box over and set it down in front of Fabian and waited for him to put his living hand within the gloved, delicate hollowness, waited for the fine, small mouth to quiver and the eyes to focus. He did not have to wait long. "The first letter came a month ago." "No." "The first letter came a month ago." "No, no." The letter said, "Riabouchinska, born 1914, died 1934, born again in 1935. Mr. Occam was a juggler. He'd been on the same bill with John and Sweet William years before. He remembered that once there'd been a woman, before there was a puppet." "No, that's not true." "Yes," said the voice. Snow was falling in silences, and even deeper silences through the dressing room. Fabian's mouth trembled. He stared at the blank walls as if seeking some new door by which to escape. He half rose from his chair. "Please. Occam threatened to tell about us to everyone in the world." Provich saw the doll quiver, saw the fluttering of the lips, saw Fabian's eyes widen and fix, and his throat convulse and tighten as if to stop the whispering. I was in the room when Mr. Occam came. I lay in my box, and I listened and heard, and I know." The voice blurred, then recovered and went on. "Mr. Occam threatened to tear me up, burn me into ashes if John didn't pay him $1,000. Then suddenly there was a falling sound, a cry. Mr. Occam's head must have struck the floor. I heard John cry out, and I heard him swearing. I heard him sobbing. I heard a gasping and a choking sound." "You heard nothing. You're deaf. You're blind. You're wood," cried Fabian. "But I hear," she said. She stopped as if someone had put a hand to her mouth. Fabian had leaped to his feet now and stood with the doll in his hand. The mouth clapped twice, 3 times, then finally made words. The choking sound stopped. I heard John drag Mr. Occam down the stairs, under the theater to the old dressing rooms that haven't been used in years. Down, 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 I heard them going away and away, down. Provich stepped back as if he were watching a motion picture that had suddenly grown monstrously tall. The figures terrified and frightened him. They were immense. They towered. They threatened to inundate him with sighs. Someone had turned up the sound so that it screamed. He saw Fabian's teeth, a grimace, a whisper, a clenching. He saw the man's eyes squeeze shut. Now, the soft voice was so high and faint, it trembled toward nothingness. I'm not made to live this way. There's nothing for us now. Everyone will know, everyone will. Even when you killed him and I lay asleep last night, I dreamed, I knew, I realized. We both knew. We both realized that these would be our last days, our last hours. Because while I've lived with your weakness and I've lived with your lies, I can't live with something that kills and hurts in killing. There's no way to go on from here. How can I live alongside such knowledge? Fabian held her into the sunlight, which shone dimly through the small dressing-room window. She looked at him, and there was nothing in her eyes. His hand shook, and in shaking made the marionette tremble, too. Her mouth closed and opened, closed and opened, closed and opened, again and again and again. Silence. Fabian moved his fingers unbelievingly to his own mouth. A film slid across his eyes. He looked like a man lost in the street, trying to remember the number of a certain house, trying to find a certain window with a certain light. He swayed about, staring at the walls, at Krovich, at the doll, at his free hand, turning the fingers over, touching his throat, opening his mouth. He listened. Miles away in a cave, a single wave came in from the sea and whispered down in foam. A gull moved soundlessly, not beating its wings. A shadow. She's gone. She's gone. I can't find her. She's run off. I can't find her. I can't find her. I try, but she's run away off far. Will you help me? Will you help me find her? Will you help me find her? Will you please help me find her? Riabouchinska slipped bonelessly from his limp hand, folded over and glided noiselessly down to lie upon the cold floor, her eyes closed, her mouth shut. Fabian did not look at her as Krovich led him out the door. The Beggar on O'Connell Bridge. A fool, I said. That's what I am. Why? Asked my wife. What for? I brooded by our third-floor hotel window. On the Dublin street below, a man passed, his face to the lamplight. Him, I muttered, 2 days ago. 2 days ago, as I was walking along, someone had hissed at me from the hotel alley. Sir, it's important. Sir? I turned into the shadow. This little man, in the direst tones, said, I've got a job in Belfast if I just had £1 for the train fare. I hesitated. A most important job, he went on swiftly. Pays well. I'll mail you back the loan. Just give me your name and hotel. He knew me for a tourist. It was too late. His promise to pay had moved me. The pound note crackled in my hand, being worked free from several others. The man's eye skimmed like a shadowing hawk. And if I had £2, why, I could eat on the way. I uncrumpled 2 bills. And £3 would bring the wife, not leave her here alone. I unleashed a third. Ah, hell, cried the man. Just 5 poor pounds would find us a hotel in that brutal city and let me get to the job for sure. What a dancing fighter he was. Light on his toes, in and out, weaving, tapping with his hands, flicking with his eyes, smiling with his mouth, jabbing with his tongue. Lord, thank you, bless you, sir. He ran, my £5 with him. I was half in the hotel before I realized that, for all his vows, he had not recorded my name. Ah! I cried then. Ah! I cried now, my wife behind me at the window. For there, passing below, was the very fellow who should have been in Belfast 2 nights ago. Oh, I know him, said my wife. He stopped me this noon, wanted train fare to Galway. Did you give it to him? No, said my wife simply. Then the worst thing happened. The demon far down on the sidewalk glanced up, saw us, and damn if he didn't wave. I had to stop myself from waving back. A sickly grin played on my lips. "It's got so I hate to leave the hotel," I said. "It's cold out, all right." My wife was putting on her coat. "No," I said, "not the cold. Them." And we looked again from the window. There was the cobbled Dublin street with the night wind blowing in a fine soot along one way to Trinity College, another to St. Stephen's Green. Across by the sweet shop 2 men stood mummified in the shadows. On the corner, a single man, hands deep in his pockets, felt for his entombed bones, a muzzle of ice for a beard. Farther up in a doorway was a bundle of old newspapers that would stir like a pack of mice and wish you the time of evening if you walked by. Below, by the hotel entrance, stood a feverish hothouse rose of a woman with a mysterious bundle. "Oh, the beggars," said my wife. "No, not just, oh, the beggars," I said, "but oh, the people in the streets who somehow become beggars. It looks like a motion picture, all of them waiting down there in the dark for the hero to come out." "The hero," I said. "That's me, damn it." My wife peered at me. "You're not afraid of them?" "Yes. No. Hell. It's that woman with the bundle who's worst. She's a force of nature, she is. Assaults you with her poverty. As for the others, well, it's a big chess game for me now. We've been in Dublin, 8 weeks? 8 weeks I've sat up here with my typewriter, studying their off hours and on. When they take a coffee break, I take one, run for the sweet shop, the bookstore, the Olympia Theater. If I time it right, there's no handout. No my wanting to trot them into the barber shop or the kitchen. I know every secret exit in the hotel. "Lord," said my wife, "you sound driven." "I am. But most of all by that beggar on O'Connell Bridge." "Which one?" "Which one, indeed? He's a wonder, a terror. I hate him. I love him. To see is to disbelieve him. Come on." The elevator, which had haunted its untidy shaft for 100 years, came wafting skyward, dragging its ungodly chains and dread intestines after. The door exhaled open. The lift groaned as if we had trod its stomach. In a great protestation of ennui, the ghost sank back toward earth, us in it. On the way, my wife said, "If you held your face right, the beggars wouldn't bother you." "My face," I explained patiently, "is my face. It's from Apple Dumpling, Wisconsin, Sarsaparilla, Maine, kind to dogs is writ on my brow for all to read. Let the street be empty, then let me step out, and there's a strikers' march for freeloaders leaping out of manholes from miles around. If," my wife went on, "you could just learn to look over, around, or through those people, stare them down," she mused. "Shall I show you how to handle them?" "All right, show me. We're here." I flung the elevator door wide, and we advanced through the Royal Hibernian Hotel lobby to squint out at the sooty night. "Jesus, come and get me," I murmured. "There they are, their heads up, their eyes on fire. They smell apple pie already." "Meet me down by the bookstore in 2 minutes," said my wife. "Watch." "Wait," I cried. But she was out the door, down the steps, and on the sidewalk. I watched, nose pressed to the glass pane. The beggars on one corner, the other, across from, in front of, the hotel, leaned toward my wife. Their eyes glowed. My wife looked calmly at them all for a long moment. The beggars hesitated, creaking, I was sure, in their shoes. Then their bones settled, their mouths collapsed, their eyes snuffed out, their heads sank down. The wind blew. With a tat-tat like a small drum, my wife's shoes went briskly away, fading. From below, in the buttery, I heard music and laughter. I'll run down, I thought, and slug in a quick one. Then, bravery resurgent, hell, I thought, and swung the door wide. The effect was much as if someone had struck a great Mongolian bronze gong once. I thought I heard a tremendous insuck of breath. Then I heard shoe leather flinting the cobbles in sparks. The men came running, fireflies sprinkling the bricks under their hobnail shoes. I saw hands waving, mouths opened on smiles like old pianos. Far down the street, at the bookshop, my wife waited, her back turned. But that third eye in the back of her head must have caught the scene. Columbus greeted by Indians. St. Francis amidst his squirrel friends with a bag of nuts. For a terrific moment, I felt like a pope on St. Peter's balcony with a tumult, or at the very least, the tumulties, below. I was not half down the steps when the woman charged up, thrusting the unwrapped bundle at me. "Ah, see, the poor child," she wailed. I stared at the baby. The baby stared back. God in heaven, did or did not the shrewd thing wink at me? I've gone mad, I thought. The babe's eyes are shut. She's filled it with beer to keep it warm and on display. My hands, my coins, blurred among them. "Praise be. The child thanks you, sir." "Ah, sure, there's only a few of us left." I broke through them and beyond, still running. Defeated, I could have scuffed slowly the rest of the way, my resolve so much putty in my mouth. But no, on I rushed, thinking. Baby is real, isn't it? Not a prop. No, I heard it cry, often. Blast her, I thought. She pinches it when she sees Okimogo, Iowa, coming. Cynic, I cried silently and answered, "No. Howard." My wife, without turning, saw my reflection in the bookshop window and nodded. I stood getting my breath, brooding at my own image. The summarized, ebullient, and defenseless mouth. "All right, say it," I sighed. "It's the way I hold my face." "I love the way you hold your face." She took my arm. "I wish I could do it, too." I looked back as one of the beggars strolled off in the blowing dark with my shillings. "There's only a few of us left," I said aloud. What did he mean saying that? "There's only a few of us left?" My wife stared into the shadows. "Is that what he said?" That's something to think about. A few of what? Left where? The street was empty now. It was starting to rain. "Well," I said at last, "let me show you the even bigger mystery. The man who provokes me to strange, wild rages, then calms me to delight. Solve him, and you solve all the beggars that ever were." "On O'Connell Bridge?" asked my wife. "On O'Connell Bridge," I said. And we walked on down in the gently misting rain. Halfway to the bridge, as we were examining some fine Irish crystal in a window, a woman with a shawl over her head plucked at my elbow. "Destroyed," the woman sobbed. "My poor sister. Cancer, the doctor said. Her dead in a month. And me with mouths to feed. Ah, God, if you had just a penny." I felt my wife's arm tighten to mine. I looked at the woman, split as always, one half saying, "A penny's all she asks," and the other half doubting. Clever woman. She knows that by her under-asking you'll overpay. And hating myself for the battle of halves. I gasped, "I'm what, sir?" "Why," I thought, "you're the woman who was just back to the hotel with the bundled baby." "I'm sick," she hid in shadow. "Sick with crying for the half-dead." "You stashed the baby somewhere," I thought, "and put on a green instead of a gray shawl and run the long way around to cut us off here." "Cancer." One bell in her tower, and she knew how to toll it. "Cancer." My wife cut across it. "Beg pardon, but aren't you the same woman we just met at our hotel?" The woman and I were both shocked at this rank insubordination. It wasn't done. The woman's face crumpled. I peered close. And yes, by God, it was a different face. I could not but admire her. She knew, sensed, had learned what actors know, sense, learn, that by thrusting, yelling, all fiery-lipped arrogance one moment, you're one character, and by sinking, giving way, crumpling the mouth and eyes in pitiful collapse, you're another. The same woman, yes, but the same face and role? Quite obviously, no. She gave me a last blow beneath the belt. "Cancer." I flinched. It was a brief tussle then, a kind of disengagement from one woman and an engagement with the other. The wife lost my arm, and the woman found my cash. As if she were on a roller skate, she whisked around the corner, sobbing happily. Lord! In awe, I watched her go. He studied Stanislavski. In one book he says that squinting one eye and twitching one lip to the side will disguise you. I wonder if she has nerve enough to be at the hotel when we go back. I wonder, said my wife, when my husband will stop admiring and start criticizing such Abbey Theater acting as that. But what if it were true, everything she said, and she's lived with it so long she can't cry anymore, and so has to play act in order to survive? What if? It can't be true, said my wife slowly. I just won't believe it. But that single bell was still tolling somewhere in the chimney-smoking dark. Now, said my wife, here's where we turn for O'Connell Bridge, isn't it? It is. That corner was probably empty in the falling rain for a long time after we were gone. There stood the grey stone bridge, bearing the great O'Connell's name, and there the river Liffey, rolling cold grey waters under, and even from a block off I heard faint singing. My mind spun in a great leap back to December. Christmas, I murmured, is the best time of all in Dublin. The beggars, I meant, but left it unsaid. For in the week before Christmas, the Dublin streets teem with raven flocks of children herded by schoolmasters or nuns. They cluster in doorways, peer from theater lobbies, jostle in alleys. God rest you, merry gentlemen, on their lips. It came upon a midnight clear in their eyes, tambourines in hand, snowflakes shaping a collar of grace about their tender necks. It's singing everywhere and anywhere in Dublin on such nights, and there was no night my wife and I did not walk down along Grafton Street to hear Away in a Manger being sung to the queue outside the cinema, or Deck the Halls in front of the Four Provinces pub. In all, we counted in Christ's season, one night, 100 bands of convent girls or public school boys, lacing the cold air and weaving great treadles of song up, down, over, and across from end to end of Dublin. Like walking in snowfall, you could not walk among them and not be touched. The sweet beggars, I called them, who gave in turn for what you gave as you went your way. Given such example, even the most dilapidated beggars of Dublin washed their hands, mended their torn smiles, borrowed banjos or bought a fiddle and killed a cat. They even gathered for 4-part harmonies. How could they stay silent when half the world was singing, and the other half, idled on the tuneful river, was paying dearly, gladly, for just another chorus? So Christmas was best of all. The beggars worked. Off-key, it's true, but there they were, one time in the year, busy. But Christmas was over. The liquorous-suited children back in their aviaries, and the beggars of the town, shut and glad for the silence, returned to their workless ways. All save the beggars on O'Connell Bridge, who all through the year, most of them, tried to give as good as they got. They have their self-respect, I said, walking my wife. I'm glad this first man here strums a guitar, the next one a fiddle. There now, by God, in the very center of the bridge. Man we're looking for? That's him, squeezing the concertina. It's all right to look, or I think it is. What do you mean you think it is? He's blind, isn't he? These raw words shocked me, as if my wife had said something indecent. The rain fell gently, softly upon grey-stoned Dublin, grey-stoned riverbank, grey, lava-flowing river. That's the trouble, I said at last. I don't know. And we both, in passing, looked at the man standing there in the very middle of O'Connell Bridge. He was a man of no great height, a bandy statue swiped from some country garden, perhaps, and his clothes, like the clothes of most in Ireland, too often laundered by the weather, and his hair too often greyed by the smoking air, and his cheeks sooted with beard, the nest or two of witless hair in each cupped ear, the blushing cheeks of a man who has stood too long in the cold and drunk too much in the pub, so as to stand too long in the cold again. Dark glasses covered his eyes. There was no telling what lay behind. I'd begun to wonder, weeks back, if his sight prowled me along, damning my guilty speed, or if only his ears caught the passing of a harried conscience. There was that awful fear I might seize, in passing, the glasses from his nose. But I feared much more the abyss I might find, into which my senses, in one terrible roar, might tumble. Best not to know if civet's orb or interstellar space gaped behind the smoked panes. But even more, there was a special reason why I could not let the man be. In the rain and wind and snow for 2 solid months, I had seen him standing there with no cap or hat on his head. He was the only man in all of Dublin I saw in the downpours and drizzles who stood by the hour alone with the drench mizzling his ears, threading his ash-red hair, plastering it over his skull, rivulating his eyebrows, curling over the coal-black insect lenses of the glasses on his rain-pearled nose. Down through the greaves of his cheeks, the lines about his mouth and off his chin, like a storm on a gargoyle's flint, the weather ran. His sharp chin shot the guzzle in a steady fauceting off in the air, down his tweed scarf and locomotive-colored coat. "Why doesn't he wear a hat?" I said suddenly. "Why," said my wife, "maybe he hasn't got one." "He must have one," I said. "Keep your voice down." "He's got to have one," I said quieter. "Or maybe he can't afford one." "Nobody's that poor, even in Dublin. Everyone has a cap, at least." "Or maybe he has bills to pay. Someone's sick." But to stand out for weeks, months in the rain, and not so much as flinch or turn his head, nor the rain, it's beyond understanding. I shook my head. "I can only think it's a trick. Must be it. Like the others, this is his way of getting sympathy, of making you cold and miserable as himself as you go by, so you'll give him more." "I'll bet you're sorry you said that already," said my wife. I am. For even under my cap, the rain was running off my nose. Sweet God in heaven, what's the answer? "Why don't you ask him?" "No." I was even more afraid of that. Then the last thing happened, thing that went with his standing bareheaded in the cold rain. For a moment, while we had been talking at some distance, he had been silent. Now, as if the weather had freshened him to life, it gave his concertina a great mash. From the folding, unfolding snake box, he squeezed a series of asthmatic notes, which were no preparation for what followed. He opened his mouth. He sang. The sweet, clear, baritone voice, which rang over O'Connell Bridge, steady and sure, was beautifully shaped and controlled, not a quiver, not a flaw anywhere in it. The man just opened his mouth, which meant that all kinds of secret doors in his body gave way. He did not sing so much as let his soul free. "Oh," said my wife, "how lovely." "Lovely," I nodded. We listened while he sang the full irony of Dublin's fair city, where it rains 12 inches a month the winter through, followed by the white wine clarity of Kathleen Mavourneen, Macushla, and all the other tired lads, lasses, lakes, hills, past glories, present miseries, but all somehow revived and moving about, young and freshly painted in the light spring, suddenly not winter rain. If he breathed at all, it must have been through his ears, so smooth the line, so steady the putting forth of word following round-belled word. "Why," said my wife, "he could be on the stage." "Maybe he was once." "Oh, he's too good to be standing here." "I've thought that often." My wife fumbled with her purse. I looked from her to the singing man, the rain falling on his bare head, streaming through his shellacked hair, trembling on his earlobes. My wife had her purse open. And then, the strange perversity. Before my wife could move toward him, I took her elbow and led her down the other side of the bridge. She pulled back for a moment, giving me a look, then came along. As we went away along the bank of the Liffey, he started a new song, one we had heard often in Ireland. Glancing back, I saw him head proud, black glasses taking the pour, mouth open, the fine voice clear. "I'll be glad when you're dead, in your grave, old man. Be glad when you're dead, in your grave, old man. Be glad when you're dead, flowers over your head. Then I'll marry the journeyman." It's only later, looking back, But you see that while you were doing all the other things in your life, working on an article concerning one part of Ireland in your rain-battered hotel, taking your wife to dinner, wandering in the museums, you also had an eye beyond to the street, and those who served themselves who only stood to wait. The beggars of Dublin, who bothers to wonder on them, look, see, know, understand? Yet the outer shell of the eye sees, and the inner shell of the mind records, and yourself, caught between, ignores the rare service these two halves of a bright sense are up to. So I did and did not concern myself with beggars. So I did run from them, or walk to meet them by turn. So I heard but did not hear, considered but did not consider. There's only a few of us left. One day I was sure the stone gargoyle man taking his daily shower on O'Connell Bridge while he sang Irish opera was not blind. The next, his head to me was a cup of darkness. One afternoon I found myself lingering before a tweed shop near O'Connell Bridge, staring in at a stack of good, thick, burly caps. I did not need another cap. I had a life's supply collected in a suitcase. Yet in I went to pay out money for a fine, warm, brown-colored cap, which I turned round and round in my hands in a strange trance. "Sir," said the clerk, "that cap is a 7. I would guess your head, sir, at a 7 1/2. This will fit me, this will fit me." I stuffed the cap into my pocket. "Let me get you a sack, sir." "No." Hot-cheeked, suddenly suspicious of what I was up to, I fled. There was the bridge in the soft rain. All I need do now was walk over. In the middle of the bridge my singing man was not there. In his place stood an old man and woman cranking a great piano-box hurdy-gurdy, which ratcheted and coughed like a coffee-grinder eating glass and stone, giving forth no melody but a grand and melancholy sort of iron indigestion. I waited for the tune, if tune it was, to finish. I kneaded the new tweed cap in my sweaty fist, while the hurdy-gurdy prickled, spanged, and thumped. "Be damned to you," the old man and old woman, furious with their job, seemed to say, their faces thunderous pale, their eyes red-hot in the rain. "Pay us! Listen! But we'll give you no tune. Make up your own," their mute lips said. And standing there in the spot where the beggar always sang without his cap, I thought, why don't they take 1/50th of the money they make each month and have the thing tuned? If I were cranking the box, I'd want a tune, at least for myself. "If you were cranking the box," I answered, "but you're not. It's obvious they hate the begging job. Who'd blame them? They want no part of giving back a familiar song as recompense." "How different from my capless friend." "My friend?" Blinked with surprise, then stepped forward and nodded. "Beg pardon. The man with the concertina." The woman stopped cranking and glared at me. "Ah!" "The man with no cap in the rain." "Ah, him!" snapped the woman. "He's not here today?" "Do you see him?" cried the woman. She started cranking the infernal device. I put a penny in the tin cup. She peered at me as if I'd spit in the cup. I put in another penny. She stopped. "Do you know where he is?" I asked. "Sick, in bed, the damn cold. We heard him go off coughing." "Do you know where he lives?" "No." "Do you know his name?" "Now who would know that?" I stood there, feeling directionless, thinking of the man somewhere off in the town, alone. I looked at the new cap foolishly. The two old people were watching me uneasily. I put a last shilling in the cup. "He'll be all right," I said, not to them, but to someone, hopefully myself. The woman heaved the crank. The bucketing machine let loose a fall of glass and junk in its hideous interior. "The tune," I said numbly. "What is it?" "You're deaf," snapped the woman. "It's the national anthem. Do you mind removing your cap?" I showed her the new cap in my hand. She glared up. "Your cap, man, your cap!" "Oh!" Flushing, I seized the old cap from my head. Now I had a cap in each hand. The woman cranked. The music played. The rain hit my brow, my eyelids, my mouth. On the far side of the bridge I stopped for the slow decision. Which cap to try on my drenched skull? During the next week, I passed the bridge often, but there was always just the old couple there with their pandemonium device, or no one there at all. On the last day of our visit, my wife started to pack the new tweed cap away with my others in the suitcase. Thanks, no, I took it from her. Let's keep it out, on the mantel, please. There. That night the hotel manager brought a farewell bottle to our room. The talk was long and good. The hour grew late. There was a fire like an orange lion on the hearth, big and lively, and brandy in the glasses. Silence for a moment in the room, perhaps because quite suddenly we found silence falling in great soft flakes past our high windows. The manager, glass in hand, watched the continual lace, then looked down at the midnight stones and at last said under his breath, "There's only a few of us left." I glanced at my wife and she at me. The manager caught us. "You know him, then? Has he said it to you?" "Yes. But what does the phrase mean?" The manager watched all those figures down there standing in the shadows and sipped his drink. "Once I thought he meant he fought in the Troubles. There's just a few of the IRA left. But no. Or maybe he means in a richer world the begging population is melting away. But no to that also. So maybe, perhaps, he means there aren't many human beings left who look, see what they look at, and understand well enough for one to ask and one to give. Everyone busy, everyone here, jumping there, there's no time to study one another. But I guess that's bilge and hogwash, slop and sentiment." He half turned from the window. "So you know there's only a few of us left, do you?" My wife and I nodded. "Then do you know the woman with the baby?" "Yes," I said. "And the one with the cancer?" "Yes," said my wife. "And the man who needs train fare to Cork?" "Belfast," said I. "Galway," said my wife. The manager smiled sadly and turned back to the window. "What about the couple with the piano that plays no tune?" "Has it ever?" I asked. "Not since I was a boy." The manager's face was shadowed now. "You know the beggar on O'Connell Bridge?" "Which one?" I said. But I knew which one, for I was looking at the cap there on the mantel. "Did you see the paper today?" asked the manager. "No." "There's just the item, bottom half of page 5, Irish Times. It seems he just got tired, and he threw his concertina over into the River Liffey. He jumped after it." He was back then yesterday, I thought, and I didn't pass by. "The poor bastard." Manager laughed with a hollow exhalation. "What a funny, horrid way to die. That damn silly concertina, I hate them, don't you? Wheezing on its way down like a sick cat, and the man falling after. I laugh, and I'm ashamed of laughing. Well, they didn't find the body. They're still looking." "Oh, God!" I cried, getting up. "Oh, damn!" The manager watched me carefully now, surprised at my concern. "You couldn't help it." "I could. I never gave him a penny, not one, ever." "Did you?" "Come to think of it, no." "But you're worse than I am," I protested. "I've seen you around town shoveling out pennies hand over fist. Why? Why not to him?" "I guess I thought he was overdoing it." "Well, yes." I was at the window now, too, staring down through the falling snow. I thought his bare head was a trick to make me feel sorry. Damn, after a while you think everything's a trick. I used to pass there winter nights with the rain thick and him there singing, and he made me feel so cold I hated his guts. I wonder how many other people felt cold and hated him because he did that to them. So, instead of getting money, he got nothing in his cup. I lumped him with the rest. But maybe he was one of the legitimate ones, the new poor just starting out this winter, not a beggar ever before. So you hock your clothes to feed a stomach, and wind up a man in the rain without a hat. The snow was falling fast now, erasing the lamps and the statues and the shadows of the lamps below. How do you tell the difference between them, I asked. How can you judge which is honest, which isn't? The fact is, said the manager quietly, you can't. There's no difference between them. Some have been at it longer than others. They've gone shrewd, forgotten how it all started a long time ago. On a Saturday they had food. On a Sunday they didn't. On a Monday they asked for credit. On a Tuesday they borrowed their first match. Thursday a cigarette. A few Fridays later they found themselves, God knows how, in front of a place called the Royal Hibernian Hotel. They couldn't tell you what happened or why. One thing sure enough. They're hanging to the cliff by their fingernails. Poor bastard! Someone must have stomped on that man's hands on O'Connell Bridge. He just gave up the ghost and went over. So what does it prove? You cannot stare them down or look away from them. You cannot run and hide from them. You can only give to them all. If you start drawing lines, someone gets hurt. I'm sorry now I didn't give that blind singer a shilling each time I passed. Well, let us console ourselves. Hope it wasn't money, but something at home or in his past did him in. No way to find out. The paper lists no name. Snow fell silently across our sight. Below, the dark shapes waited. It was hard to tell whether snow was making sheep of the wolves or sheep of the sheep, gently mantling their shoulders, their backs, their hats and shawls. A moment later, going down in the haunted night elevator, I found the new tweed cap in my hand. Coatless, in my shirt sleeves, I stepped out into the night. I gave the cap to the first man who came. I never knew if it fit. What money I had in my pockets was soon gone. Then, left alone, shivering, I happened to glance up. I stood, I froze, blinking up through the silent drift of blinding snow. I saw the high hotel windows, the lights, the shadows. What's it like up there, I thought. Are fires lit? Is it warm as breath? Who are all those people? Are they drinking? Are they happy? Do they even know I'm here? Death and the Maiden. Far out in the country, beyond the woods, beyond the world, really, lived old Mam. And she lived there for 90 years, with the door locked tight, not opening for anyone, be it wind, rain, sparrow tapping, or a little boy with a pail full of crayfish wrapping. If you scratched at her shutters, she called through, "Go away, Death!" "I'm not Death," you might say, but she'd cry back, "Death, I know you. You come today in the shape of a girl, but I see the bones behind the freckles." Someone else might knock. "I see you, Death," would cry old Mam, "in the shape of a scissors grinder. But the door's triple locked and double barred. I got fly paper on the cracks, tape on the keyholes, dust mops up the chimney, cobwebs in the shutters, and the electricity cut off so you can't slide in with the juice. No telephones, so you can call me to my doom at 3 in the dark morning. I got my ears stuffed with cotton, so I can't hear your reply to what I say now. So, Death, get away." That's how it had been through the town's history. People in that world beyond the woods spoke of her, and sometimes boys, doubting the tale, would heave chunks against the roof slates just to hear old Mam wail, "Go on, goodbye, you in black with a white, white face." And the tale was that old Mam, with such tactics, would live forever. After all, Death couldn't get in, could he? All the old germs in her house must have long since given up and gone to sleep. All the new germs running through the land with new names every week or 10 days, if you believed the papers, couldn't get in past the bouquets of rock moss, rue, black tobacco, and castor bean at every door. "She'll bury us all," said the town, way off where the train ran by. "I'll bury them all," said old Mam, alone and playing solitaire with braille-marked cards in the dark. And that's how it was. Years passed without another visitor, be it boy, girl, tramp, or traveling man, knocking at her door. Twice a year, a grocery clerk from the world beyond, 70 himself, left packages that might have been birdseed, Could have been milk-bone biscuit, but were almost certainly stamped into bright steel cans with yellow lions and red devils inked on the bright wrappers, and trod off over the choppy sea of lumber on the front porch. The food might stay there for a week, baked by the sun, frozen by the moon. A proper time of antisepsis. Then one morning it was gone. Old Mam's career was waiting. She did it well, with her eyes closed and her hands clasped and the hairs inside her ears trembling, listening, always ready. So she was not surprised when on the 7th day of August in her 91st year, a young man with a sunburned face walked through the wood and stood before her house. He wore a suit like that snow which slides whispering in white linen off a white roof to lay itself in folds on the sleeping earth. He had no car. He had walked a long way, but looked fresh and clean. He carried no cane to lean on, and wore no hat to keep off the stunning blows of the sun. He did not perspire. Most important of all, he carried only one thing with him, an 8-ounce bottle with a bright green liquid inside. Gazing deeply into this green color, he sensed he was in front of Old Mam's house and looked up. He didn't touch her door. He walked slowly around her house and let her feel him making the circle. Then, with his X-ray eyes, he let her feel his steady gaze. "Oh," cried Old Mam, waking with a crumb of graham crackers still in her mouth. "It's you! I know who you came as this time." "Who?" "A young man with a face like a pink summer melon, but you got no shadow. Why is that? Why?" "People are afraid of shadows, so I left mine back beyond the wood." "So I see, without looking." "Oh," said the young man with admiration, "you have powers." "Great powers to keep you out and me in." The young man's lips barely moved. "I won't even bother to wrestle you." But she heard, "You'd lose, you'd lose." "I like to win. So I'll just leave this bottle on your front stoop." He heard her heart beating fast through the walls of the house. "Wait! What's in it? Anything left on my property, I got a right to know." "Well," said the young man, "go on." "In this bottle," he said, "is the first night and the first day you turned 18. What? You heard me. The night I turned 18? The day? That's it. In a bottle?" He held it high, and it was curved and shaped not unlike a young woman. It took the light of the world and flashed back warmth and green fire like the coals burning in a tiger's eyes. It looked now serene, now suddenly shifted and turbulent in his hands. "I don't believe it," cried Old Mam. "I'll leave it and go," said the young man. "When I'm gone, try a teaspoon of the green thoughts in this bottle. Then you'll know." "It's poison." "No." "You promise, mother's honor?" "I have no mother." "What do you swear on?" "Myself." "It'll kill me, that's what you want." "It will raise you from the dead." "I'm not dead." The young man smiled at the house. "Aren't you?" he said. "Wait, let me ask myself. Are you dead? Are you? Or nearly all these years?" "The day and the night you turned 18, said the young man. "Think it over." "It's so long ago." Something stirred like a mouse by a coffin-sized window. "This will bring it back." He let the sun wash through the elixir that glowed like the crushed sap of 1,000 green blades of summer grass. It looked hot and still as a green sun. It looked wild and blowing as the sea. "This was a good day and a good year of your life." "A good year," she murmured, hidden away. "A vintage year. Then there was savor to your life. One swig and you'd know the taste. Why not try it, huh? Huh?" He held the bottle higher and farther out, and it was suddenly a telescope which, peered through from either end, brought to focus a time in a year long gone. A green and yellow time, much like this noon, in which the young man offered up the past like a burning glass between his serene fingers. He tilted the bright flask, and a butterfly of white-hot illumination winged up and down the window shutters, playing them like gray piano keys, soundlessly. With hypnotic ease, the burning wings frittered through the shutter slots to catch a lip, a nose, an eye poised there. The eye snatched itself away, then, curious, relit itself from the beam of light. Now, having caught what he wanted to catch, the young man held the butterfly reflection steady, save for the breathing of its fiery wings, so that the green fire of that far-distant day poured through the shutters of not only ancient house, but ancient woman. He heard her breathe out her muffled startlement, her repressed delight. No, you can't fool me. She sounded like someone deep under water, trying not to drown in a lazy tide. Coming back dressed in that flesh, you, putting on that mask. I can't quite see. Talking with that voice I remember from some other year. Whose voice? I don't care. My Ouija board here on my lap spells who you really are and what you sell. I sell just this 24 hours from young life. You sell something else. Oh, I can't sell what I am. If I come out, you'd grab and shove me 6 feet under. I've had you fooled, put off for years. Now you whine back with new plans, none of which will work. If you come out the door, I'd only kiss your hand, young lady. Don't call me what I'm not. I call you what you could be an hour from now. An hour from now, she whispered to herself. How long since you've been walked through this wood? Some other war or some peace, she said. I can't see. The water's muddy. Young lady, he said, it's a fine summer day. There's a tapestry of golden bees. Now this design, now that. The green church aisle of trees here. There's honey in a hollow oak flowing like a river of fire. Kick off your shoes. You can crush wild mint wading deep. Wild flowers like clouds of yellow butterflies lie in the valley. The air under these trees is like deep well water, cool and clear. You drink with your nose. A summer day, young as young ever was. I'm old as ever was. Not if you listen. Here's my out-and-out bargain, deal, sale, transaction betwixt you, me, and the August weather. What kind of deal? What do I get for my investment? 24 long, sweet summer hours starting now. When we've run through these woods and picked the berries and eaten the honey, we'll go on to town and buy you the finest spider-web thin white summer dress and lift you on the train. Train? Train to the city an hour away, where we'll have dinner and dance all night. I'll buy you 4 shoes. You'll need them, wearing out 1 pair. My bones, I can't move. You'll run rather than walk, dance rather than run. We'll watch the stars wheel over the sky and bring the sun up flaming. We'll string footprints along the lake shore at dawn. We'll eat the biggest breakfast in mankind's history, lie on the sand like 2 chicken pies warming at noon. Then late in the day, 5-pound box of bonbons in our laps, we'll laugh back on the train, covered with the conductor's ticket punch confetti, blue, green, orange, like we were married, and walk through town seeing nobody, no one, wander back through the sweet, dusk-smelling wood into your house. Silence. It's already over, murmured her voice, and it hasn't begun. Then, why are you doing this? What's in it for you? The young man smiled tenderly. Why, girl, I want to sleep with you. Yes. I never slept with no one in my life. You're a maiden lady, and proud of it. The young man sighed, shaking his head. So it's true. You are. You really are a maiden. He heard nothing from the house, so listened. Softly, as if a secret faucet had been turned somewhere with difficulty, and drop by drop an ancient system were being used for the first time in half a century, the old woman began to cry. Old ma'am, why do you cry? I don't know, she wailed. Her weeping faded at last, and he heard her rock in her chair, making a cradle rhythm to soothe herself. Old ma'am, he whispered,
Don't call me that.
All right, he said.
Clarinda? How did you know my name? No one knows.
Clarinda, why did you hide in that house long ago?
I don't remember. Yes, I do. I was afraid.
Afraid?
Strange. Half my years afraid of life. The other half afraid of death. Always some kind of afraid. You, now tell the truth now. When my 24 hours are up, after we walk by the lake and take the train back and come through the woods to my house, you want to...
He made her say it.
Leap with me?
He whispered. For 10,000 million years, he said.
Oh.
Her voice was muted.
That's a long time.
He nodded.
A long time,
she repeated.
What kind of bargain is that, young man? You give me 24 hours of being 18 again, and I give you 10,000 million years of my precious time.
Don't forget my time, too, he said. I'll never go away.
You'll lie with me?
I will.
Oh, young man, your voice, so familiar.
Look.
He saw the keyhole unplugged and her eye peer out at him. He smiled at the sunflowers in the field and the sunflower in the sky. I'm blind, half blind, she cried. But can that be Willie Winchester way out there?
He said nothing.
But Willie, you're just 21 by the look of you. Not a day different than you were 70 years back.
He set the bottle by the front door and walked back out to stand in the weeds.
She faltered, can you make me look like yourself?
He nodded.
Oh, Willie, is that really you?
She waited, staring across the summer air to where he stood relaxed and happy and young, the sun flashing off his hair and cheeks. A minute passed. Well, he said.
Wait, she cried. Let me think.
There in the house, he could feel her letting her memories pour through her mind as sand pours through an hourglass, heaping itself at last into nothing but dust and ashes. He could hear the emptiness of those memories burning the sides of her mind as they fell down and down and made a higher and yet higher mound of sand. All that desert, he thought, and not one oasis. She trembled at his thought. Well, he said again, and at last she answered.
Strange,
she murmured.
Now, all of a sudden, 24 hours, one day, traded for 10 million billion years, sounds fair and good and right.
It is, Clarinda, he said. Oh, yes, it is. The bolts slid back, the locks rattled, the door cracked. Her hand jerked out, seized the bottle, and flicked back in. A minute passed. Then, as if a gun had been fired off, footsteps pelted through the halls. The back door slammed open. Upstairs, windows flew wide as shutters fell crumbling to the grass. Downstairs, a moment later, the same. Shutters exploded to kindling as she thrust them out. The windows exhaled dust. Then at last, from the front door, flung wide, the empty bottle sailed and smashed against a rock. She was on the porch, quick as a bird. The sunlight struck full upon her. She stood as someone on a stage, in a single revealing motion come from the dark. Then down the steps she threw her hand to catch his. A small boy passing on the road below stopped, stared, and walking backward, moved out of sight, his eyes still wide. Why did he stare at me? She said. Am I beautiful? Very beautiful. I need a mirror. No, you don't. Will everyone in town see me beautiful? It's not just me thinking so, is it? Or you pretending? Beauty is what you are. Then I'm beautiful, for that's how I feel. Will everyone dance me tonight? Will men fight for turns? They will, one and all. Down the path, in the sound of bees and stirring leaves, she stopped suddenly and looked into his face, so like the summer sun. Oh, Willie, when it's all over and we come back here, will you be kind to me? He gazed deep into her eyes and touched her cheek with his fingers. Yes, he said gently, I'll be kind. I believe you, she said. Oh, Willie, I believe. And they ran down the path out of sight, leaving dust on the air and leaving the front door of the house wide and the shutters open and the windows up, so the light of the sun could flash in with the birds come to build nests, raise families. And so petals of lovely summer flowers could blow like bridal showers through the long halls in a carpet, and into the rooms and over the empty but waiting bed. And summer, with the breeze, changed the air in all the great spaces of the house so it smelled like the beginning, or the first hour after the beginning, when the world was new and nothing would ever change, and no one would ever grow old. Somewhere, rabbits ran thumping like quick hearts in the forest. Far off, a train hooted, rushing faster, faster, faster toward the town. A flight of ravens. He got off the bus at Washington Square and walked back half a block, glad that he had decided to come down. Right now, there was no one in New York he wanted to see except Paul and Helen Pearson. He'd saved them for the last, knowing that he would need them to counteract the effects of too many appointments on too many days with too many erratic, neurotic, and unhappy people. The Pearsons would shake his hand, cool his brow, and comfort him with friendship and good words. The evening would be loud, long, and immensely happy, and he would go back to Ohio in a few days, thinking well of New York, simply because two amazing people had provided him with an oasis in this burning desert of panic and uncertainty. Helen Pearson was waiting on the 4th floor of the apartment house outside the elevator. "Hello, hello," she cried. "Williams, it's good to see you. Come on in. Paul will be home soon. He had to work late at the office. We're having chicken cacciatore tonight. I hope you like chicken cacciatore. I made it myself. You like chicken, Williams? I hope you do. How are your wife and kids? Sit down. Take off your coat. Take off your glasses. You're much nicer looking without your glasses. It's been a muggy day, hasn't it? You want a drink?" Somewhere in this flow, he felt himself steered through a doorway, her tugging at his coat, waving her free hand, and the faint smell of strong perfume from her mouth. Good Lord, he thought, surprised. She's drunk. He looked at Helen for a long moment. "One of those martinis," he said, "but just one. I'm not much of a drinker, you know." "Of course, darling. Paul will be home at 6. It's 5:30 now. We're so flattered you're here, Williams. We're so flattered you'd spend time with us. It's been over 3 years. "Oh, hell," he snorted. "No, but I mean it, Williams." He said each word a bit slurred, each gesture a bit too careful. He felt that somehow he had got into the wrong apartment, and that this was somebody's visiting sister, an aunt, or a stranger. Of course, this might have been a bad day for her. Everyone had a bad day on occasion. "I'll have one with you. I've only had one so far," she said, and he believed her. She must have started drinking quietly and steadily since last he had seen her, drinking every day until he'd seen it happen to other friends time and again. One moment sober, and a minute later, after one sip, all the martinis of the last 300 days that had taken up occupation in the blood surged from the system, rushed forward to meet the new martini like an old friend. 10 minutes ago, Helen had probably been cold sober, but now her eyes had lidded a bit, and her tongue was erasing the very words she was trying to say. "I really mean it, Williams." Never called him by his first name. "Williams, we're so flattered you bothered to come see Paulie and me. My God, you've done so well in the last 3 years. You've gone up in the world. You've got a reputation. You don't have to write for Paul's matinee TV show now. No more of that dreadful crap." "It wasn't dreadful crap. It was good. Paul's a fine producer, and I wrote good stuff for him." "Dreadful crap is what it was. You're a real writer. You're top hole now. No more dime store junk for you. How does it feel to be a successful novelist and have everyone talk about you and have money in the bank? Wait until Paul gets here. He's been waiting for you to call." Talking poured over and about him. "You are nice to call us, really." "I owe Paul everything," William, breaking away from his thoughts. "I started in his shows when I was 21, back in 1951. And I made $10 a page. That makes you 31 now." "My God, only a young rooster," said Helen. "How old do you think I am, Williams? Go on, guess. How old do you think I am?" "I don't know," said, flushing. "No, go on, guess. How old am I?" he asked. 1,000,000 years, he thought. Suddenly 1,000,000 years old. But Paul will be all right. He'll be here soon, and he'll be all right. I wonder if he'll know you, Helen, when he comes in the door. Oh, I'm no good at guessing ages, he said. Your body, he thought, is built of the old bricks of this city, and in it are tires and asphalts and mortars unseen and limed with age. You breathe carbon monoxide from your lungs. The color of your eyes is hysterical blue neon. The color of your lips is red fire neon. The color of your face is white calcimine and stone buildings. With only here or there a touch of green or blue, the veins of your throat, your temples, your wrists, like the little garden squares in New York City. So much marble, so much granite, veined and lined, and so little of the sky and the grass in you now. Go on, Williams. Guess how old I am. 36. He gave something that was almost a scream, and he was afraid he'd been over-diplomatic. 36! She cried, whooping, clapping her hands on her knees. 36! Oh, you darling, you don't really mean 36. My God, no! Why, I saw 36 10 years ago. We've never talked about age before, he protested. You young, nice baby, he said. It was never important before. But you'd be surprised how important it can get without you knowing it. My God, you're young, Williams. Do you have any idea how young you are? Fairly, I guess, he said, looking at his hands. You sweet young child, he said. Wait till I tell Paul. 36, good Lord, that's rich. But I don't look 40 or 46, do I, darling? He had never asked such questions before, he thought. Not asking questions like that was to stay forever young. Paul's just turning 40 this week. It's his birthday tomorrow. I wish I'd known. Forget it. He hates gifts. He never tells anyone about his birthdays. He'd be insulted if you gave him a present. We stopped having birthday parties for him last year. He threw the cake out then. I remember it was all lit, and he threw it down the ventilator shaft, still burning. She stopped suddenly, as if she'd said something she shouldn't have said. They both sat for a moment in the tall-ceilinged room, shifting uncomfortably. Paulie's due home any minute, she said finally. Another drink? How does it feel to be famous? Tell me. You always were full of conscience, Williams. Quality, Paulie and I said to each other. Quality. You couldn't write badly if you wanted to. We're so proud of you, Paulie and me. We tell everyone that you're our friend. That's strange, said William. It's a weird world. When I was 21, I told everyone I knew you. I was really proud and excited the first time I met Paul, after he bought my first script, and the door buzzer sounded, and Helen ran to answer it, leaving Williams alone with his drink. He worried that perhaps he had sounded condescending, as if he wouldn't be proud to meet Paul now. He hadn't meant it that way. Everything would be all right as soon as Paul roared in. Everything was always all right with Paul. There was a great echoing of voices outside. Helen came back, bringing with her a woman of some 50-odd years. You could tell that the woman was prematurely wrinkled and gray by the bouncing way she moved. I hope you don't mind, Williams. I forgot to tell you. I hope you don't mind. This is Mrs. Mears from across the hall. I told her you were coming for dinner, that you were in town for a few days to see about your new book with your publisher. And she was excited to meet you. She's read all your stories, Williams, and loves your work, and wanted to meet you. Mrs. Mears, this is Mr. Williams. The woman nodded. I've wanted to be a writer myself, she said. I'm working on a book now. Two women sat. Williams felt the smile on his face as if it were separate from himself. It was like those white wax teeth children buy and pop into their mouths to make them look buck-toothed. He felt it beginning to melt, that smile. Have you ever sold anything? He asked Mrs. Mears. No, but I keep at it, he said gallantly. Things have been a bit complicated lately, though. You see, said Helen, leaning forward, her son passed away only 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry to hear it, said Williams awkwardly. No, that's all right. He's better off, poor boy. He was about your age. Only 30. What happened? Williams asked mechanically. He was terribly overweight, poor boy. Weighed 280 pounds, and his friends kept making fun of him. He wanted to be an artist. He sold only a few pictures on occasion,
But people made fun of him, so he went on a diet 6 months ago. When he died early this month, he weighed just 93 pounds. My God, it was terrible. He stayed on the diet. He stayed right on it, no matter what I said to him. Stayed in his room, stayed on the diet, and took the weight off so nobody knew him when they saw him at the funeral. I think he was very happy those last few days. Happier than he had been in years. Sort of triumphant, you might say. Poor boy. Williams drank the rest of his drink. The sense of depression that had been growing for days now closed over his head. He felt himself dropping down through a great depth of black water. He had done too much, seen too much, lived too much, talked with too many people in the past week. He had counted on tonight making him well again. Now, "My, you're a handsome young man," said Mrs. Mears. "Why didn't you tell me he was so handsome, Helen?" Turned almost accusingly to Helen Pearson. "Why, I thought you knew," said Helen. "Oh, much nicer than his photographs, much nicer." "You know," said Mrs. Mears, "there was a week or so there when Richard was on his diet that he looked quite like you for just a short week. I'm sure of that." Yesterday, Williams continued his interior monologue. He had fled into a newsreel theater for a brief respite from endless appointments at magazines, radio stations, and newspapers. And on the screen, he had seen a man ready to leap from the George Washington Bridge. The police had coaxed him down. And somewhere else, another man, another city, on a hotel ledge, people yelling, daring him to jump. Williams had to leave the theater. When he stepped out into the hot concussion of sunlight, everything had been too real, too raw, as it always was when he came too quickly upon a world of living creatures after a dream. "Yes, you're a handsome young man," said Mrs. Mears. "Before I forget it," said Helen, "our son Tom is here." Of course, Tom. Williams had seen Tom one time years ago, and Tom had come in off the street long enough to talk. Bright boy, an alert boy, well-mannered and well-read. Son to be proud of, was Tom. "He's 17 now," said Helen. "He's in his room. You want me to bring him out?" He got into a little trouble. He's a nice kid. They've given him everything. But he got to running with some Washington Square gang, a bunch of roughnecks, and they robbed a store, and Tom was caught. This was about 2 months ago. There was such excitement in my God, what a stir. But things will work out. Tom's a good kid, you know that. Don't you, Williams? He filled his glass. Fine kid. Williams started on the new drink quickly. You know how kids are. Not much to do in a town like this. Not for kids, anyway. And I've seen the play streets. Aren't they awful? But what can we do? We've got a surprise for you, Williams, Paul and me. You know what? We're buying a place in the country after all this time, after all these years. Getting out. Paul's quitting television. Actually quitting. Don't you think that's wonderful? He's going into writing just like you, Williams. Just like you. And we're living out in Connecticut. It's a nice little place. We're going to give him a real test. Give Paulie a real chance to write. You think he can write, don't you, Williams? Don't you think he's a damn sweet little writer? Of course I do, said Williams. Of course. So Paul's quitting his damn job, all that crap, and we're getting out in the country. How soon? Sometime in August. Might have to put it off till September, but the first of the year at the latest. Of course. William's spirit lifted. That'll do it. If they'll only go away, get out of this town. Paul must have saved enough by now, after all these years. If they'll only go, if she'll only let him. He glanced across at Helen, her bright face, that now was bright only because she held certain muscles forever that way. She held them steady and hard. She was not letting go of this new brightness that was like a light bulb in a room after the sun had burned out. The plan sounds terrific, Williams. Do you really think we can do it, Williams? Do you think we can really do it? You think Paul's a terrific writer, don't you? Sure I do. He's got to try. He can always get his job back if he has to. Of course. So this time we'll really do it. Get out, take Tom with us. Country'll do him good, do us all good. Cut out the drinking, cut out the nightlife, and really settle in with a typewriter and 10 reams of paper for Paul to fill up. You think he's a damn good writer, don't you, Williams? No, I don't. Tell me, Mr. Williams, said Mrs. Mears, how did you get to be a writer? I liked to read when I was a kid. I started writing every day when I was 12 and kept at it, he said nervously. I tried to think of how it had really been at the start. I just kept at it, 1,000 words a day. Paul was the same way, said Helen quickly. You must have a lot of money, said Mrs. Mears. But at that moment there was the sound of a key clicking in the door. Williams jumped up involuntarily, smiling, relieved. He smiled at the hallway and the distant door as it opened. He kept smiling when he saw Paul's shape, and Paul looked wonderful to him coming down the hall into the room. Paul was fine to look at, and Williams stuck out his hand and hurried forward, calling his name, feeling happy. Paul strode across the apartment, tall, plumper than a few years ago, his face pink, the eyes abnormally bright, slightly protuberant, faintly bloodshot, and the faint smell of whiskey on his breath. He grabbed Williams' hand, plumping away and shouting, Williams, for God's sake, it's good to see you, man. So you called us after all. Good to see you, damn it. How you been? You're getting famous. Christ, have a drink. Get some more drinks, Helen. Hi there, Mears. Sit down, for God's sake. I got to be going. I don't want to intrude, said Mrs. Mears, edging through the room. Thanks for letting me come over. Goodbye, Mr. Williams. Williams, God damn it. Good to see you. Did Helen tell you what we plan to do about leaving town, that is? About the country? She said, boy, we're really getting out of this damn town. Summer coming on. Got to get out of that raping office. I've read 10 million words of TV crap a year for 10 years. Don't you think it's time I got out, Williams? Don't you think I should have gotten out years ago? Connecticut for us. You need a drink? Have you seen Tom? Tom in his room, Helen. Get him out here. Let him talk to Williams here. Gee, Williams, we're glad to see you. Been telling everyone you'd come to see us. Who have you seen in town so far? I saw Reynolds last night. Reynolds, the editor at United Features? How is he? Does he get out much? A little. You know, he's been in his apartment for 12 months. Helen, you remember Reynolds? Nice guy. But army life or something screwed him up. He was afraid to leave his apartment all last year, afraid he'd kill someone, anyone, on the street. He left his apartment last night with me, said Williams. Walked me down to the bus line. Hey, that's all right for Reynolds. Glad to hear it. Did you hear about Banks? Killed in an auto accident in Rhode Island last week. No. Yes, sir. Damn it. One of the nicest guys in the world. Best photographer who ever worked for the big magazine. Really talented. Young, too. Damn young. Got drunk. Killed in a crash on his way home. Automobiles. Christ. Williams felt as if a great flight of ravens were beating upon the hot air of the room. This was not Paul anymore. This was the husband of the strange woman who had moved in after the Pearsons went away, sometime in the last 3 years. Nobody knew where the Pearsons had gone. It would do no good to ask this man where Paul was now. This man could not have told anyone. Williams, you've met our son, haven't you? Go get Tom, Helen. Have him come out. Son was fetched, 17, silent, into the parlor doorway, where, feeling the drinks come over him rapidly now, Williams stood with a freshly filled glass, weaving slightly. This is Tom, Williams, this is Tom. You remember Tom? You remember Williams, Tom. Say hello, Tom. Tom's a good boy, don't you think so, Williams? Both talking at once, never stopping. Always the river, always the rush and the stumbled words and the alcohol blue flame eyes and the hurrying on. Helen said, Tom, say a few words of gang jargon for Mr. Williams. Silence. Tom's picked it up. He's got a good mind, a good memory. Tom, say a few words of gang talk for Mr. Williams. Oh, come on, Tom, said Helen. Silence. Tom stood tall and looking at the floor in the parlor doorway. Come on, Tom, said Helen. Ah, leave him alone, Helen. Why, Paulie, I just thought Williams would like to hear some gang jargon. You know it, Tom. Say some for us. If he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to, said Paul. Silence. Come on out the kitchen while I fix myself a drink, said Paul, moving Williams along by his arm, walking huge beside him. In the kitchen they swayed together, and Paul took hold of Williams' elbow, shook his hand, talked to him close and quiet, his face like a pig's that had been crying all afternoon. Williams, tell me, you think I can make it go, quitting this way?
I got a swell novel idea. He hit William's arm gently at first, then with each point of his story, harder. You like that idea, Williams? Williams drew back, but his hand was trapped. The fist smashed his arm again and again. Say, it'll be good to write again. Write! Have free time. Take off some of this fat, too. Don't do it like Mrs. Mears' son did. He was a fool. Paul crushed William's arm tight. In all the years of their friendship, they had rarely touched. But now here was Paul, gripping, pressuring, petting him. He shook William's shoulder, flapped his back. In the country, by God, I'll have time to think. Work off this flab. Here in town. You know what we do weekends? Kill a quart or two of scotch between us. Hard to drive out of town weekends. Traffic, crowd, so we stick here. Get loaded and relax. But that'll be over in the country. I want you to read a manuscript of mine, Williams. Oh, Paulie, wait. Stop it, Helen. Williams won't mind, will you, Williams? I won't mind, thought Williams. But I'll mind. I'll be afraid, but not afraid. If I were sure I'd find the old Paul in the story somewhere, living and walking around, sober and light and free, sure and quick in his decisions, hasteful in his choices, direct and forceful in his criticism, the good producer, most of all the good friend, a personal god for years. If I could find that Paul in the story, I'd read it in a second. And I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to see the new and strange Paul on paper, ever. Paul, he thought. Oh, Paul, don't you know, don't you realize that you and Helen will never get out of town? Never? Never? Hell, cried Paul. How do you like New York, Williams? Don't like it, do you? Neurotic, you said once. Well, it's no different than Sioux City or Kenosha. You just meet more people here in a shorter time. How's it feel, Williams? So high in the world, so famous all of a sudden. Now both husband and wife chattered, getting drunker. Their voices collided, their words rose, fell, mixed, quarreled, blended in hypnotic tides, an unending susurrus. Williams, she said. Williams, he said. We're going, she said. God damn you, Williams, I love you. Oh, you bastard, I hate you. He beat Williams' arm, laughing. Where's Tom? Proud of you. The apartment blazed. The air swarmed with black oink. His arm was beaten senseless. It's hard to give up my job. That old chick looks good. Paul clutched Williams' white shirt front. Williams felt the buttons pop. It seemed as if Paul, in his pink intensity, were going to hit him. His jowls heaved, his mouth clouded Williams' glasses with steam. Proud of you! Love you! He pumped his arm, struck his shoulder, tore at his shirt, slapped at his face. Williams' glasses flew off and hit the linoleum with a faint tinkle. For Christ, I'm sorry, Williams. That's all right, forget it. Williams picked up his glasses. The right lens was crazed like a ridiculous spider web. He looked out through it, and there was Paul, stunned, apologetic, caught in the insane glass maze, trying to get free. Williams said nothing. Paul, you're so clumsy, shrieked Helen. The telephone and doorbell both rang at once. Paul was talking and Helen was talking. Tom was gone somewhere. Williams thought clearly. I'm not sick. I don't want to throw up, not really. But I will go to the bathroom now, and I will be sick, and I will throw up there. Without a word, in the ringing, belling, talking, yelling, in the apologetic confusion, in the panicking friendliness in the hot rooms, he walked through and beyond what seemed a crowd of people, sedately closed the bathroom door, and got down on his knees as if he were going to pray to God, and lifted the toilet seat. There were 3 sickening gasps and plunges of his mouth, his eyes tight, tears running from them. He was not sure it was over. He was not certain whether he was gasping for breath or crying, whether these were tears of pain or sadness or not tears at all. He heard the waters vanish away in white porcelain to the sea. He knelt there, still in an attitude of prayer. Outside the door, voices. You all right? You all right, Williams? You okay? He fumbled in his coat pocket, drew out his wallet, checked it, saw his return trip ticket on the train, closed it up, put it in his breast pocket, and held his hand tight to it. Then he climbed to his feet, wiped his mouth carefully, and stood looking in the mirror at the odd man with the spider-webbed glasses. Standing before the door, ready to open it, his hand on the brass knob, his eyes clenched shut, his body swaying. He felt that he weighed only 93 pounds. The best of all possible worlds. The two men sat swaying side by side, unspeaking for the long while it took the train to move through cold December twilight, pausing at one country station after another. As the 12th depot was left behind, the older of the two men muttered, "Idiot, idiot," under his breath. "What?" The younger man glanced up from his Times. The old man nodded bleakly. "Did you see that damn fool rush off just now, stumbling after that woman who smelled of Chanel?" "Oh, her." The young man looked as if he could not decide whether to laugh or be depressed. "I followed her off the train once myself." The old man snorted and closed his eyes. "I, too, 5 years ago." The young man stared at his companion as if he had found a friend in a most unlikely spot. Did the same thing happen once you reached the end of the platform?" "Perhaps. Go on." "Well, I was 20 feet behind her, closing up fast, when her husband drove into the station with a carload of kids. Bang! The car door slammed. I saw her Cheshire cat smile as she drove away. I waited half an hour, chilled to the bone, for another train. It taught me something, by God." "It taught you nothing whatsoever," replied the older man dryly. "Idiot bulls, that's all of it. You, me, them. Silly boys jerking like laboratory frogs if someone scratches our itch. My grandpa once said, 'Big in the hunkus, small in the brain. That's man's fate.' Wise man. Now, what do you make of her?" "That woman? She likes to keep him trim. You must pep up her liver to know that with a little mild eye-rolling, he can make the lemmings swarm any night on this train. She has the best of all possible worlds, don't you think? Husband, children, plus the knowledge she's neat packaging and can prove it 5 trips a week, hurting no one, least of all herself. Everything considered, she's not much to look at. It's just she smells so good." "Tripe," said the old man. "Won't wash. Purely and simply, she's a woman. All women are women. All men are dirty goats. Till you accept that, you'll be rationalizing your glands all your life. As it is, you will know no rest until you're 70 or thereabouts. Meanwhile, self-knowledge may give you whatever solace can be had in a sticky situation. Given all these essential and inescapable truths, few men ever strike a balance. Ask a man if he's happy, and he will immediately think you're asking if he's satisfied. Satiety is most men's Edenic dream. I've known only one man who came heir to the very best of all possible worlds, as you use the phrase. "Good Lord," said the young man, his eyes shining. "I wouldn't mind hearing about him. I hope there's time. This chap is the happiest ram, the most carefree bull in history. Wives and girlfriends galore, as the sales pitch says. Yet he has no qualms, guilt, no feverish nights of lament and self-chastisement." "Impossible," the young man put in. "You can't eat your cake and digest it, too." "He did. He does. He will. Not a tremor, not a trace of moral seasickness after an all-night journey over a choppy sea of inner spring. Successful businessman. Apartment in New York on the best street. Proper height above traffic. Plus a long weekend Buck's country place on a more than correct little country stream where he herds his nanny. A happy farmer. But I met him first at his New York apartment last year when he had just married. At dinner, his wife was truly gorgeous. Snow cream arms, fruity lips, amplitude of harvest land below the line, plenitude above, honey in the horn, full apple barrel through winter. It seemed thus to me, and her husband, who nipped her bicep in passing. Leaving at midnight, I found myself raising a hand to slap her on the flat of her flank like a thoroughbred. Falling down in the elevator, life floated out from under me. I nickered. Your powers of description, said the young commuter, breathing heavily, are incredible. I write advertising copy, said the older. But to continue. I met let us call him Smith, again not 2 weeks later. Through sheer coincidence, I was invited to crash a party by a friend. When I arrived in Bucks County, whose place should it turn out to be but Smith? And near him, in the center of the living room, stood this dark Italian beauty, all tawny panther, all midnight and moonstones, dressed in earth colors, browns, siennas, tans, umbers, all the tones of a riotously fruitful autumn. In the babble, I lost her name. Later, I saw Smith crush her like a great sun-warmed vine of lush October grapes in his arms. Eddie, fool, I thought. Lucky dog, I thought. Wife in town, mistress in country. You trampling out the vintage, etc., and all that. Glorious. That I shall not stay for the wine festival, I thought. Slipped away unnoticed. I can't stand too much of this talk, said the young commuter, trying to raise the window. Don't interrupt, said the older man. Where was I? Trampled. Vintage. Oh, yes. Well, as the party broke up, I finally caught the lovely Italian's name. Mrs. Smith. He'd married again, huh? Hardly. Not enough time. Stunned, I thought quickly. He must have 2 sets of friends. One set knows his city wife. The other set knows this mistress whom he calls wife. Smith's too smart for bigamy. No other answer. Mister. Go on, said the young commuter feverishly. Smith, in high spirits, drove me to the train station that night. On the way, he said, what do you think of my wives? Wives? Plural, I said. Plural, hell, he said. I've had 20 in the last 3 years, each better than the last. 20. Count 'em. 20. Here. As we stopped at the station, he pulled out a thick photo wallet. He glanced at my face as he handed it over. No, he laughed. I'm not Bluebeard with a score of old theater trunks in the attic, crammed full of former mates. Look. I flipped the pictures. They flew by like an animated film. Blonde, brunette, redhead, the plain, the exotic, the fabulously impertinent, or the sublimely docile gazed out at me, smiling, frowning. The flutter, flicker hypnotized and haunted me. There was something terribly familiar about each photo. Smith, I said, you must be very rich to afford all these wives. Not rich? No. Look again. I flipped the montage in my hands. He gasped. I knew. The Mrs. Smith I met tonight, the Italian beauty, is the one and only Mrs. Smith, I said. But at the same time, the woman I met in New York 2 weeks ago is also the one and only Mrs. Smith. It can only follow that both women are one and the same. Correct, said Smith, proud of my sleuthing. Impossible, I blurted out. Oh, said Smith, elated. My wife is amazing. One of the finest off-Broadway actresses when I met her. Selfishly, I asked her to quit the stage on pain of severance of our mutual insanity, our rampaging up one side of the chaise longue and down the other. A giantess made dwarfed by love. She slammed the door on the theater to run down the alley with me. First 6 months of our marriage, the earth did not move. It shook. But inevitably, keen that I am, I began to watch various other women ticking by like wondrous pendulums. My wife caught me noting the time. Meanwhile, she'd begun to cast her eyes on passing theatrical billboards.
I found her nesting with the New York Times next morning review, desperately tearful. Crisis. How to combine two violent careers, that of passion-disheveled actress and that of anxiously rambling Ram. One night, said Smith, I eyed a peach melba that drifted by. Simultaneously, an old playbill blew in the wind and clung to my wife's ankle. It was as if these two events occurring within the moment had shot a window shade with a rattling snap clear to the top of its roll. Light poured in. My wife seized my arm. Was she or was she not an actress? She was. Well then. Well. She sent me packing for 24 hours. Wouldn't let me in the apartment. She hurried about some vast and exciting preparation. When I returned home the next afternoon, the blue hour, as the French say in their always twilight language, my wife had vanished. A dark Latin put out her hand to me. I'm a friend of your wife's, she said, and threw herself upon me to nibble my ears, crack my ribs, until I held her off, and suddenly suspicious, cried, This is no woman I'm with, this is my wife. We both fell laughing to the floor. This was my wife, with a different cosmetic, different couturier, different posture and intonation. My actress, I said. Your actress, she laughed. Tell me what I should be, and I'll be it. Carmen? All right, I'm Carmen. Brunhild? Why not? I'll study, create, and when you grow bored, recreate. I'm enrolled at the dance academy. I'll learn to sit, stand, walk 10,000 ways. I'm chin deep in speech lessons. I'm signed to the Berlitz. I'm also a member of the Yamayuki Judo Club. Good Lord, I thought. What for? This, she replied, tossed me head over heels into bed. Well, that day on, I've lived Riley and 9 other Irishmen's lives. Unnumbered fancies have passed me in delightful shadow plays of women all colors, shapes, sizes, fevers. My wife, finding her proper stage, our parlor, and audience, me, has fulfilled her need to be the greatest actress in the land. Too small an audience? No. For I, with my ever-wandering tastes, am there to meet her, whichever part she plays. My jungle talent coincides with her wide-ranging genius. So, caged at last, yet free. Loving her, I love everyone. It's the best of all possible worlds, friend. Best of all possible worlds. There was a moment of silence. The train rumbled down the track in the new December darkness. The two commuters, the young and the old, were thoughtful now, considering the story just finished. At last, the younger man swallowed and nodded in awe. Your friend Smith solved his problem all right. He did. The young man debated a moment, then smiled quietly. I have a friend, too. His situation was similar, but different. Shall I call him Quillen? Yes, said the old man, but hurry, I get off soon. Quillen, said the young man quickly, was in a bar one night with a fabulous redhead. The crowd parted before her like the sea before Moses. Miraculous, I thought. Revivifying, beyond the senses. A week later in Greenwich, I saw Quillen ambling along with a dumpy little woman, his own age, of course, only 32, but she'd gone to seed young. Hattie, the English would say. Pudgy, snouty-nosed, not enough makeup, wrinkled stockings, spider's nest hair, and immensely quiet. She was content to walk along, it seemed, just holding Quillen's hand. Ah, I thought, here's his poor little parsnip wife, who loves the earth he treads, while other nights he's out winding up that incredible robot redhead. How sad. What a shame. And I went on my way. A month later, I met Quillen again. He was about to dart into a dark entranceway in McDougal Street when he saw me. Oh, God, he cried, sweating. Don't tell on me. My wife must never know. I was about to swear myself to secrecy when a woman called to Quillen from a window above. I glanced up. My jaw dropped. There in the window stood the dumpy, seedy little woman. So suddenly it was clear. The beautiful redhead was his wife.
She danced, she sang, she talked loud and long, a brilliant intellectual, the goddess Siva, thousand-limbed, the finest throw pillow ever sewn by mortal hand. Yet she was strangely tiring. So my friend Quillen had taken this obscure village room where 2 nights a week he could sit quietly in the mouse-brown silence or walk on the dim streets with this good, homely, dumpy, comfortable, mute woman who was not his wife at all, as I quickly supposed, but his mistress. I looked from Quillen to his plump companion in the window above and wrung his hand with new warmth and understanding. "Mum's the word," I said. The last I saw of them, they were seated in a delicatessen, Quillen and his mistress, their eyes gently touching each other, saying nothing, eating pastrami sandwiches. He, too, had, if you think about it, the best of all possible worlds. The train roared, shouted its whistle, and slowed. Both men rising, stopped and looked at each other in surprise. Both spoke at once. "You get off at this stop?" Both nodded, smiling. Silently, they made their way back, and as the train stopped in the chill December night, alighted and shook hands. "Well, give my best to Mr. Smith, and mine to Mr. Quillen." 2 horns honked from opposite ends of the station. Both men looked at one car. A beautiful woman was in it. Both looked at the other car. A beautiful woman was in it. They separated, looking back at each other like 2 schoolboys, each stealing a glance at the car toward which the other was moving. "I wonder," thought the old man, "if that woman down there is—" "I wonder," thought the young man, "if that lady in his car could be—" But both were running now. 2 car doors slammed like pistol shots ending a matinee. The cars drove off. The station platform stood empty, it being December and cold. Snow soon fell like a curtain. The Lifework of Juan Diaz. Philomena flung the plank door shut with such violence the candle blew out. She and her crying children were left in darkness. The only things to be seen were through the window, the adobe houses, the cobbled streets, where now the grave digger stalked up the hill, the spade on his shoulder, moonlight honing the blue metal as he turned into the high, cold graveyard and was gone. "Mamacita, what's wrong?" Felipe, her oldest son, just 9, pulled at her. For the strange dark man had said nothing, just stood at the door with a spade and nodded his head, and waited until she banged the door in his face. "Mamacita." "That grave digger." Philomena's hands shook as she relit the candle. "The rent is long overdue on your father's grave. Your father will be dug up and placed down in the catacomb with a wire to hold him standing against the wall with the other mummies." "No, mamacita." "Yes." She caught the children to her. "Unless we find the money, yes." I will kill that grave digger," cried Felipe. "It is his job. Another would take his place if he died, and another after him." They thought about the man and the terrible high place where he lived and moved, and the catacomb he stood guard over, and the strange earth into which people went to come forth dried like desert flowers, and tanned like leather for shoes, hollow as drums which could be tapped and beaten. An earth which made great cigar-brown, rustling, dry mummies that might languish forever leaning like fence poles along the catacomb halls. In thinking of all this familiar but unfamiliar stuff, Philomena and her children were cold in summer and silent, though their hearts made a vast stir in their bodies. They huddled together for a moment longer, and then, "Felipe," said the mother, "come." He opened the door, and they stood in the moonlight listening to hear any far sound of a blue metal spade biting the earth, heaping the sand and old flowers. But there was a silence of stars. "You others," said Philomena, "to bed." The door shut, the candle flickered. The cobbles of the town poured in a river of gleaming moon-silver stone down the hills, past green parks and little shops, and the place where the coffin-maker tapped and made the clock sounds of death-watch beetles, all day and all night, forever in the life of these people. Up along the slide and rush of moonlight on the stones, her skirt whispering of her need, Philomena hurried with Felipe breathless at her side. They turned in at the official palace. The man behind the small littered desk in the dimly lit office glanced up in some surprise. "Philomena, my cousin." "Ricardo." He took his hand and dropped it. "You must help me." "If God does not prevent. But ask." The bitter stone lay in her mouth. She tried to get it out. "Tonight they are taking Juan from the earth." Ricardo, who had half risen, now sat back down, his eyes growing wide and full of light, and then narrowing and going dull. "If not God, then God's creatures prevent. Has the year gone so swiftly since Juan's death? Can it truly be the rent has come due?" He opened his empty palms and showed them to the woman. "Ah, Philomena, I have no money." "But if you spoke to the gravedigger, you are the police." Philomena, the law stops at the edge of the grave." "But if you will give me 10 weeks, only 10, it is almost the end of summer. The Day of the Dead is coming. I will sell the candy skulls and give him the money. Oh, please, Ricardo." Here at last, because there was no longer a way to hold the coldness in, and she must let it free before it froze her so she could never move again, she put her hands to her face and wept. And Felipe, seeing that it was permitted, wept too, and said her name over and over. "So," said Ricardo, rising, Yes, I will walk to the mouth of the catacomb and spit into it. But, Philomena, expect no answer, not so much as an echo. Lead the way." And he put his official cap, very old, very greasy, very worn, upon his head. The graveyard was higher than the churches, higher than all the buildings, higher than all the hills. It lay on the highest rise of all, overlooking the night valley of the town. As they entered the vast ironwork gate and advanced among the tombs, the three were confronted by the sight of the gravedigger's back bent into an ever-increasing hole, lifting out spade after spade of dry dirt onto an ever-increasing mound. The digger did not even look up, but made a quiet guess as they stood at the grave's edge. "Is that Ricardo Albañez, the chief of police?" "Stop digging," said Ricardo. Spade flashed down, dug, lifted, poured. "There's a funeral tomorrow. This grave must be empty, open and ready. No one has died in the town. Someone always dies, so I dig. I have already waited 2 months for Philomena to pay what she owes. I'm a patient man." "Be still more patient." Ricardo touched the moving, hunching shoulder of the bent man. "Chief of the police." The digger paused to lean, sweating, upon his spade. "This is my country, the country of the dead. These here tell me nothing, nor does any man. I rule this land with a spade and a steel mind. I do not like the live ones to come talking, to disturb the silence I have so nicely dug and filled. Do I tell you how to conduct your municipal palace? Well then, good night." He resumed his task. "In the sight of God," said Ricardo, standing straight and stiff, his fists at his sides, "and this woman and her son, you dare to desecrate the husband-father's final bed." "It is not final and not his. I but rented it to him." Spade floated high, flashing moonlight. "I did not ask the mother and son here to watch this sad event. And listen to me, Ricardo, police chief. One day you will die. I will bury you. Remember that. You will be in my hands. Then, then. "Then what?" shouted Ricardo. "You dog, do you threaten me?" "I dig." The man was very deep now, vanishing in the shadowed grave, sending only his spade up to speak for him again and again in the cold light. "Good night, senor, senora, niño. Good night." Outside her small adobe hut, Ricardo smoothed his cousin's hair and touched her cheek. Filomena, God. You did what you could. That terrible one, when I am dead, what awful indignities might he not work upon my helpless flesh? He would set me upside down in the tomb, hang me by my hair in a far unseen part of the catacomb. Takes on weight from knowing some day he will have us all. Good night, Filomena. No, not even that, for the night is bad. He went away down the street. Inside, among her many children, Filomena sat with face buried in her lap. Late the next afternoon, in the tilted sunlight, shrieking, school children chased Felipe home. He fell, they circled him, laughing. Felipe, we saw your father today, yes. Where? They asked themselves shyly. In the catacomb, they gave answer. What a lazy man, he just stands there. He never works. He don't speak. Oh, that Juan Diaz. Felipe stood violently a-tremble under the blazed sun, hot tears streaming from his wide and half-blinded eyes. Within the hut, Filomena heard, and the knife sounds entered her heart. She leaned against the cool wall, wave after dissolving wave of remembrance sweeping her. In the last month of his life, agonized, coughing, and drenched with midnight perspirations, Juan had stared and whispered only to the raw ceiling above his straw mat. What sort of man am I, to starve my children and hunger my wife? What sort of death is this, to die in bed? Hush. She placed her cool hand over his hot mouth, but he talked beneath her fingers. What has our marriage been but hunger and sickness, and now nothing? Ah, God, you're a good woman. Now I leave you with no money, even for my funeral. Then at last, he'd clenched his teeth and cried out at the darkness, and grown very quiet in the warm candle shine, and taken her hands into his own, and held them, and swore an oath upon them, vowed himself with religious fervor. Filomena, listen. I will be with you. Though I have not protected in life, I will protect in death. Though I fed not in life, in death I will bring food. Though I was poor, I will not be poor in the grave. This I know. This I cry out. This I assure you of. In death I will work and do many things. Do not fear. Kiss the little ones. Filomena. Filomena. Then he had taken a deep breath, final gasp, like one who settles beneath warm waters. And he had launched himself gently under, still holding his breath, for a testing of endurance through all eternity. They waited for a long time for him to exhale, but this he did not do. He did not reappear above the surface of life again. His body lay like a waxen fruit on the mat, a surprise to the touch. Like a wax apple to the teeth, so was Juan Diaz to all their senses. And they took him away to the dry earth, which was like the greatest mouth of all, which held him a long time, draining the bright moistures of his life, drying him like ancient manuscript paper, until he was a mummy as light as chaff, an autumn harvest ready for the wind. From that time until this, the thought had come, and come again to Filomena. How will I feed my lost children, with Juan burning to brown crepe in a silver-tinseled box? How lengthen my children's bones and push forth their teeth in smiles and color their cheeks? The children screamed again outside in happy pursuit of Felipe. Filomena looked to the distant hill, up which bright tourists' cars hummed, bearing many people from the United States. Even now they paid a peso each to that dark man with a spade, so that they might step down through his catacombs among the standing dead, to see what the sun-dry earth and hot wind did to all bodies in this town. Filomena watched the tourist cars. Juan's voice whispered, Filomena, and again, this I cry out, in death I will work, I will not be poor. Filomena. His voice ghosted away. And she swayed and was almost ill, for an idea had come into her mind which was new and terrible, made her heart pound. Felipe! She cried suddenly. And Felipe escaped the jeering children and shut the door on the hot white day and said, Yes, mamacita? Sit, Nino. We must talk. In the name of the saints we must. She felt her face grow old, because the soul grew old behind it. And she said very slowly, with difficulty, "Tonight we must go in secret to the catacomb." "Shall we take a knife?" Felipe smiled wildly. "And kill the dark man?" "No, no, Felipe, listen." And he heard the words that she spoke. The hours passed, and it was a night of churches. It was a night of bells and singing. Far off in the air of the valley, you could hear voices chanting the evening mass. You could see children walking with lit candles in a solemn file, way over there on the side of the dark hill. The huge bronze bells were tilting up and showering out their thunderous crashes and bangs that made the dogs spin, dance, and bark on the empty roads. The graveyard lay glistening, all whiteness, all marble snow, all sparkle and glitter of harsh gravel, like an eternal fall of hail, crunched under their feet, as Philomena and Felipe took their shadows with them, ink-black and constant from the unclouded moon. They glanced over their shoulders in apprehension, but no one cried halt. They'd seen the grave-digger drift, made footless the shadow down the hill in answer to a night summons. Now, "Quick, Felipe, the lock!" Together they inserted a long metal rod between padlock hasps and wooden doors, which lay flat to the dry earth. Together they seized and pulled. The wood split. Padlock hasps sprang loose. Together they raised the huge doors and flung them back, rattling. Together they peered down into the darkest, most silent night of all. Below, the catacomb waited. Philomena straightened her shoulders and took a breath. Now, and put her foot upon the first step. In the adobe of Philomena Diaz, her children slept sprawled here or there in the cool night room, comforting each other with the sound of their warm breathing. Suddenly, their eyes sprang wide. Footsteps, slow and halting, scraped the cobbles outside. Door shot open. For an instant, the silhouettes of 3 people loomed in the white evening sky beyond the door. One child sat up and struck a match. "No!" Philomena snatched out with one hand to claw the light. The match fell away. It gasped. The door slammed. The room was solid black. To this blackness Philomena said at last, "Light no candles. Your father has come home." The thudding, the insistent knocking and pounding shook the door at midnight. Philomena opened the door. Gravedigger almost screamed in her face. "There you are, thief! Robber!" Behind him stood Ricardo, looking very rumpled and very tired and very old. "Cousin, permit us. I am sorry. Our friend here—" "I am the friend of no one," cried the gravedigger. "A lock has been broken and a body stolen. To know the identity of the body is to know the thief. I could only bring you here. Arrest her!" "One small moment, please." Ricardo took the man's hand from his arm and turned, bowing gravely to his cousin. "May we enter?" "There! There!" Gravedigger leaped in, gazed wildly about, and pointed to a far wall. "You see?" But Ricardo would look only at this woman. Very gently he asked her, "Philomena?" Philomena's face was the face of one who has gone through a long tunnel of night and has come to the other end at last, where lives a shadow of coming day. Her eyes were prepared. Her mouth knew what to do. All the terror was gone now. What remained was as light as the great length of autumn chaff she had carried down the hill with her good son. Nothing more could happen to her ever in her life. This you knew from how she held her body as she said, "We have no mummy here." "I believe you, cousin, but—" Ricardo cleared his throat uneasily and raised his eyes. "What stands there against the wall?" "To celebrate the festival of the Day of the Dead Ones." Philomena did not turn to look where he was looking. "I have taken paper and flour and wire and clay and made of it a life-size toy which looks like the mummies." "Have you indeed done this?" asked Ricardo, impressed. "No, no!" Gravedigger almost danced in exasperation. "With your permission." Ricardo advanced to confront the figure which stood against the wall. He raised his flashlight. "Oh," he said. "And so—" Philomena looked only out the open door into the late moonlight. "The plan I have for this mummy, which I have made with my own hands, is good." "What plan? What?" Gravedigger demanded, turning. "We will have money to eat with. Would you deny my children this?" But Ricardo was not listening. Near the far wall, he tilted his head this way and that, and rubbed his chin, squinting at the tall shape which enwrapped its own shadow, which kept its own silence, leaning against the adobe. "A toy," mused Ricardo. "The largest death toy I have ever seen. I have seen man-sized skeletons in windows, man-sized coffins made of cardboard and filled with candy skulls, yes. But this, I stand in awe, Philomena." "Awe?" The gravedigger, his voice rising to a shriek. "This is no toy! This—" "Do you swear, Philomena?" said Ricardo, not looking at him. He reached out and tapped a few times on the rust-colored chest of the figure. It made the sound of a lonely drum. "Do you swear this is papier-mâché?" "By the Virgin, I swear." "Well, then—" Ricardo shrugged, snorted, laughed. "It is simple. If you swear by the Virgin, what more need be said? No court action is necessary. Besides, it might take weeks or months to prove or disprove this is or is not a thing of flour paste and old newspapers colored with brown earth." "Weeks, months, prove, disprove?" Gravedigger turned in a circle, as if to challenge the sanity of the universe, held tight and impossible in these four walls. "This toy is my property, mine." "The toy," said Philomena serenely, gazing out at the hills. "If it is a toy, and made by me, must surely belong to me. And even," she went on, quietly communing with a new reserve of peace in her body, "even if it is not a toy, and it is indeed Juan Diaz come home, why then, does not Juan Diaz belong first to God?" "How can one argue that?" wondered Ricardo. The gravedigger was willing to try, but before he had stuttered forth a half a dozen words, Philomena said, "And after God, in God's eyes, and at God's altar, and in God's church, on one of God's holiest days, did not Juan Diaz say that he would be mine throughout his days?" "Throughout his days, and there you are," said the gravedigger. "But his days are over. Now he's mine." "So," Philomena, "God's property first, then Philomena Diaz's property. That is, if this toy is not a toy, and is Juan Diaz. Anyway, landlord of the dead, you evicted your tenant. You so much as said you did not want him. If you love him so dearly and want him, will you pay the new rent and tenant him again?" But so smothered by rage was the landlord of silence that it gave Ricardo time to step in. "Gravekeeper, I see many months and many lawyers in many points, fine points, to argue this way and that, which include real estate, toy manufactories, God, Philomena, one Juan Diaz, wherever he is, hungry children, the conscience of a digger of graves, and so much complication that death's business will suffer. Under the circumstances, are you prepared for these long years in and out of court?" "I am prepared," said the gravedigger, and paused. "My good man," said Ricardo, "the other night you gave me some small bit of advice which I now return to you. I do not tell you how to control your dead. You now do not say how I control the living. Your jurisdiction ends at the tomb-yard gate. Beyond stand my citizens, silent or otherwise. Oh." Ricardo thumped the upright figure a last time on its hollow chest. It gave forth the sound of a beating heart, a single, strong, and vibrant thump, which made the gravedigger jerk. "I pronounce this officially fake. A toy. No mummy at all. We waste time here. Come along, citizen gravedigger, back to your proper land. Good night, Philomena's children. Philomena, good cousin."
What about it? What about him? Said the gravedigger, motionless, pointing. Why do you worry? Asked Ricardo. It goes nowhere. It stays. If you should wish to pursue the law. Do you see it running? You do not. Good night. Good night. The door slammed. They were gone before Philomena could put out her hand to thank anyone. She moved in the dark to place a candle at the foot of the tall, corn-husk-dry silence. This was a shrine now, she thought, yes. She lit the candle. Do not fear, children, she murmured. To sleep now, to sleep. And Felipe lay down and the others lay back, and at last Philomena herself lay with a single thin blanket over her on the woven mat with the light of the single candle. And her thoughts before she moved into sleep were long thoughts of the many days that made up tomorrow. In the morning, she thought, the tourist cars will sound on the road. Felipe will move among them, telling them of this place. There will be a painted sign outside this door. Museum, 30 centavos. And the tourists will come in, because the graveyard is on the hill. But we are first. We are here in the valley, and close at hand, and easy to find. One day soon, with these tourists' money, we shall mend the roof, buy great sacks of fresh corn flour, and some tangerines, yes, for the children. Perhaps one day we will all travel to Mexico City, to the very big schools, because of what has happened on this night. Juan Diaz is truly home, she thought. He is here. He waits for those who would come to see him. And at his feet I will place a bowl into which the tourists will place more money than Juan Diaz himself tried so hard to earn in all his life. Juan? She raised her eyes. The breathing of the children was hearth-warm about her. Juan, do you see? Do you know? Do you truly understand? Do you forgive, Juan? Do you forgive? The candle flame flickered. She closed her eyes. Behind her lids she saw the smile of Juan Diaz, and whether it was the smile that death had carved upon his lips, or whether it was a new smile she had given him or imagined for him, she could not say. Enough that she felt him standing tall and alone and on guard, watching over them, and proud through the rest of the night. A dog barked far away in a nameless town. Only the gravedigger, wide awake in his tomb yard, heard. To the Chicago Abyss. Under a pale April sky and a faint wind blew out of a memory of winter, the old man shuffled into the almost empty park at noon. His slow feet were bandaged with nicotine-stained suedes. His hair was wild, long, and gray, as was his beard, which enclosed a mouth which seemed always a-tremble with revelation. Now he gazed back, as if he had lost so many things he could not begin to guess there in the tumbled ruin, the toothless skyline of the city. Finding nothing, he shuffled on until he found a bench where sat a woman alone. Examining her, he nodded and sat to the far end of the bench, and did not look at her again. He remained, eyes shut, mouth working, for 3 minutes, head moving as if his nose were printing a single word on the air. Once it was written, he opened his mouth to pronounce it in a clear, fine voice. Papi. The woman gasped and stiffened. The old man's gnarled fingers tumbled in pantomime in his unseen laugh. Twist the key, bright red, yellow letter can, compressed air, hiss, vacuum packed, sst, like a snake. The woman snapped her head about as if slapped, staring in dreadful fascination at the old man's moving tongue. The scent, the odor, the smell, rich, dark, wondrous Brazilian beans, fresh ground. Leaping up, reeling as if gunshot, the woman tottered. The old man flicked his eyes wide. No, He was running, gone. The old man sighed and walked on through the park till he reached a bench where sat a young man completely involved with wrapping dried grass in a small square of thin tissue paper. His thin fingers shaped the grass tenderly in an almost holy ritual, trembling as he rolled the tube, put it to his mouth, and hypnotically lit it. He leaned back, squinting deliciously,
communing with the strange, rank air in his mouth and lungs. The old man watched the smoke blow away on the noon wind and said, "Chesterfields." The young man gripped his knees tight. "Volleys," said the old man. "Lucky strikes." The young man stared at him. "Kent, Poole, Marlborough," said the old man, not looking at him. Those were the names. White, red, amber pack, grass green, sky blue, pure gold, with red slick small ribbon that ran around the top that you pulled to zip away to crinkly cellophane. The blue government tax stamp. "Shut up," said the young man. "Buy them in drugstores, fountains, subways. Shut up." "Gently," said the old man. "It's just that smoke of yours made me think." "Don't think." The young man jerked so violently, the homemade cigarette fell in chaff to his lap. "Now look what you made me do." "I'm sorry. It was such a nice, friendly day." "I'm no friend." "We're all friends now. Or why live?" "Friends?" The young man snorted, aimlessly plucking at the shredded grass and paper. "Maybe there were friends back in 1970, but now—" 1970. You must have been a baby then. They still had Butterfingers then in bright yellow wrappers. Baby Ruths, Clark bars in orange paper, Milky Ways, wallowy universe of stars, comets, meteors. Nice. It was never nice. The young man stood suddenly. "What's wrong with you?" "I remember limes and lemons. That's what's wrong with me. Do you remember oranges?" "Damn right. Oranges. Hell. You calling me a liar? You want me to feel bad? You nuts. Don't you know the law? You know I could turn you in. You—" I know, said the old man, shrugging. "The weather fooled me. It made me want to compare rumors, that's what they'd say. The police, the special cops, they'd say it. Rumors. You trouble-making bastard, you." He seized the old man's lapels. It ripped, so he had to grab another handful, yelling down into his face. "Why don't I just blast the living Jesus out of you? I ain't hurt no one in so long He shoved the old man. Gave him the idea to pummel. And when he pummeled, he began to punch. And punching made it easy to strike. Soon he rained blows upon the old man, who stood like one caught in thunder and down-poured storm. Using only his fingers to ward off blows, flushed his cheek, shoulders, his brow, his chin, as the young man shrieked cigarettes, moaned candies, yelled smokes, cried sweets, till the old man fell to be kick-rolled and shivering. The young man stopped and began to cry. The sound, the old man huddled, clenched into his pain, took his fingers away from his broken mouth, and opened his eyes to gaze with astonishment at his assailant. The young man wept. "Please," begged the old man. The young man wept louder, tears falling from his eyes. "Don't cry," said the old man. "We won't be hungry forever. We'll rebuild the cities. Listen, I didn't mean for you to cry, only to think. Where are we going? What are we doing? What have we done? You weren't hitting me. You meant to hit something else, but I was handy. Look, I'm sitting up. I'm okay." The young man stopped crying, blinked down at the old man, who forced a bloody smile. You can't go around," said the young man, "making people unhappy. I'll find someone to fix you." "Wait." The old man struggled to his knees. "No." The young man ran wildly off out of the park, yelling. Crouched alone, the old man felt his bones, found one of his teeth lying red amongst the strewn gravel, handled it sadly. "Fool," said a voice. The old man glanced over and up. A lean man of some 40 years stood leaning against a tree nearby, a look of pale weariness and curiosity on his long face. "Fool," he said again. The old man gasped. "You were there all the time and did nothing." "What? Fight one fool to save another? No." The stranger helped him up and brushed him off. "I do my fighting where it pays. Come on, you're going home with me." The old man gasped again. "Why?" "The boy'll be back with the police any second." I don't want you stolen away. You're a very precious commodity. I've heard of you. Looked for you for days now. Good grief. And when I find you, you're up to your famous tricks. What did you say to the boy? Made him mad. I said about oranges, lemons, candy, cigarettes. I was just getting ready to recollect in detail wind-up toys, briar pipes, and back-scratchers. He dropped the sky on me. I almost don't blame him. Half of me wants to hit you itself. Come on, double time. There's a siren. Quick. And they went swiftly another way out of the park. He drank the homemade wine because it was easiest. The food must wait until his hunger overcame the pain in his broken mouth. He sipped, nodding. Good. Many thanks. Good. The stranger, who had walked in swiftly out of the park, sat across from him at the flimsy dining-room table as the stranger's wife placed broken and mended plates on the worn cloth. The beating, said the husband at last. How did it happen? At this, the wife almost dropped the plate. Relax, said the husband. No one followed us. Go ahead, old man, tell us. Why do you behave like a saint panting after martyrdom? You're famous, you know. Everyone's heard about you. Many would like to meet you. Myself, first. I want to know what makes you tick. Well? But the old man was only entranced with the vegetables on the chipped plate before him. 26. No. 28 peas. He counted the impossible sum. He bent to the incredible vegetables like a man praying over his quietest deeds. 28 glorious green peas, plus a few draughts of half-raw spaghetti, announcing that today business was fair. But under the line of pasta, the cracked line of the plate showed where business for years now was more than terrible. The old man hovered, counting above the food, like a great and inexplicable buzzard, crazily fallen and roosting in his cold apartment, watched by his Samaritan hosts, until at last he said, Those 28 peas remind me of a film I saw as a child. A comedian. Do you know the word? A funny man. Met a lunatic in a midnight house in this film, and husband and wife laughed quietly. No, that's not the joke yet. Sorry. The old man apologized. The lunatic sat the comedian down to an empty table. No knife, no forks, no food. Dinner is served, he cried. Afraid of murder, the comedian fell in with the make-believe. Great, cried, pretending to chew steak, vegetables, dessert. He bit nothing. Fine, swallowed air. Wonderful, huh? You may laugh now. But the husband and wife, grown still, only looked at their sparsely strewn plates. The old man shook his head and went on. The comedian, thinking to impress the madman, exclaimed, And these spiced brandy peaches. Bird! Peaches, screamed the madman, drawing a gun. I serve no peaches. You must be insane. Shot the comedian in the behind. The old man, in the silence which ensued, picked up the first pea and weighed its lovely bulk upon his bent tin fork. He was about to put it in his mouth when there was a sharp rap on the door. Special police, the voice cried. Silent but trembling, the wife hid the extra plate. The husband rose calmly to lead the old man to a wall where a panel hissed open, and he stepped in and the panel hissed shut. He stood in darkness, hidden away as beyond, unseen, the apartment door opened. Voices murmured excitedly. The old man could imagine the special policeman in his midnight blue uniform, with drawn gun, entering to see only the flimsy furniture, the bare walls, the echoing linoleum floor, glassless, cardboarded over windows, this thin and oily film of civilization left on an empty shore when the storm tide of war went away. I'm looking for an old man, the tired voice of authority beyond the wall. Strange, thought the old man. Even the law sounds tired now. Patched clothes? But, thought the old man, I thought everyone's clothes were patched. 30, about 80 years old. But isn't everyone dirty? Everyone old? The old man cried out to himself. If you turn him in, there's a week's rations as reward, said the police voice. Plus 10 cans of vegetables, 5 cans of soup, bonus. Real tin cans with bright printed labels, thought the old man. The cans flashed like meteors, rushing by in the dark over his eyelids. What a fine reward. Not $10,000, not $20,000. Oh, no. But 5 incredible cans of real, not imitation soup. And 10, count them, 10, brilliant circus-colored cans of exotic vegetables like string beans and sun-yellow corn. Think of it. Think. There was a long silence in which the old man almost thought he heard faint murmurs of stomach turning uneasily, slumbering, but dreaming of dinners much finer than the hairballs of old illusion gone nightmare, and politics gone sour in the long twilight since A.D., Annihilation Day. Soup, vegetables, said the police voice, final count. 15 solid packed cans. The door slammed. The boots stomped away through the ramshackle tenement, pounding coffin-lid doors to stir other Lazarus souls alive, cry aloud of bright pins and real suits. Poundings faded. There was a last banging slam. At last, the hidden panel whispered up. The husband and wife did not look at him as he stepped out. He knew why, and wanted to touch their elbows. Even I, he said gently, even I was tempted to turn myself in to claim the reward, to eat the soup. Still they would not look at him. Why? He asked. Why didn't you hand me over? Why? The husband, as if suddenly remembering, nodded to his wife. He went to the door, hesitated. Her husband nodded again impatiently, and she went out, noiseless as a puff of cobweb. They heard her rustling along the hall, scratching softly at doors, which opened with gasps and murmurs. What's she up to? What are you up to? Asked the old man. You'll find out. Finish your dinner, said the husband. Tell me why you're such a fool you make us fools who seek you out and bring you here. Why am I such a fool? The old man sat. The old man munched slowly, taking peas one at a time from the plate which had been returned to him. Yes, I'm a fool. How did I start my foolishness? Years ago I looked at the ruined world, the dictatorships, the desiccated states and nations, and said, what can I do? Me, a weak old man. What? Rebuild the devastation? Ha! But as I lay half asleep one night, an old phonograph record played in my head. 2 sisters named Duncan sang out of my childhood a song called Remembering. Remembering is all I do. Here, go try and remember too. I sang the song. It wasn't a song, but a way of life. What did I have to offer a world that was forget? My memory. How could this help? By offering a standard of comparison. By telling the young what once was. By considering our losses. I found the more I remembered, the more I could remember. Depending on who I sat down with, I remembered imitation flowers, dial telephones, refrigerators, kazoos. You ever play kazoo? Thimbles, bicycle clips, not bicycles, no, but bicycle clips. Isn't that wild and strange? Antimacassars. Do you know them? Never mind. Once a man asked me to remember just the dashboard dials on a Cadillac. I remembered. I told him in detail. He listened. Dried great tears down his face. Happy tears or sad? I can't say. I only remember. Not literature, no. I never had a head for plays or poems. They slip away. They die. All I am, really, is a trash heap of the mediocre. The third best hand-me-down, useless and combed over slush and junk of a race-track civilization that ran last over a precipice. All I offer really is scintillant junk, the clamored-after chronometers and absurd machineries of a never-ending river of robots and robot-mad owners. Yet, one way or another, civilization must get back on the road. Those who can offer fine butterfly poetry, let them remember, let them offer. Those who can weave and build butterfly nets, Let them weave. Let them build. My gift is smaller than both, and perhaps contemptible in the long hoist, climb, jump, toward the old and amiably silly peak. But I must dream myself worthy. For the things, silly or not, that people remember are the things they'll search for again. I will, then, ulcerate their half-dead desires with vinegar gnat memory. Then perhaps they'll rattle bang the big clock together again, which is the city, the state, and then the world. Let one man want wine, another lounge chairs, a third a bat-winged glider to soar the March winds on, and build bigger electro-pterodactyls to scour even greater winds with even greater people. Someone wants more on Christmas trees, some wise man goes to cut them. Pack this all together, wheel in want, wanting wheel, and I'm just there to oil. But oil them I do. Oh, once I would have raved, only the best is best, only quality is true. The roses grow from blood manure. Mediocre must be, so most excellent can bloom. So I shall be the best mediocre there is, and fight all who say, slide under, sink back, dust wallow, let brambles scurry over your living grave. I shall protest the roving ape-man tribe, the sheep people, munching the far fields, preyed on by the feudal land-baron wolves, who rarefy themselves in the few skyscraper summits, hoard unremembered foods. And these villains I will kill with can opener and corkscrew. I shall run them down with ghosts of Buick, Kissel Car, and Moon, thrash them with licorice whips, till they cry for some sort of unqualified mercy. Can I do all this? One can only try. The old man rummaged the last key with the last words in his mouth, while his Samaritan host simply looked at him with gently amazed eyes. Far off, up through the house, people moved, doors tapped open and shut. There was a gathering outside the door of this apartment, for now the husband said, "And you asked why we didn't turn you in? Do you hear that out there? Sounds like everyone in the apartment house. Everyone. Old man, old fool, do you remember? Motion picture houses, or better, drive-in movies?" The old man smiled. "Do you?" "Almost. Now look, listen. Today, now, if you're going to be a fool, if you want to run risks, do it in the aggregate, in one fell blow. Why waste your breath on one or two or even three? The husband opened the door and nodded outside. Silently, one at a time and in couples, the people of the house entered this room as if entering a synagogue or church, or the kind of church known as a movie, or the kind of movie known as a drive-in. The hour was growing late in the day, with the sun going down the sky. Soon, in the early evening hours, in the dark, the room would be dim. And in the one light, the voice of the old man would speak. These would listen and hold hands. And it would be like the old days with the balconies in the dark, or the cars in the dark. And just a memory, the words of popcorn, and the words for the gum and the sweet drink and candy. The words, anyway. The words. While the people were coming in and settling on the floor, the old man watched, incredulous that he had summoned them here without knowing. The husband said, "Isn't this better than taking a chance in the open?" "Yes." "Strange. I hate pain. I hate being hit and chased. My tongue moves. I must hear what it has to say. Still, this is better." "Good." The husband pressed a red ticket into his palm. "When this is all over, an hour from now, here's a ticket from a friend of mine in transportation. One train crosses the country each week. Each week I get a ticket for some idiot I want to help. This week it's you." The old man read the destination on the folded red paper. Chicago Abyss. Added, "Is the abyss still there?" "This time next year, Lake Michigan may break through the last crust and make a new lake in the pit where the city once was. There's life of sorts around the crater rim, and the branch train goes west once a month. Once you leave here, keep moving. Forget you met or know us. I'll give you a small list of people like ourselves. A long time from now, look them up out in the wilderness. But for God's sake, in the open, alone for a year, declare a moratorium. Keep your wonderful mouth shut. Here, husband gave him a yellow card. Dentist I know. Tell him to make you a new set of teeth. It will only open at mealtime. A few people, hearing, laughed. The old man laughed quietly, and the people were in now, dozens of them. The day was late, and the husband and wife shut the door and stood by it, and turned and waited for this last special time, when the old man might open his mouth. The old man stood up. His audience grew very still. The train came, rusty and loud at midnight, into a suddenly snow-filled station. Under a cruel dusting of white, the ill-washed people crowded into and through the ancient chair cars, mashing the old man along the corridor and into an empty compartment that had once been a lavatory. Soon the floor was a solid mass of bedroll on which 16 people twisted and turned in darkness, fighting their way into sleep. The train rushed forth to white emptiness. The old man, thinking, "Quiet. Shut up. No. Don't speak. Nothing. No. Stay still. Think. Careful. Cease." Found himself now swayed, joggled, hurled this way and that as he half crouched against the wall. He and just one other were upright in this monster room of dreadful sleep. A few feet away, similarly shoved against the wall, sat an 8-year-old boy with a drawn, sick paleness escaping from his cheek. Full awake, eyes bright, he seemed to watch, he did watch, the old man's mouth. The boy gazed because he must. The train hooted, roared, swayed, yelled, and rang. Half an hour passed in the thunderous, grinding passage by night under the snow-hidden moon. The old man's mouth was tight-nailed shut. Another hour, and still boned shut. Another hour, and the muscles around his cheeks began to slacken. Another, and his lips parted to wet themselves. The boy stayed awake. The boy saw. The boy waited. Immense sifts of silence came down the night air outside, tunneled by avalanche trains. The travelers, very deep in invoiced terror, numbed by flight, slept each separate. The boy did not take his eyes away. At last, the old man leaned forward softly. "Shh, boy. Your name?" "Joseph." The train swayed and groaned in its sleep, the monster floundering through timeless dark toward a morn that could not be imagined. "Joseph." The old man savored the word, bent forward, his eyes gentle and shining. His face filled with pale beauty. His eyes widened until they seemed blind. He gazed at a distant and hidden thing, cleared his throat ever so softly. "Ah!" The train roared round a curve. People rocked in their snowing sleep. "Well, Joseph," whispered the old man. He lifted his fingers softly in the air. "Once upon a time—" The Anthem Sprinters. "There's no doubt of it. Doone's the best. Devil take Doone. His reflexes uncanny, his lope on the incline extraordinary. He's off and gone before you reach for your hat. Houlihan's better any day. Hell, why not now?" I was at the far end of the bar, at the top of Grafton Street, listening to the tenors singing, the concertinas dying hard, and the arguments prowling the smoke looking for opposition. The pub was the Four Provinces, and it was getting on late at night for Dublin. So there was the sure threat of everything shutting at once, meaning spigots, accordions, piano lids, soloists, trios, quartets, pubs, sweet shops, and cinemas. In a great heave, like the Day of Judgment, half Dublin's population would be thrown out into raw lamplight, there to find themselves wanting in gum machine mirrors. Stunned, their moral and physical sustenance plucked from them, the souls would wander like battered moths for a moment, and wheel about for home. But now here I was listening to a discussion, the heat of which, if not the light, reached me at 50 paces. "Doone! Houlihan!" Then the smallest man at the far end of the bar, turning, saw the curiosity enshrined in my all-too-open face, and shouted,
You're American, of course, and wondering what we're up to. Do you trust my looks? Would you bet, as I told you, on a sporting event of great local consequence? If yes is your answer, come here.
So I strolled my Guinness the length of the 4 provinces, joined the shouting men, as one violinist gave up destroying a tune, and the pianist hurried over, bringing his chorus with him.
Name's Timothy.
The little man shook my hand. Douglas, I said. I write for the cinema.
Films,
cried everyone. Films, I admitted modestly.
What luck! Beyond belief.
Timothy seized me tighter.
You'll be the best judge ever, as well as bet. Are you much for sports? Do you know, for instance, the cross-country, the 440 and such man-on-foot excursions?
I've witnessed 2 Olympic Games.
Not just films, but the world competition,
Timothy gasped.
You're the rare one. Well, now, what do you know of the special all-Irish decathlon event which has to do with picture theatres?
What event is that?
What indeed? Houlihan!
An even littler fellow, pocketing his harmonica, leaped forward, smiling.
Houlihan, that's me. The best Anthem Sprinter in all Ireland.
What sprinter? I asked.
A-N-T, spelled Houlihan much too carefully. H-E-M. Anthem Sprinter. The fastest. Since you've been in Dublin, Timothy cut in, have you attended the cinema?
Last night, I said, I saw a Clark Gable film. Night before, an old Charles Lawton.
Enough. You're a fanatic, as are all the Irish. If it weren't for cinemas and pubs to keep the poor and workless off the street or in their cups, we'd have pulled the cork and let the aisle sink long ago. Well, clapped his hands, when the picture ends each night, have you observed a peculiarity of the breed?
End of the picture, I mused.
Hold on.
You can't mean the national anthem, can you?
Can we, boys?
cried Timothy.
We can, cried all. Any night, every night, for tens of dreadful years, at the end of each damn film, as if you'd never heard the baleful tune before, grieved Timothy, the orchestra strikes up for Ireland. And what happens then?
Why, said I, falling in with it, if you're any man at all, you try to get out of the theatre in those few precious moments between the end of the film and the start of the anthem.
You've nailed it. Buy the Yank a drink.
After all, I said casually, I'm in Dublin 4 months now. The anthem has begun to pale. No disrespect meant, I added hastily.
And none taken, said Timothy, or given to any of us patriotic IRA veterans, survivors of the Troubles and lovers of country. Still, breathing the same air 10,000 times makes the senses reel. So as you've noted, in that God-sent 3 or 4 second interval, any audience in its right mind beats it to hell out. And the best of the crowd is
Doon, I said, or Houlihan, your Anthem Sprinters. They smiled at me. I smiled at them. We were all so proud of my intuitions that I bought them a round of Guinness.
Licking the suds from our lips, we regarded each other with benevolence. Now, said Timothy, his voice husky with emotion, his eyes squinted off at the scene, at this very moment, not 100 yards down the slight hill in the comfortable dark of the Grafton Street Theatre, seated on the aisle of the 4th row centre, is
Doon, said I.
The man's eerie, said Houlihan, lifting his cap to me. Well,
Timothy swallowed his disbelief.
Doon's there, all right. He's not seen the film before. It's a Diana Durbin brought back by the asking. The time is now...
Everyone glanced at the wall clock.
10 o'clock,
said the crowd.
And in just 15 minutes the cinema will be letting the customers out for good and all.
And, I asked.
And, said Timothy, and if we should send Houlihan here in for a test of speed and agility, Doon would be ready to meet the challenge.
He didn't go to the show just for an anthem sprint, did he?
Oh, good grief, no. He went for the Diana Durbin songs and all. Doon plays the piano here for sustenance. But if he should casually note the entrance of Houlihan here, he would make himself conspicuous by his late arrival just across from Doon. Well, Doon would know what was up. They would salute each other, and both sit listening to the dear music until Finis hove in sight. Sure.
Houlihan danced lightly on his toes, flexing his elbows.
Let me at him! Let me at him!
Timothy peered close at me.
Mr. Douglas, I observe your disbelief. The details of the sport have bewildered you. How is it, you ask, that full-grown men have time for such as this? Well, time is the one thing the Irish have plenty of lying about. With no jobs at hand, what's minor in your country must be made to look major in ours. We've never seen the elephant, but we've learned a bug under a microscope is the greatest beast on earth. So while it hasn't passed the border, the Anthem Sprint's a high-blooded sport once you're in it. Let me nail down the rules. First, said Houlihan reasonably, knowing what he knows now, find out if the man wants to bet. Everyone looked at me to see if their reasoning had been wasted. Yes, I said. All agreed I was better than a human being. Introductions are in order, said Timothy. Here's Fogarty, exit watcher supreme, Nolan and Clannery, aisle superintendent judges, Clancy, timekeeper, and general spectators O'Neill, Bannion, and the Kelly boys. Count 'em. Come on. I felt as if a vast street-cleaning machine, one of those brambled monsters all moustache and scouring brush, had seized me. The amiable mob floated me down the hill toward the multiplicity of little blinking lights where the cinema lured us on. Hustling, Timothy shouted the essentials. Much depends on the character of the theatre, of course. Of course, I yelled back. There'll be the liberal, free-thinking theatres, with grand aisles, grand exits, and even grander, more spacious latrines. Some with so much porcelain, the echoes alone put you in shock. Then there's the parsimonious mousetrap cinemas, with aisles that squeeze the breath from you, seats that knock your knees, and doors best sidled out of on your way to the men's lounge and the sweet shop across the alley. Each theatre is carefully assessed before, during, and after a sprint, the facts set down. The man is judged then, and his time reckoned good or inglorious, but whether he had to fight his way through men and women en masse, or mostly men, mostly women, or the worst, children at the flypaper matinees. The temptation with children, of course, is to lay into them as you'd harvest hay, tossing them in windrows to left and right. So we've stopped that. Now, mostly, it's nights here at the Grafton. The mob stopped. The twinkling theatre lights sparkled in our eyes and flushed our cheeks. The ideal cinema, said Fogarty. Why? I asked. Its aisles, said Clannery, are neither too wide nor too narrow. Its exits well placed, the door hinges hoiled, the crowd's a proper mixture of sporting bloods and folks who mind enough to leap aside, should a splinter, squandering his energy, come dashing up the aisle. I had a sudden thought. Do you, handicap your runners? We do. Sometimes by shifting exits when the old are known too well, or we put a summer coat on one, a winter coat on another, or seat one chap in the 6th row while the other takes the 3rd. And if a man turns terrible feverish swift, we add the greatest known burden of all. Drink, I said. What else? Now Doone, being fleet, is a two-handicap man. Nolan, Timothy held forth a flask. Run this in. Make Doone take 2 swigs. Big ones. Nolan ran. Timothy pointed. While Houlihan here, having already gone through all 4 provinces of the pub this night, is amply weighted. Even all. Whoa now, Houlihan, said Fogarty. Let our money be a light burden on you. We'll see you bursting out that exit 5 minutes from now, victorious and first. Let's synchronize watches, said Clancy. Synchronize my back behind, said Timothy. Which of us has more than dirty wrists to stare at? It's you alone, Clancy. There's the time. Houlihan, inside. Houlihan shook hands with us all, as if leaving for a trip around the world. Then, waving, he vanished into the cinema darkness. At which moment, Nolan burst back out, holding high the half-empty flask. Jones handicapped. Fine. Kennedy, go check the contestants. Be sure they sit opposite each other in the 4th row, as agreed. Caps on, coats half-buttoned, scarves properly furled. Report back to me. Flannery ran into the dark. The usher, the ticket-taker, I said. They're inside watching the film, said Timothy. So much standing is hard on the feet. They won't interfere. It's 10:13, announced Clancy. In 2 more minutes. Post time, I said.
You're a dear lad, admitted Timothy. Flannery came hot-footing out. All set, in the right seats and everything. It's almost over. You can tell, toward the end of any film, the music has a way of getting out of hand. It's loud, all right, agreed Flannery. Whole orchestra and chorus behind the singing maid now. I must come tomorrow for the entirety. Lovely. It is, said Clancy, and the others. What's the tune? Off with the tune, said Timothy. 1 minute ago and you asked the tune. Lay the bets. Who's for Doon? Who Houlihan? There was a multitudinous jabbering and passing back and forth of money, mostly shillings. I held out 4 shillings. Doon, I said. Without having seen him? A dark horse, I whispered. Well said. Timothy spun about. Flannery, Nolan, inside as aisle judges. Watch sharp. There's no jump in the finis. In went Flannery and Nolan, happy as boys. Make an aisle now. Mr. Douglas, you over here with me. The men rushed to form an aisle on each side of the 2 closed main entrance exit doors. Fogarty, lay your ear to the door. This Fogarty did. His eyes widened. The damn music is extra loud. One of the Kelly boys nudged his brother. It'll be over soon. Whoever's to die is dying this moment. Whoever's to live is bending over him. Louder still, announced Fogarty. Head up against the door panel, hands twitching, as if he were adjusting a radio. There! That's the grand ta-ta for sure, that comes just as Finis or the end jumps on the screen. They're off, I murmured. Hand, said Timothy. They all stared at the door. There's the anthem. Attention! They all stood erect. Someone saluted. But still we stared at the door. I hear feet running, said Fogarty. Whoever it is had a good start before the anthem. The door burst wide. Houlihan plunged to view, smiling such a smile as only breathless victors know. Houlihan! Cried the winners. Doon! Cried the losers. Where's Doon? While Houlihan was first, the competitor was lacking. The crowd was dispersing into the street now. The idiot didn't come out the wrong door. We waited. The crowd was soon gone. Timothy ventured first into the empty lobby. Doon? No one there. Could it be he's in there? Someone flung the men's room door wide. Doon! No echo, no answer. Good grief, cried Timothy. It can't be he's broken a leg and lies on the slope somewhere with the mortal agonies. That's it. The island of men, heaving one way, changed gravities and heaved the other toward the inner door, through it, and down the aisle, myself following. Doon! Flannery and Nolan were there to meet us and pointed silently down. I jumped into the air twice to see over the mob's head. It was dim in the vast theater. I saw nothing. Doon! Then at last we were bunched together near the 4th row on the aisle. I heard their boggled exclamations as they saw what I saw. Doon, still seated in the 4th row on the aisle, his hands folded, his eyes shut. Dead? None of that. A tear, large, luminous, and beautiful, fell on his cheek. Another tear, larger and more lustrous, emerged from his other eye. His chin was wet. It was certain he'd been crying for some minutes. The men peered into his face, circling, leaning. Doon, are you sick? Is it fearful news? Ah, God, cried Doon. He shook himself to find the strength somehow to speak. Ah, God, he said at last. You has the voice of an angel. Angel? That one up there, he nodded. They turned to stare at the empty silver screen. Is it Deanna Durbin? Doon sobbed. The dear dead voice of my grandmother come back. Your grandma's behind, exclaimed Timothy. She had no such voice as that. And who's to know save me? Doon blew his nose, dabbed at his eyes. You mean to say it was just the Durbin lass kept you from the sprint? Just, said Doon, just. Why, it would be sacrilege to bound from a cinema after a recital like that. You might also then jump full tilt across the altar during the wedding, or waltz about at a funeral.
You could have at least warned us it was no contest. Timothy glared. How could I? It just crept over me in a divine sickness. That last bit she sang, the lovely Isle of Innisfree, was it not, Glennery? What else did she sing? Asked Fogarty. What else did she sing? Cried Timothy. He's just lost half of us a day's wages, and you ask what else she sang. Get off. Sure, it's money runs the world, Doone agreed, seated there, closing up his eyes. But it is music that holds down the friction. What's going on there? Cried someone above. The man leaned down from the balcony, puffing a cigarette. What's all the rouse? It's the projectionist, whispered Timothy. Aloud. Hello, Phil, darling. It's only the team. We've a bit of a problem here, Phil. In ethics, not to say aesthetics. Now we wonder if, well, could it be possible to run the anthem over? Run it over? There was a rumble from the winners, a mixing and shoving of elbows. A lovely idea, said Doone. It is, said Timothy, all guile. An act of God incapacitated Doone. A 10th run flicker from the year 1937 caught him by the short hairs is all, said Fogarty. So the fair thing is, here Timothy, unperturbed, looked to heaven. Phil, dear boy, also is the last reel of the Deanna Durbin film still there? It ain't in the ladies' room, said Phil, smoking steadily. What a wit the boy has. Now, Phil, do you think you could just thread it back through the machine there and give us the thinness again? Is that what you all want? Asked Phil. There was a hard moment of indecision, but the thought of another contest was too good to be passed, even though already won money was at stake. Slowly everyone nodded. I'll bet myself then, Phil called down. A shilling on Houlihan. The winners laughed and hooted. They looked to win again. Houlihan waved graciously. The losers turned on their man. You hear the insult, Doone. Stay awake, man. When the girl sings, damn it, go deaf. Faces, everyone, Timothy jostled about. There's no audience, said Houlihan. And without them, there's no obstacles, no real contest. Why, Fogarty blinked around, let all of us be the audience. Fine. Beaming, everyone threw himself into a seat. Better yet, announced Timothy up front, why not make it teams? Doone and Houlihan, sure. But for every Doone man or Houlihan man that makes it out before the anthem freezes him on his hobnails, an extra point, right? Done, cried everyone. Pardon, I said. There's no one outside to judge. Everyone turned to look at me. Ah, said Timothy. Well, Nolan, outside. Nolan trudged up the aisle, cursing. Phil stuck his head from the projection booth above. Are you clods down there ready? If the girl is and the anthem is, the lights went out. I found myself seated next to Infant Doone, who whispered fervently, "Och, me lad, keep me alert to practicalities instead of ornamentation, eh?" "Shut up," said someone. "There's the mystery." And there indeed it was. The mystery of song and art and life, if you will. The young girl singing on the time-haunted stream. "We lean on you, Doone," I whispered. "Eh?" he replied, smiled ahead. "Ah, look, ain't she lovely? Do you hear?" "The bet, Doone," I said. "Get ready." "All right," he groused. "Let me stir my bones. Please to save me." "What?" "I never thought to test. My right leg. Feel. No, you can't. It's dead, it is." "Asleep, you mean?" I said, appalled. "Dead or asleep. Head out hell, I'm sunk." Lad, you must run for me. Here's my cap and scarf." "Your cap? When victory is yours, show them. We'll explain you ran to replace this full leg of mine." Clapped the cap on, tied the scarf. "But look here," I protested. "You'll do brave. Just remember, it's finis and no sooner. Song's almost up. Are you tensed?" "God, am I?" I said. "It's blind passions that win, boy. Plunge straight. If you step on someone, do not look back. There." Doone held his legs to one side to give clearance. "Song's done. He's kissing her."
The Finis, I cried. I leaped into the aisle. Ran up the slope. I'm first, I thought. I'm ahead. It can't be. There's the door. I hit the door as the anthem began. I slammed into the lobby, safe. I won! I thought, incredulous, with Doone's cap and scarf like victory laurels upon and about me. Won! Won for the team. Who's second, third, fourth? I turned to the door as it swung shut. Only then did I hear the shouts and yells inside. Good Lord, I thought. 6 men have tried the wrong exit at once. Someone tripped, fell, someone else piled on. Otherwise, why am I the first and only? There's a fierce, silent combat in there this second. The 2 teams, locked in mortal wrestling attitudes, a sprawl, akimbo, above and below the seats. That must be it. I've won! I wanted to yell to break it up. I threw the doors wide. I stared into an abyss where nothing stirred. Nolan came to peer over my shoulder. That's the Irish for you, he said, nodding. Even more than the race. It's the muse they like. But what were the voices yelling in the dark? Run it over! That last song, Phil! No one move. I'm in heaven. Doone, how right you were. Nolan passed me, going in to sit. I stood for a long moment, looking down along at all the rows where the teams of Anthem Sprinters sat, none having stirred, wiping their eyes. Phil, darling, called Timothy somewhere up front. It's done, said Phil. And this time, added Timothy, without the anthem. Applause for this. The dim lights flashed off. The screen glowed like a great warm hearth. I looked back out at the bright, sane world of Grafton Street, the 4 Provinces pub, the hotels, shops, and night-wandering folk. I hesitated. Then, to the tune of The Lovely Isle of Innisfree, I took off the cap and scarf, hid these laurels under a seat, and slowly, luxuriously, with all the time in the world, sat myself down. The end.
Reproduced by the CNIB Library exclusively for the use of persons with a perceptual disability as defined in the Canadian Copyright Act. This book is protected by copyright and may not be duplicated.